Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? We can run, we can walk, hear your laughter, hear you talk. We can fly, take it all away. We can run, we can walk, hear your laughter, hear you talk. We can fly, take it all away. Don't stop, keep
Yo. Yo.
I went from nothing to something overnight. Sweeping hair, I met a little thing on inside. Those supposed to be close for saying you'll never make it. Yeah, right. I've had the street my whole pretty life, so fighting demons and working through strife. I wanna run around, but you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody's trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do that? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat, 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, go changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just say yeah? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat 'cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. Gonna keep it moving up, up and so high. Won't let nobody stand in my way. They can try. They'll be facing me dead on with my head on. You can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I've got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. Compromise if the wise like despise others' lives. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Changing. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just say yeah? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. 'Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just say yeah? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat 'cause I'm changing.
the sun goes down. Darkness heightened senses, sweeten touch and sound. Minutes turn to hours, you let go and lose count. Living in the moment, float with the current of the ocean. Give me a baseline popping, stuck in my head, no running away, no running away. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take the dive, ride the wave. Take one more step closer. Go with the flow and follow your heart. Leave your problems at the door, they won't bother you no more. Tonight is the night, there's no better time to start. Take my hand and jump in, I wanna let loose, get up to something. Give me a baseline popping, stuck in my head, no running away. No running, no running away, no running. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way. I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take the dive, ride the wave, take one more step closer. High on life, cut the brakes, let the night take over. Take the dive, ride the wave. Take one more step closer.
Easy come, easy it goes. It might be hard to see in the midst of it all. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes off the dust we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline.
As night falls on Oceania, the 2022 Rainbow Six ANZ season gets underway. I'm Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic, it's Cthulhu. As always, we're kicking things off with the Oceanic Challenger League.
Indeed we are, Panda. Look, it's an exciting time. Finally, the OCL 2022 season does kick off, and look, we already got some new faces in. We got the new look for the OCL, and most of all, some new exciting action coming right up.
New exciting action indeed. Over the next two stages, we have some new additions to the competition. Not only are you playing for prize pool, all the rest of it, there is a direct chance to promote into the Oceanic Nationals after each stage. The top team from OCL, bottom team from OCN will duke it out to see who takes that spot in OCN and who gets relegated down. And then, of course, our brand new Oceanic Challenger Series. All 16 teams from OCN and OCL will battle it out in a single elimination tournament each stage, which is pretty huge. That's massive experience for the guys down here in the OCL. And I mean, look, it's bragging rights, plus just that little bit more for the OCN guys at the end of the day. But Cthulhu coming into the competition, 8 teams ready to duke it out. Of course, we've got some new ones in the pool.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, we've got some fresh names coming into the play, some of the older names returning as well. We got Dynasty and Circular Spheres, the two teams that qualified through the OCL qualifiers to fill our 2 spots. And then the returning names are Altered Zelius, 1620 Kings, Warriors coming in with a fresh new roster, Kraken, LFWO, who used to be the Warriors, I believe, and the Antique R6, known as previously as F5. So, look, quite a fair few returning names, quite a fair few rosters that have been rehashed with some fresher talent. And look, I'm genuinely keen to see which one of the rosters will be the ones to take the first place by the conclusion of Stage 1.
And speaking of the conclusion of Stage 1, the prize pool, what is up for grabs alongside that spot, that chance to promote to the OC, and it's the prize pool, of course, $10,000 each stage. First place walks away with a cool $4,500. Cthulhu, given some of the performances we saw towards the end of last year, there are a number of teams that could be gunning for this spot.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, if Stage 3 of 2021 was one of the most competitive ones, this is going to be turned out to even be a bigger one, given just the sheer volume of the players, of the new talent, just and obviously, well, yeah, the continuous support and incentive monetary-wise. So honestly, plenty of reasoning to grind it all out, smash it all out, and give it all your best.
But that is for the end of the stage. Obviously, we've got 7 weeks to go before we get there. And back here in Playday 1, we have our schedule ready and raring to go. 4 matches on the cards tonight. And already we're kicking things up a notch. Match 1 of the day, Warriors Esports versus Dynasty. Match 2, 1620 Kings versus Antigar 6. We head into our third match, LFWO versus Circular Spheres. And then closing it out, 2 teams that are bonded in blood and brotherhood. Kraken Esports taking on Altered Zelios. Now, Cthulhu, those that may not know, Dynasty is a team that is composed of some very old players in the scene. I say old, some veterans would be probably the more appropriate word, and some new young gunners. And then you've got Warriors, which is largely a new revamped roster. But we will look to get into that matchup in just a moment, which is, I mean, I'm just so excited. I'm so excited to be back casting ANZ Siege Cthulhu. And not only that, seeing a even faster, a more rapid-paced path to pro. You can go between the competitions, in between the stages, and then obviously at the end of the year, you're gunning for that spot in APAC South. So, I mean, look, are we going to see upsets? Are we going to see heartbreak? Are we going to see tears? Who knows?
I mean, why not all of them at the same time, really, Panda, given that, look, yeah, you've pointed out quite a lot of things, that we do have quite some returning talents from even Pro League days, from OCN days. We got some new talent coming in, and yeah, look, if before we could have said in a definitive way that this very specific roster, say for example for Kraken, would be the one to take it all, nowadays it's rather difficult to say how it is going to be. Obviously, quite a fair few teams seeing just themselves first time to even tier 2 officials as well, so plenty of discoveries to be made. Probably the best way to really put it.
Well, speaking of discoveries, let's discover our first matchup of the day and dive just a little bit deeper into it. Of course, it's the Warriors Esports, formerly the big dog. So it's Boff and Kingrills. They picked up a few new faces, have been signed by the Warriors, and then Dynasty having signed one of the most impressive rosters I think that we've seen in the Oceanic Challenge League. Now, in saying that, we've had some impressive rosters that haven't quite gone the distance, but this is one with some real veteran star factor, plus some very, very capable young gunners added to it.
Absolutely. Now, the funny thing is as well, Panda, that Dynasty as a name for an org itself, it's also been for quite a while part of that kind of the tier 2 competition, even before OCL came to fruition. So seeing that name as well pop up is quite a bit of a throwback. So are the players within the roster as well. So as a matter of fact, let's have a look at those. We do have on the side of Warriors, Boff, Culture, Shant, Kingrills, and Jordo Giraffe. On the side of Dynasty, it's Zethi, Spruce, Drex, Cyro, and Shoot. So quite a fair few returning names, but also some of the newer names as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at Dynasty. You got Spruce, formerly the coach of Team Bliss. I mean, look, he's decided that coach
for Fury back in the Pro League days.
He's had his experience, but I was like, he decided that coaching wasn't for him. He wants to get back. He wants to get back competing. You got then Drex, formerly of Rhythm. You got Shoots, who was associated with that Overt, and then Exto roster, of course. So definitely, it's going to be an interesting one to see just how they come into this, just what they're going to be bringing to the table. And yeah, look, Stone Cold Killer, the man is ready and raring to gun. But it's that youthful, those new few names that we're seeing coming to the competition. Of course, Zethi, new to the Oceanic Challenger League, hasn't really had a chance to prove himself. And there are some names just like that on the Warriors, of course. Cthulhu, I mean, if there was one player that you wanted to call out, that you wanted to keep an eye on, who is it going to be today?
Oh, look, I'm leaning towards Drex and Spruce to really see what they will be able to really perform. Obviously, Spruce being kind of the grandpa of the team. Honestly, I will be keen to see if maybe some old muscle memory kicks in from back in the Fury days and versing Fnatic when they were still part of the OCE scene. For this, on the side of Warriors, I'm actually quite curious to see how will King Grills fare with this whole new roster, given the fact that he was one of the big highlight players back in the Big Dogs days.
Yeah, there's a lot that's coming into this matchup. There's a lot that's coming into this play day, and I mean, you talked about Spruce coming back into this competition. He's a man who's known not to suffer fools. He does not pull his punches, so I can only imagine that his playstyle will very much match his mannerisms coming into this matchup. And in terms of, look, what we've got to be expecting, we've got 3 new maps in the pool, of course, Coastline having been removed, Skyscraper, Border, and Theme Park being added back. And look, I could not be more excited about that one. Theme Park, Border was the first map to be removed from comp when I first started casting, so I'm glad to see it back in. I'm keen to see how this new rework, this new change comes into it. And Skyscraper, I mean, were you expecting that one? Are you keen to see what it can bring?
Look, I'll be genuinely honest. I'm a little bit of a skeptical person when it comes down to Skyscraper as a map of just an absolute labyrinth that it is. It's bound to generate quite a fair bit of chaos. So I'm excited to see it in play, but at the same time, casting it would also feel like will be a bit of a labyrinth for me as well.
Now, in our last stage of the Oceanic Challenger League, we kicked off our first play day with 4 chalets and became lovingly dubbed as the Oceanic Chalet League. Now, coming into this, let's have a look at the map vetoes and see where we're going to be going. Obviously, 9 maps now in the pool, so 8 bans before you get to a decider. Chalet taken out early. In fact, our 2 newer maps, Theme and Border, taken out quite early. Cthulhu, we're left with one of the standards, one of the staples of ANZ Rainbow Six Siege. It's Villa to kick things off.
Yeah, Villa is one of those odd maps that kind of became a tertiary pick for quite a fair few teams, especially within OCL. It's usually kind of the Oregon Clubhouse, maybe a sprinkle of Chalet. Villa kind of popped up whenever players wanted to get a little bit more funky, but not too funky, not fly high, but not too high kind of deal. And Villa became kind of, yeah, like one of those staple maps that could be one of those big deal breakers nowadays as well, given just how much less claustrophobic it is comparative to something like parts of Clubhouse or Oregon. It does allow a little bit more of a wider array of playstyles and plays in general.
Now, there's so much that we have to cover coming into a new year, a new season, everything. So we're going into Villa. On top of that, you've got Thorn now in the comp pool. She's been added a new trap operator is what I was meant to be saying. We've also had the changes to cameras. They no longer work outside, so Valkyrie taking a bit of a hit there. But attack repick, that's the big one. That's what I wanted to talk about. Attack repick coming into Villa. How do you think that is going to influence the way a map like that plays out?
Honestly, in a very huge way. We already seen the attacker repick being very largely utilized in leagues such as the Operation League qualifiers as well, where we've seen the whole attacking roster basically being rehashed from the get-go, changed around. Whilst the gist still usually stays the same, it does open a lot of flexibility, whereas on the side of the defense, with them not having that 6-pick anymore, it locks them down just a tiny bit further. So we are looking at possibly shifting that dynamic of the game being in general very defender-sided to a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more ability to allow the attackers to gain a little bit of even ground.
Well, I mean, on top of that, you need to be a little bit more aggressive, I suppose, with your droning at the start of the round. You can't just sort of sit back, hold your angles. You want to find out what you need to be bringing. So definitely is going to be an interesting one as we look to get on into Villa. Of course, match 1, play day 1 of the 2022 season. Cthulhu, it's been so long. It feels like it's been an absolute age. And we're back into it, and there you go. You can see the lovely Tuscan Villa flying across your screen, Cthulhu. Operator ban's going to be coming in. Do you think we see too much change in terms of the meta?
I mean, why not? Just send it to full-on Maximus, ban full-on Ashe, Ace. No, wait, Ashe, Ayana, Jaeger, and I don't know, it's Wamai. Make it just a colossal, just frag fiesta of just everything. Good luck and fun though coming out from New Zealand Warriors or Warriors Esports. An opening ban actually is going to be Finka. Funnily enough, the operator that found herself very much stuck in the general meta back in the conclusion of last year.
Look, Spruce kept it together as long as he could, but whatever. We got Finka banned. I mean, look, Finka has been one of the most influential operators over the last, 4-5 months in competitive Rainbow Six Siege history. So, like, I'm not surprised whatsoever. And we see Flores, so two rather, I mean, yes, they're conventional bans, but they're not the go-tos on a map like Villa.
Yeah, look, not as much of a impactful one, but certainly Flores could have done quite a fair bit of job there regarding the utility disposal. But overall, yeah, look, not a bad thing at all. Mira being banned out, though, does make things a little bit more difficult, say, with the defense of, say, something like Trophy Statuary, albeit it's still a phenomenal side to defend and still has a lot of possibilities with the Valkyrie closing things out. That's your kind of, I suppose, flexible information gathering utility now gone, so you are locked into a little bit more of a bit of a chunkier one, like bulletproof cameras, like the Maestro cameras, so a little bit less leeway, let's just call it that.
Well, round one, dining kitchen to kick things off here, Cthulhu. So heading towards what is largely considered the tertiary site on this map, we are going to be playing things a little bit differently, it seems. Obviously, the Warriors coming in with a bit of a plan. I mean, look, it's going to be interesting to see how these roles are flushed out for both teams. I mean, you can see Spruce, he's taken sort of a backseat role. He's playing the hard breach, the support. I'm not saying he's not going to frag out, because I have no doubt in my mind the guy can get his kills. But, I mean, he's the powerhouse of your team. He is the brains. He is going to be the one making all these big calls.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, we say hard breach, but Ace with the AK-12 can be a very dangerous unit, to say the very least, given the fact that, I mean, 2-speed operator, high rate of fire, high damage, plus the hard breach. I mean, what more do you want? Especially for a man like Spruce, the man, the myth, the legend. Back then, by the way, fun fact, back in the Fury days, the man was a dedicated Maestro main as well, who was occasionally fancying some roaming as well. So a man of many talents is the only thing that I can say. Apart from that, the rest of the roster is looking to be nice and aggressive. Funnily enough, though, straight away a pick of the Thatcher as well for shoot. So really, hard breaching shouldn't be as much of an issue. I am though curious about how will Culture play Pulse.
Well, I mean, some of our more astute viewers will have noticed that there are some janky things going on with the sites. No, it's not a bug. It is the changes that have come through in this new season once again. You now have access to all 1x sites. So you will see operators running around with those Russian sites, NATO sites, all the rest of it, all the good stuff. But right now, look at that. Dynasty already in, halfway up red stairs. Drex wants to get aggressive and start that vertical threat.
I mean, Drex has been known for to be one of those rather aggressive players as well for the team like Rhythm previously, so does not surprise me that the man is looking to get into some early gunfights. Shoots look a little bit stiff on the sticks there, not gonna lie, for the first day of the performance, but still, regardless, was able to deal quite a fair bit of damage to the Melusi of King Grills.
Well, kicking things off, they need to make a statement here in week one. They want to establish themselves as a real dominant force. So I can only imagine that Dynasty are going to be coming in, bringing their full force. You'd hope that the Warriors are much the same, but right now, Drex, he's into Pantry, pops the door. Somehow he gets the kill onto Shot. There's no way he should have got away with that, and Drex will pull himself back, pulls out the nade, wants to get himself the hell out of dodge, but that's a big kill to answer back with Syro. Falls, can Boff find a follow-up? He does have the up, but it doesn't matter. Zethi quickly taken down in succession. Boff wanted to go for a third, unfortunately just didn't have the capacity.
Yeah, Spruce does shut him down by the end of it, but look, already quite a commotion has been stirred on both ends. Jordo does get the better of Spruce as well. It's all down to Shoots and Drex, the two SAS operators. They have all of the utilities, still one more frag grenade and the Claymore to boot, so things could certainly still be done in the right way, but the diffuser being dropped outside of the site as well could be rather dangerous. Shoots just needs one extra pixel on that one.
Just a matter of corners. Jordo falls, but then, oh my lord, Shoots, how does he win that? King Grills falls. It's down to the 2v1 Culture. His debut match in the OCL has just gotten that much harder. Luckily for him, though, Drex and Shoots are both low. We head into the final 40 seconds here, Cthulhu. This is a 1v2 to kick things off.
Oh man, Culture being in a bit of a cheeky position could shut things down. This he does indeed. Another gunfight does erupt. He does connect the headshot as well into Drex. From the way how it started in a very chaotic way, we finished the round one in a chaotic way as well.
My lord, round one in the books for Playday 1. We've kicked the Oceanic Challenger League off, and the Warriors Esports, they find themselves the win in the first. And yeah, look, faces, they're happy enough. They're keen. They're ready to go. You can definitely see the tension on both sides.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They need to make sure that they get in there frags all sorted, all done and dusted. There is at least good to see that the communication is all rolling, albeit it is round number 1, so I would be surprised if the tilt was already starting to creep in there. Apart from that, and we'll have to see how it all will really go down in round number 2. We are switching over to the trophy statuary from the get-go, so looking to change things around. Already the introduction of a Rooney. Now, for those who are just freshly tuning into OCL, haven't really got to witness it last year, Kingrails has been a rather bit of a fiend when it comes down to either Malusi or a Rooney. So seeing him return back to those roles is certainly a good, promising opportunity. Side of Buff, from Castle to Mute, looking to deny some more information gathering, and the rest of the team are looking to just base around essentially denying the entry. The obviously the smoke grenades, the newly reworked Goyo canisters, and on top of it all, well, some sort of safety net with those Jaeger ADSs.
Yeah, the Vulcan Det Pack change, rather interesting one. You stick them to walls, you stick them to floors. People have asked that you can stick them to roofs, but yeah, Ubisoft is never going to give us that one. Oh, that's an early bit of danger. Buff finds himself in, dropping down into the art studio, almost gets caught. Drex, once again, wasting no time, straight into the wine cellar, looking to pinch up through those stairs and try and catch any of these roamers off guard.
Drex, for the second time, going for those kind of off plays where you usually would find somebody like a Nook really sneaking around. The man just does it without any unnecessary utility. Ready to frag out. The AL-86 is a promising gun. There's the footsteps. Hears them. No, the pre-fire does not really work out, but at least he has the frag grenade. Playing part of the rhythm has been dealing quite, or giving quite a fair bit of experience, and so it does directly onto Scont as well.
Drex is just on the hunt. He's looking to be an absolute nuisance, but it's Buff to kick things off. Spruce down. Hard breacher removed, unfortunately. It's great having a Thatcher and all, but when you've got nothing to pair it with, Jordo finds Drex, the two veterans of this team, already relegated to cams in round 2.
Yeah, Spruce. A bit stiff on his performance so far. Cyro does get the better of Culture, though, so that's one of the Jaegers, but that's less of an impactful frag compared to all the previous performances. Zethi will be trying to find some form of an opener for himself, but again, isolated through and through. C4 from below could be still coming in, and that could be the demise of a Zafia player. Whereas on for Shoots and Cyro, look, they are sitting rather pretty in the master bedroom. C4 coming in won't be really dealing any sort of damage, so at the moment it's a bit of a kerfuffle.
That was a dangerous play. He's tucked into the corner, and Zethi knows that he's there. He's going to look for a lifeline play. EMP's there. Double impact, but only one connects. Jordo's still alive. The toxic canister to deny the push from Zethi. Somehow the Warriors keep one of their own alive. We're still in the 4 versus 3 heading into the final minute, Cthulhu.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, still plenty of time, but the numbers are dropping. Scont gets the better of Shoots as well. It's all down to Cyro to try to do something, but at the moment it's all for nothing. Zethi, last man standing, trying to find in some sort of a play, but at the moment being Zoff and LMGE, he has the weaponry, he has the ammo, but does he have the positioning though? That's a whole completely different thing, as he's just being ridden of all the HP as well.
Pre-fire there, he knows there's one on the other side. Kingrails to shut it down in true Kingrails fashion, of course. Walks on up with the DMR. Unfortunately, when you've got that many targets and only half your health bar, it was always going to be a rough ride. But Warriors, they kicked things off with a hell of a start.
Yeah, look, definitely a solid performance overall. Certainly the new talent kind of starting to shine through really well, whereas on the side of Dynasty, it's a little bit of a slower performance, really. Spruce still needing to shake off maybe a couple more years off the rust from himself after not really touching the game as much as one would have wanted. And well, for the rest of the teams, they still kind of, I would imagine it's just the first game day kind of jitters really coming about, so wouldn't really put it past just yet to any kind of concerns. But Villa so far certainly has been working out rather well for Warriors as we do move to AVG, a site that does offer quite a fair bit of rotations. Obviously the control over the 90 hallway will be rather crucial as well, and the introduction of Alibi for Kingrails, once again looking to introduce a little bit more of a roaming game, but we haven't really seen a whole lot of offsite presence really from Warriors, as a matter of fact.
No, I mean, this is a pick that he's played previously. We saw it a couple of times last year. But obviously how he utilizes is going to be a very different story. One over towards the, the observatory, interestingly enough, an Astro, sorry. But, I mean, this is a setup that we've seen a lot of teams run, that extension over towards statue area. You want to set
That's
up that
correct.
wall looking into walk, and so it's how Dynasty approaches, how they... In fact, no, okay, I thought it was going to be that aggressive angle into the walk-in closet, but no, they're fully reinforcing off master bedroom.
Look, I mean, master bedroom can be quite a solid position to really begin your assault off, so halting the push from the get-go is certainly a good idea, albeit both of the defenders, both Jordo and King Grills, will need to be very cautious about where they peek, where they swing, because those windows, whilst they have the castle barricades, it will be really, really difficult to see what could be done further down the line with those pixel angles that have been favored so far.
No!
Jordo, no!
Somehow he hits that shot looking for more. King Grill spots the player on the Astro window, but I think at that point the damage is done. You've lost two key players. Spruce answers back with that kill onto King Grill. So a 4 versus 3 at the moment, but that's a horrendous way to kick off round thing. Things are not going amazingly for Dynasty.
Not at all, yeah. A little bit of a rough start so far for Dynasty in hopes of trying to find some sort of an initial dub, but both from down below had the opportunity to really do a whole lot of work, but unfortunately the C4 has been already dedicated somewhere, and at the moment no damage has been really dealt. Zethi trying to find some sort of an opener for himself and the team, but at the moment it's a bit of a stalemate for Dynasty. They are kind of still trying to figure out whether they want to push directly onto the aviator room, whether they want to push the 90, and so far the call seems to be the 90 push with Spruce manning the drone.
Looking for that info game. The EMP is there, but Spruce is not, unfortunately, so they're going to have to relocate him over to try and get this vault wall open. Culture looking for the ankles. If he could take someone out here, well, one of the two key players in that hard breach Thatcher combo, they do get both panels open, so they should be able to get in, but Culture tucked into that corner. Boff finds Zethi getting aggressive, shoots, falls, and it's all over. Culture for the double to end the round. 3 rounds on the fly here for the Warriors.
Man, Warriors looking pretty solid overall, but do bear in mind though, still, whilst we did say that the attacker repick is a huge tool, it still doesn't leave the fact that a lot of defense setups are still very difficult to really crack open, especially on a map like Villa, especially when it's a fresh new roster. So in saying that, Warriors certainly still do have quite an upper hand going into all of this. Dynasty still trying to adapt to all of this, or maybe just trying to force their own kind of setups. It certainly feels rather off there for them. So I'm assuming once we do get to the second half, maybe certain things will really see changed, but until then, it's certainly looking like a bit of a struggle fest. And despite some of the best efforts from Drex, from Schutz, from Spruce, it's been a little bit of a slower performance as a starter for them. On the side of New Zealand Warriors, though, very even spread of frags minus Scont, but he's been doing all his job utility-wise.
Now, this fight was the closest of the 3 that we saw played. Warriors have completed that flawless rotation of sites. The first one, though, came down to the 1v2 clutch. And, well, from there, hopefully they won't have to repeat that once again. I could only imagine that Culture won't want that to be the result of the round. Dynasty, I mean, they just... Hopefully it's a case of they're just taking their time to warm up, because right now they're feeling like they're 2 steps behind.
100%. Oh. For the time being, as the action phase does begin, we do see once again an attempt to push by Dynasty all the way to the master bedroom. The site that and the positioning that Warriors so far have been utilizing through and through, and been essentially just bringing to the fullest. We haven't really seen any kind of other approach. Usually we would see the teams vary their rotations through, say, even the study room, try to maybe make an entry through the double door at the ground floor, but none of that. It's so far been kind of one singular point of entry for Dynasty for the majority of the points, but it seems like it's so far, at least to a certain degree, worked, as Boff does take quite some damage. I'm assuming that is from a banked grenade through the floor breach, but again, whoa, that could be dangerous.
Replace Nitro in the master bedroom. Whether or not they have info could determine whether or not this round is a comfortable one or an absolutely disastrous one. The Gemini in, but obviously it's a hologram. It's got no heartbeat, and there we go. Boff does get the kill onto Drex. Unfortunately, at the same moment he does fall, but a 1-for-1 trade where Sledge is the victim on the attack, and the follow-up onto Iana 2 rounds in a row now where Sledge and Iana have been the opening frags.
Yeah. Not really a good start for Syro or Drex, really. Given just the general outcome of it all, with both of them alive, things would have been a much easier to really push with the Heart Breach, the Frag Grenade utility. Both would have been absolutely huge, but regardless, still bare minimum of the utility is still there. Shoot, Zethi and Spruce are still alive and looking to do some work here. Jordo, though, with a Vector in hands, should still have the DPS higher than Spruce's AK in the gunfight, with shoots going down. Things are certainly looking rather dire in the 2v4.
Kingrel's at it again on the Malusi. Zethi primed on the laundry door, wants to get himself into the site and start to contest if possible. The jiggle peak. The Vulcan pack detonates and forces Zethi off the angle, and that's Diffuser still down in a position where they're not really going to be able to contest it. Spruce on the rotate, wants to get over and help his teammate for now, and the rotate, it's good, but you could see Jordo watching the angle as the push comes on through the swing. Spruce didn't even stand a chance in that moment, and Zethi, I mean, what can you do, Cthulhu? There's 25 seconds remaining. There's 4 players waiting to resist, 2 nitro cells and several det packs, and Kingrels of all to boot it off, just sitting at the bottom of the stairs watching the window. It is not a great start so far.
A very kind of disconnected performance so far from Dynasty. As much as one would have wanted to see a whole great deal of hype and performance from them, is just very kind of, it feels like less of a team, but more so of just a 5-stack of solo players. That's probably the best way to really describe this, and this is not meant to really roast them or kind of drop their reputation in any shape or form. It's more so feeling like maybe just them needing to adapt to each other and adapt to each other's calls and start trusting maybe in some certain pushes, but definitely not looking too hot at the moment on the side of Warriors, though. Gotta admit, I've been a little bit skeptical initially with the way how majority of that roster has been basically new blood, with Boff and Kingrels being the returning faces, but honestly, so far it's been looking very solid, very dominant. Kingrels back at it again, with him being in his top form, really. 62 scoreline certainly is proving quite a whole lot of things. And then Jordo, Culture, and Scont kind of following through as well on their end of the bargain. Seems to be working rather nice. And it's overall, it feels a little bit more just coordinated.
Left before insertion.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about, Dynasty on the whole feeling a bit disjointed. The opposite could not be more true for the Warriors right now. They look coordinated, they look sharp, they look on top of things at the moment. This is well and truly their map, and they're playing it spectacularly. And I think a lot of it does come down to Boff in that IGL role. Even with the big dogs, he was a very commanding voice, kept them as grounded as he could. Now with this new roster that he's been able to put together, they are looking like an absolute powerhouse.
Absolutely. Almost feels like a bit of a meme, like where with the Doge Warriors back in OCL Stage 3 2021, looking like a small Doge. The muscular Doge is now the new Warriors esports, given just so far how they gelled so well so far in their performance. Albeit, mind you, it could be also off the back of Dynasty just a little bit still being stiff on their performance, but regardless, so far so good. Jordo about to be possibly fragged out rather early if the frag grenades will start flying in, given that Syro just spotted the castle's position, but instead we do see quite a fair bit of that remote breaching being conducted with the Selma charges, the Thatcher EMP. So as of now,
you go.
There we go. There's the frag grenade as well.
That is exactly what you want. Finally, round number 5, they do kick things off rather well. Geordie, one of the frag leaders for the team. Hell, technically he's like the 4th on the leaderboard for the team at the moment, which is saying something given he's 4-2. Shond as well in a bit of trouble in trophy right now, being forced off his position. Not the ideal situation for your smoke, but with a minute 30 left in play, they've still got plenty of tools to try and slow this push down.
Absolutely. Be it given up, the Astro position is certainly rather problematic.
Boff.
Boff, please connect that shot. That would be absolutely nuts, but he does not. Though does practice quite a good trigger discipline, doesn't reveal his position or his plan, but it would be rather huge if he does end up nailing a shot. Instead, it's Drex to open up the scoreline.
I mean, I got to respect the attempt, but while this is all happening, his teammates are falling in quick succession. Drex for 2. Dynasty really warming up now into the 5th. Shot falls. It's Boff alone, but he's nowhere near the site. The Nitro nowhere near a member of the opposing team with shoots on the plant, and Drex watching the stairs. He wants his 3rd, and he gets it. Dynasty, it took them 5 rounds, but a flawless to get on the board.
This is what happens when you finally let Drex go off. This is Drex Unleashed, and that's only just the taster for now. You can see his face is just completely fully concentrated, trying to just keep his head in the game, and honestly, it's looking rather promising. It's he is a player that, once given the ground to really pop off, to really play, he can really do a lot and a lot of work. On the side of the rest of the Dynasty, though, look, gotta say, relying on one player is all cool and all, but you do need to pull your pants up there as well. So keen to see what they can really bring back here on AVG. The site that was rather swiftly wrapped up, let's just say that. No entry onto the actual site was conducted by the attack, and Warriors were able to shut it down way before then. Now, slight readjustment of the utility, obviously, for now, with a little bit more reinforcements being placed around the 90 hallway, does open up a few good possibilities for the defense to expand a little bit their base of operations, have a little bit more safety in the 90, until, that is, Drex decides to swing with either his gun or with his hammer.
Well, we're about to lock in the spawns and attacking operators. Looks like a split 3 over Fountain, 2 over towards the main road. Interesting. I mean, we saw this last time. They've gone from this approach previously. It was shut down with 2 quick picks that the Warriors were able to find. Do you maybe see them look to change things? Unfortunately, it's the last round of the half, but would you maybe look to see them change it up and go below next time they get the chance to play this on attack?
Well, let's see, what will Dynasty really bring out this time? Once again, very same approach. Drex, after the first 2 rounds, realizing that he's been read like a book with his pushes from down below, decided to opt out of that completely. Syra is the first to make an entry. I do believe there's still a C4 trap being set up, so Boff is ready to press the button on that one. If not, then could be something different. The Green Girls instead gets the better of Spruce, and, well, bye-bye goes the hard-breaching utility that is very much needed, and, well, Spruce, well, what do you say?
Off the pings are there. It's a pre-placed on the door. All they need is just a bit of information, an inkling, and that could well and truly, I mean, it's already crippled. That EMP, though, may have actually copped the Nitro. We'll have to see. Syro is in a dangerous spot right now. Geordie is biding his time. It looks like we may have just had that detonation of the Nitro cell shoots. Taking a bit of damage. The ping's coming out. Zethi absolutely decapitated Geordie. Unfortunately, hit by another frag grenade in the same position. Just a little bit deeper this time, but Dynasty, at least they're answering it back a little bit this time around.
Yeah, finally some bite back coming out from Dynasty, albeit trading out your soft breacher and a hard breacher for a singular roamer. Well, technically roamer, in form of Castle, who already placed all of his utility. Is a little bit of a L moment at the moment. Boff ready to swing, has perfect element of surprise, and, well, Drex does open up the scoreline, and initial stiffness on the sticks, but does confirm the frag by the end of it.
Kangaro's taken some significant damage, and Trover decides to snake his way out through the door to try and get back to 90. But look at that. The SAS duo of Dynasty very just jointed going into the final 50 of the half. Drex has been hitting some great shots, but I don't think they can rely on that to win this out. Especially not when Kingrels does that. A 3rd kill. He was on no health, catches Drex with the nade out and shoots. I mean, what do you do? Where do you go? You've got 35 seconds. You're about to go down 5-1. He's running it. He's just going to head straight for red. He's going to look to try and push it through zombie. Boff is there. He has an idea. Swing. And it is a 5-1 half to kick this stage off for the Warriors.
Hey, wish. Warriors looking fresh right now. Ready to absolutely slay. Albeit not a whole lot of celebration just yet from the players. You look at them on the cameras, and at the moment it's just even more concentration than before. Definitely making sure that they keeping themselves nice and in the play. Look, I gotta say though, for Dynasty, it's a little bit of a unfortunate turnout, albeit one would hope to see them perform on the second half, and, well, already we can see the picks coming out for AVG defense. The introduction of Cage should make things a little bit easier on the Breeze Denial. Obviously, the Aruni as well on top of it all should make things just to be slowed down a little bit. It looks like Dynasty are looking to go for just a general slowdown of the push onto the site, whereas before with New Zealand Warriors, it was a bit more towards kind of a bit of this, a bit of that, sprinkle some roam, sprinkle some offside presence, sprinkle some anchoring. So Dynasty certainly looking to min-max this a little bit more.
This is why this drone game is so important at the start of a round with their attack repick. They've got a Maverick in play, but the Cade is there. Are they going to stick it out? It looks like it. No attempt to even pivot to the Thatcher right now. They, in fact, opt for a Lion over a Buck instead.
Look, I mean, there's not really a whole lot of need for Thatcher once you do bring out the Maverick as well on top of it. So, theoretically, it's not as much of an issue. The main problem will be, though, I would imagine, is getting past the roam game, because Drex is unleashed here. He no longer needs to enter the building. He already spawns in directly in the building. He's ready to make it his playground here, and with a P10 Roni in the hands, he could be quite a deadly unit. Funnily enough, I was roasting Dynasty before for making the master bedroom the main entry point into the building. Same goes for Warriors Esports, so curious what could be done by them here, albeit Boff does find some sort of an extra crossfire angle onto Zethi, but albeit doesn't really deal any sort of damage. Instead, it's King Grills who picked up.
Well, Cultured down, finds the first kill. Look at that Drex. He's playing heavy into the roam. He's all the way down in the basement right now, but they've lost the Lion in the opening gunfight. Probably the worst operator, bar the Maverick, to lose that early in the round. Cyro taken down. King Grills gets some revenge for his team, but you've lost a Malusi for a Lion in the first minute. Warriors will take that. Sorry, not Warriors. Dynasty will take that.
Both will really take that. A trade for a trade is always good, but yeah, look, for Warriors losing out on Lion could be rather problematic. Jordan is setting up a double Nomad charge setup for the flank, which could be rather curious to say at the very least. Both on a solo contention, the diffuser carrier as well on top of it, getting really frisky on the 90 hallway. But Drex from behind could really throw in a spanner, and it works, and it seems like Boff is ready to take a few cheeky gunfights here and there.
They're about to meet. They see each other somehow. Boff comes out on top. Drex, where were you looking, man? That was the freest kill of your career. And you can see Dynasty, they now have to adjust. They're backing deep into study, and they've got their back against the wall. Oh, no. Oh, no. Sean, he's in a bit of danger. The feet spotted. Shoots. Almost hits the head through the breach. But this is getting very tenuous now, Cthulhu.
Sure does. The rotation has been cut off very nicely and very cleanly. Zethi does, though, land a shot onto Boff. That's another one from Shoots as well. It's all about to be a flurry of kills with 38 seconds remaining. Well, King Grills and Shont rather, need to make a play here if they do want to grab one more point.
Two players over towards Zombie. Well, the two remaining players with those toxic canisters. There's still one more in pocket for Spruce. They've got a Nitro on top of it, plus some amazing guns to hold off this push. Final 20. Nitro cell primed and ready. Zethi just wants to thread that needle. Toxic canister in. King Grill's going to force himself into the site, but no, not to be. Shoots for a third. Shont pushing in, finds one, but that may be all he finds. He has to stick the defuse right now. They know where he is. They're going to have to force him off it, try and get him to pull off the defuse, but he gets it down. He falls himself. A 4K. Shoots, clutches it up, and bags Dynasty's second.
There we go. Dynasty finally returning to form, starting to slowly but surely drain that whole advantage in the points that New Zealand Warriors were able to achieve for themselves. So a good start overall, managing to get themselves back into the play. A bit of a sigh from Drex in hopes of just keeping himself more focused here. Definitely look a little bit of an unfortunate turnout in his roam, as the idea behind it was definitely good, but certainly his positioning didn't really do him any good against LMGE especially. So look, going into round number 8, 5-2 scoreline, still 3 points differential between the two rosters, and for Warriors, they need to make sure that they're nailing their performance. Only 2 points is what needed really for them to solidify the first map win and propel themselves onto the leaderboard, given that they would be able to secure the the highest amount of points as well if they do that in the regular rounds.
So we had a 5-1 defensive half. Dynasty have started the defense off rather commandingly. The changes
you
that
say
came in
that.
with the new season. I mean, look, it was Shoots was hitting some ripper shots. The new changes that came in with the new season favored the attackers the chance to repick your operators to try and, adjust to what your opponents are bringing. Being able to, denying the cameras outside the building or that sort of thing. Are we going to see a defender side at OCL again, Cthulhu?
Look, wouldn't be surprised, given just the time that it's taking sometimes to adjust to certain things does take a while, really. So wouldn't be surprised if, say, initial first couple weeks, we'll be seeing a rather dominant performance from the defense as the attackers are still yet to fully adjust to what feels like almost like a whole different new meta with the ability to completely repick your whole roster. But for the majority of the things, really, I mean, if you remember back last season of OCL, we haven't really seen too many rosters leaning frequently into that whole sixth pick idea. So wouldn't be surprised if this is more so just going to be multiple rosters trying to force their own roster of the operators rather than trying to be extra flexible. Boff just missing out on opportunity though.
Cyro playing a dangerous game in the hunting vault. He backs himself out of danger, but he's being droned out now. Has some support. It is going to be Culture scouting him out, but Jordo loses a significant portion of his health, and we are starting to see some jitters on this attack once again, but this time it's the Warriors that are faltering.
Yeah. Warriors on the attack looking a little bit shaky, given that Jordo already taken a rather hefty amount of damage. Interestingly enough, very firm control over the outside of AVG, but no actual control. The swing, though, from Cyro. What? How does he do that? How is he being allowed?
Cyro has just walked away with not just Cultures, but King Grill's wallet as well. He's off to the dairy. He's getting himself a Coke. No way he gets away with that. He was dead. Dead to rights. Boff was coming in hunting vault. There were two in study. He says, nah, forget this. I'm not going out quietly. Swings the door and finds two.
Oh my lord. Oh my goodness. Cyro just doing absolutely vile things, but so is Boff and Jordo slowly shutting things down. That's another one. Falls. Zethi is the last man standing, and it seems like all the effort that Cyro put into that swing pretty much has been nil, really, by the conclusion of it all.
Somehow we've ended up in the 1v1, Zethi versus Jordo. Zethi has an idea, thanks to that Prisma that revealed his location. Zethi with the impact from downtown does some chip damage. Jordo only has a pistol. No way. If he clutches this somehow, this has to be one of the best plays in ANZ Siege history, but no. Right now, with 30 seconds remaining, both players are going to steal themselves. Jordo, why? Reload, man. You can't pull this out with a pistol. Zethi has an idea. The rush comes through, but it's not enough. He just sprints at him, knowing that this is the last effort he can put in. Dynasty, pick up a third.
No shot that Jordo didn't have any ammo remaining in the L86. Surely there would have been a completely different turnout. What happened there to the All Might? I'm a bit lost, but look, Cyro's swing though. Oh, man, actually just said, came around, said, "Give me your undies," and stole them all and the wallet.
He took everything and the kitchen sink at that. He was dead to rights. He had three players encroaching on his position. He was droned out. They knew that he was still in aviation, and he swings study, just absolutely drops any pretense of holding on for dear life and goes on the aggressive, finds two. They're now within two. I'm beginning to feel, Cthulhu, we might see a 5-1 defensive half trade.
Oh man, definitely could be the case here, honestly, Panda. 5-1 trades could be rather, though, disheartening if they keep on reoccurring, because imagine this, he's only 2 points away from pretty much a dub, and the moment comes in the side switch, you just falter at any sort of opportunity there is, and again, I'm a little bit concerned, given that Warriors allowed that kind of swing from Cyro before. What could be done later down the line, though?
And it wasn't like it was two instant headshots either. It was the initial headshot, and then he had to drag the recoil down to get the second kill. So that was a big fumble on the side of the Warriors. Hopefully they can look to try and recompose themselves here in the 9th. But that has got to be a huge chip to the mental armor of the Warriors.
Absolutely. Well, right now it's a bit of a calmer time, really, before we do start kick off our once again action yet again. No more presence from Dynasty's defense around the AVG anymore. No more, barely any presence, as a matter of fact, upstairs. A little bit more centered around the actual site positioning by Dynasty. Only 2 players running around, the master bedroom and the Astro. So curious to see what could be done. Boff looking for them footsteps, but is keeping himself rather cautious. Does he know, though, about the presence? Does he have an inkling about the presence of Cyro? Because that man so far been an absolute ghost.
Gets himself out, defeat spotted, but the Nitro's able to find King Grill's. Boff as well, taking some pretty significant damage. He gets the scan off, but it's too little too late. Both players sneaking their way down Astro, getting out of danger, and that is exactly how Dynasty want to kick this off.
There is. Well, with King Grills out of the equation, though, this is going to be a little bit of a scary start. ARX plus the grenades and the info gathering utility gone. Culture, though, does go to town on the flooring. Boff already got the scan as well, so should have a good idea about one of the players and their presence around the area. Oh, the gunfight does erupt. No, can't connect the shots. That is problematic, though.
Does he know there's a player on the basement stairs? Yeah, so Cyro's been scanned out now. Yeah, Boff knows. He's like, nah, I don't want to borrow this. There is too much threat in this vicinity right now. But you look at the health bars. Boff is low. Culture tagged. They still have Kona stations in play. No Nitro cells, but that really doesn't matter in the situation. Shant finds 2, lines them up through the smoke. The over-aggression being punished. But Boff eats an EDD. Drex with the positioning is key going into the final 30. You've got 1 above 2 pushing onto the site. But you look at the Rovers Dynasty, they are a little bit spread right now, and you can see the swing coming. Spruce misses the shot, whiffs the opportunity, and Jordo finds even more. Drex there knows where the 2 players remaining are. They're tucked in towards the B-bomb site. Now Contra and Shant will walk themselves onto the site as well. No Nitro cells to deny. It's all going to have to come down to gunplay. Cyro shoots the drone, loses his life because of it. It's on Drex to try and clutch up. Finds the back of 1. Can he find 2? No, has to reload. Luckily, the Kona station is there. Goes for the wall bang, goes for the reattempt, the stun, spots the player. Unfortunately, misses the opportunity through the wall and loses it to Shant, who goes for the Herculean effort at 3k for him, and he wins the round out on top.
Hey, well, New Zealand Warriors finally do set themselves up with a match point off the back of round number 9. Finally feeling like they're back into the swing of things, although Boff's demise was rather unfortunate to see but amidst all of the chaos that was evolving. But gotta say, though, this was still a close turnout. 3-6 scoreline. Now the advantage of the points has been once again widened by a point, and curious how will AVG setup will really work out for Dynasty, because this is now their final chance. No more of that buffer for losses in the rounds. This is it. If you want to at least make this for a 1-point win, then, well, you got to push it to the overtime. Otherwise, Dynasty will be left in the dust with 0 points, and, well, from there on, back to preparing for yet another week.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference between getting the whole hog of 3 and getting a portion of it if your opponents can push you even further. 3 rounds needed. I mean, it's not like Dynasty looked like they were completely out of that round. It was just fumbling missteps towards the end. They got too aggressive onto Shant there and lined up through the smoke and gave him the double. Look, heat of the moment, you can understand why a player would go for that swing, but it's cost them quite dearly in the end. Here in the 10th, though, they've got that chance to redeem themselves. They need 3, but unfortunately, they cannot afford to drop a single round to get there.
There is, well, already Zethi trying to move over to some more rather unconventional means of spawn peeking through a couple of the windows. We'll be not seeing really anyone come about. Once again, it will be mainly the contention around the master bedroom to kick things off. Kind of feel a little bit sad that Cyro won't be trying to, you know, play for a bit of a trap in the bathtub, because that would have been rather funny, seeing him pop up with the M590 and just absolutely roll the opponents. But obviously the the hologram would have spotted that, now that I think about it. So, memes aside, though, a much closer beginning.
No!
What has Sean done? No! That's not how you start off a round.
Single-handedly made the round for his team in that last round. And at the start of the next, he completely guts it by taking out one of their key soft breaches.
Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. That's not particularly too good right now. Boff as well, whiffing the shots. This is all just starting to fall apart. Dynasty capitalizing fully off the mistake initially that was made, and Cyro, finds up absolutely lost in the source. Kingros and Sean, that's all down. It's all just completely lost.
When the House of Card falls, it falls hard. It has just dominated. And you can look at them. They're all just watching Jordo right now. No drones, nothing. I don't even know if they have drones in position to be watching, but they're all just watching him. They know that they have absolutely fumbled the bag on that round, and they are exactly where they deserve to be.
Absolutely. Well, Jordo will try to scrape this round to the best of his ability, but again, so many long angles. Oh, he does actually line up Cyro rather nicely. Albeit now 4 more players, not a whole lot of time. Not a whole lot of time. Zethi! What? Wait, no, wait, 360. Oh,
it's cowboy time! It's pistols at noon in the center of town. When the bell rings, you draw. And unfortunately, Zethi's draw was just that little bit better. My lord.
Jax is unimpressed, though.
Yeah, look, the man is just stone cold. He is affected by nothing. He is here to do a job. He will do it to the best of his ability. He doesn't care for fanciful gunplay or showmanship. He's got a job to do.
Yeah, he's got a job to do. He's here to catch dubs. And look, here right now, he's slowly but surely pushing his team to go for it. So is Zethi, so is the rest of the roster. I am though curious though, how many so far, or rather if there were any dad jokes from Spruce to come about though. Because my theory being that Drex also kind of has that phase going just purely for the sheer fact that Spruce probably tried to pull some sort of a funny haha dad joke, but then Drex just decided just shut it.
We don't do that here. We've got a game to play. I mean, look, these guys, Drex and Spruce coming from the OCM, they're looking to get back there quick, smart. They want that first seed. They don't want anything less.
They want to get back to it, yeah.
Yeah, they're gunning right back into that spot. They want it. They know that it's possible. I mean, we saw Overt knocked out by Fury. Luckily for them, we had a couple of disbands and they were, bumped straight back up into the competition. But it shows that none of them are untouchable.
Drex could have found a nasty spawn kill. Caesar beaten as well, yeah. But look, unfortunately for him, no frag will be gifted, and instead decides, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna sit around the front doors. I'm gonna be literally in the face of my opponents, albeit does get spotted by the drone, and well, Boff does get rid of him rather promptly. So quick, clean deal, albeit good intentions behind Drex's approach, but unfortunately just didn't net a whole lot of success behind that.
Smelt blood in the water, unfortunately. It was just a whiff. Nothing more. Couldn't capitalize off it, and, well, as a result, falls early and is going to be relegated to Cam's Culture. EE1D scan out, and they're on the hunt. Boff pushing through to get towards Red Stairs so they can start taking ground through 90 onto the landing and start clearing things out because, I mean, they want to corral Dynasty back to the site.
Absolutely. Slowly and surely push them back. Well, pincer maneuver them. Cyro does get the better of King Rose, but at the expense of his own HP. Another line swing comes about. He's being pincered, completely lost in the sauce. And just like that, Sean does get the better of him. So still the opportunity for New Zealand Warriors Esports to wrap it all up right here, right now in a 3v4. With half a round to go, they have all the utility. Boffo has already utilized and set up all of his air jabs as well for the flank work. So now it's all about actually making a push. There's still one more E1D scan, still one of the charges from Jordo's Zofia, and still quite a fair bit of hard breaching to be done. But Zethi holding his position. It's interesting that Warriors are still yet to have the whole roster to actually make an entry.
Yeah. Bit of a line drawn in the sand. You can see it's almost like dodgeball. Players on opposite sides spray through the walk-in wardrobe. Zethi returns in kind, but doesn't find much of anything. I mean, there is just so much going into the end of this round. It could go any number of ways.
Absolutely, Zethi deciding to make a rather courageous rotation. C4 coming in, but no avail. Unfortunate timing there, but does have the vertical angle, but that C4 would have been handy just a few seconds later.
Culture is on the plant, so it's going to be a 4v3 in the post. Jordo swings to red, finds Zethi, shuts him down. It's on Shoots now to try and clutch up. He can't do it. Jordo falls, but Culture there to answer. Spruce finds one. He needs two more if he wants a chance to try and defuse. I don't know what happened to that gun, but Shant shuts it down, redeems himself from the last round. The Warriors bag their first win.
There we go, in the regular rounds as well, on top of it all. Nicely done. A 7-4 clean deal from New Zealand Warriors. Smiles all aboard. Unfortunately for Dynasty, though, couldn't really bring this back despite all the best efforts. But apart from that, look, I gotta say, Warriors starting things off rather fresh.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dynasty just letting that gap get a little bit too wide at the very, very start. A 5-1 half, not the ideal situation. Maybe if it was a little bit closer, your 4-2, 3-3, this match would have gone a completely different direction. But as it stands, there you go. Warriors win 7-4. Not quite right, but look, it's day one. Look, there's room for fixing things. But Cthulhu, the Warriors, I mean, after the trials and tribulations they faced at the end of last year, this has got to be a sigh of relief.
Absolutely. Look, it's definitely a pleasant moment here for Warriors to finally be back on the top of the leaderboard, really, and to see them perform like this, the way how they did, was actually a really, really solid turnout. I gotta say, Boff did, and King Grills, as a matter of fact, managed to assemble a rather strong lineup, and to see King Grills back into the form as well as one of the big head fraggers certainly worked out rather well for Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were tested. They were pushed a little bit towards the mid portion of Villa there, but that's how a map like Villa does tend to go. They reassure themselves, they back themselves, they play smart and capitalize on some of those big mistakes that Dynasty made towards the end. The pressure just getting to them there. But I mean, it's exactly what you want to see, that adaptation, that ability to overcome and even reset yourself despite some unfortunate endings to some rounds.
Yeah, look, definitely a reset is a good, really tool that Warriors were able to utilize very thoroughly. And I gotta say, starting from what was an absolute chaos of round number one, that did end up being in a really nice clutch as well. I have to say, Warriors' resilience in between being a kind of a organized roster and some of the solo plays, I gotta give them kudos. That was definitely a really solid turnout for them today. At least the fact that the initial jitters didn't really let them completely fumble the bag is already a promising start.
Yeah, look, it's still only week one though, but Warriors, I mean, look, it surprises me as much as it surprises you, Cthulhu. Warriors, who ended in last place in our last stage of the OCL, now find themselves catapulted into first, albeit for now.
Look, I mean, it's a start. It's a good start for Warriors, and definitely a very promising one as well, given the fact that, well, if we're talking about even the big dog's legacy that Boff and King Grills theoretically could be bringing, before it was, unfortunately for big dogs back then, only third place across the whole year. Now starting things off rather dominantly with a whole new roster, it is promising that, well, quite possibly New Zealand Warriors could be contesting for that first place by the conclusion of stage number one.
Look, from last to first is a hell of a story. You'd love to see it as well, but unfortunately, look, there's 3 other matches, Cthulhu, that will need to be played before we get there. We are getting an interview as well. We're going to be having a chat with the Warriors. It looks like it's going to be one of the newcomers, Shant, to have a chat to us in just a moment. But, I mean, look, it sets a standard. It sets the bar for Playday 1. Do you reckon we'll come close or even surpass it?
Look, absolutely. Absolutely. I think we are in for a load of heaters, actually, given the fact that we already just seen one of the freshly introduced rosters of Dynasty, who, look, apart from a few hiccups here and there, they still certainly shown us some really good fight, but there's still plenty of room for improvement from them. Now it's down to a couple more of the newcomer teams, like Circular Spheres as well, to show us what could they do really going into OCL and how will they fare against some of the older running rosters. But honestly, yeah, look, if not, then the Altazelius versus Kraken is certainly bound to be an absolute banger.
I mean, it was very much a case of opening gunfights in that matchup. Warriors were consistently able to find those opening gunfights and then capitalize on the back of them. I think the only round where they weren't able to do anything with an opening gunfight is, well, where shot and killed Culture accidentally and Walk and Wardrobe. But I mean, do you reckon that is the trend that we're going to see from OCL, where a case of it is those who get the opening frags that thrive?
Look, this will definitely rely on consistency, because we've seen in and out in some of the previous leagues and in the previous times of OCL where, yes, a team would make a huge opening frag, but from there on kind of fail to find any sort of capitalization on that one. So going into this one, it's still a little bit too early yet to talk about whether opening frags will be the big decider as to who will be the winner of the round, but overall it definitely sets a much nicer pace, especially for the rosters that do try to lean a little bit more into that kind of roaming game.
Well, speaking of opening rounds and setting paces, we have our interviewee in ready to go. Shant from the New Zealand Warriors coming in hot off the back of his debut match. First things first, my friend, congratulations. Welcome to the Oceanic Challenger League. How does it feel playing in this level of competition?
Oh, man, it's amazing. Yeah, I'm just so hyped. Yeah. Like,
look, run us through what was happening in the beginning of the second half. You guys had quite a stunning beginning to your run. Obviously, first half 5-1, but then a little bit of a fumble that happened. Was it more so just attributed to just the way how general pace was feeling, or was it something in the comms happening?
I think it was probably more down to Villa being a bit more defender-sided there. That's generally how that game felt. Yeah, that's probably about all with that.
And I mean, you guys newly signed to the New Zealand Warriors. What's it like playing under the Warriors banner?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, their support's been awesome so far. They've really been helping us out, you know.
Well, congratulations. A big start to the stage. We'll let you go off. You can go and bandage Culture's head. I'm sure he's got a bit of a headache after that. Unfortunate team kill, but congratulations. We'll see you next week for Playday 2. Cthulhu, an interesting start to the matchup as we let the Warriors go and celebrate their first victory of the stage. Dynasty, unfortunately, will have to wallow in a bit of sadness and defeat and get themselves prepped and ready for next week. But, I mean, big stuff to kick things off. Gives you hope going into our next matchup, do you reckon?
Absolutely, yeah. Look, it gives us some interesting things to really look out for. Really, Villa already shown us that it could be a really interesting map to play in case of just those trades you've mentioned whilst we were casting. That maybe a rotation of 5-1 halves could certainly be on the table for some of the future references. But overall, I gotta say, Villa certainly so far hasn't really per se changed thanks to the attacker repick. Maybe some other maps like Clubhouse, like Oregon, could really see that change come to fruition and change the playfield a little bit more. Maybe it would be more so about the newer maps like Border, like Skyscraper, like even Theme Park. So I suppose time will tell, but for the time being, look, Warriors get to sit pretty on the top of the leaderboard.
They get to sit there for now, and for us, we get to sit pretty for a bit too. We are going to be going to a break. When we come back, 1620 Kings take on Antic Esports. When we come back, it all kicks off. See you then.
But all I wanna do is leave for a year. I feel like I'm lost in the flow, stuck in my routines. I know our last trip was ages ago. Ages ago. My heart is on a plane to Tokyo, 1,000 miles away from where I am. I go all the way by bicycle just to see your face in Tokyo. I go up to Tokyo. I go up
you don't wanna mess with. I'll take a knocks, that's what it costs to be strong and independent. I got that money in my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them round for show. I'm in the zone and I just hit a strike. Haters got me singing like haters got me singing like haters got me singing like you a hater, you a hater, you a hater, hater, hater. Stay on my grind, I'm in my prime. I push myself right to my limit. Study my craft, so know the past. Don't hold me back, I've learned my lesson. I got that money in my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them round for show. I'm in the zone and I just hit a strike. Haters got me singing like
Map 1 of the 2022 season in the books, and the Warriors walk away with the victory over Dynasty 7-4 Cthulhu. We now turn our attention to the second match of the evening. 1620 Kings taking on Antic Esports. They've picked up the former Forsaken 5 roster, a team who in their last stage of the OCL had a big upset match to kick off the stage.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, 1620 Kings were the team that initially had a really, really rough run overall, but managed to claw their way back. Nearly managed to qualify themselves for the to OCN and OCL Promo Relo tournament back in the previous year, but still managed to do quite a stunning performance. And yes, you are correct, they do have a bit of a grudge match here going. 1620 Kings versus Antic, a newly reformed Antics, and so is the 1620 Kings, Chef Jeff, Machine Tester, Lonely, and KJ Assassin. Whereas on the side of Antic now, Wazoo, Pika, River, Owen, and it's Nasty.
Look,
honestly, yeah,
bear
roster.
out Owen in probably the least changes we see to a roster coming into the Oceanic Challenge League. In fact, Pika coming back into the roster after a bit of a hiatus as well. This is a roster, they've had some ups, they've had some downs. In fact, I only just noticed Face Cream as well, having taken a step back from the core. But it's Coach Pronewin that I'm most interested about. This guy has a reputation, shotguns, prone on the ground, doing some damage. I'm excited to see, especially given he is taking on the one, the only, the Bishop of Boom, the man on your screen, Chef Jeff himself of the 1620 Kings.
Yeah, look, Chef Jeff has been a very renowned player for playing some of the shotguns, some of the more of the prone when plays, and honestly, yeah, look, a very able gamer now manning a whole new refreshed 1620 Kings roster.
You can just see them on your screen. They're hyped. They're ready to go. Jeff, probably one of the most eloquent players in this competition. We've talked to him a few times. Look at that. Tester just staring at the screen. Deep into your soul. KJ Assassin, newly into the Oceanic Challenger League with this team. Machine.
Oh my God,
Man
Machine.
is keen. Man is like, I don't even know what FOV that would be.
Holy, the angle of the monitor. Yeah, he is living up to his name. Absolute machine there. Gee whiz. But on the side of Antic, look, yeah, the team looking very focused, very ready. Like you said, not a whole lot of changes. All of them have played together rather frequently, bar maybe River, but I would assume as well, ever since the transfer window being opened up, the man, myth, legend is back into the swing of things.
Look at
What
that
is
room. That is a
Bronwyn's
student
room?
room. That is a
Jeez.
student room if I have ever seen. Look at that. 2 extra mice, 3 keyboards. Nasty. Look, he's more, he's here down to earth. He's got the pre-workout and the post-workout down there. Keen to go to Pika. He's come back to Oceanic Challenger League. He took a bit of a break. He's back, ready to go. This man is an absolute demon when he hits his mark. And as we come into it, Cthulhu, we're going to be turning our heads to the map veto in just a second. Both these teams proved themselves forces to be reckoned with at different times throughout the Oceanic Challenger League in 2021. They're now coming in, looking to make a mark here in 2022. and I could not be more excited to see where they're going to be playing, how they're going to be duking it out, and I mean, most excitedly, Chef Jeff versus Coach ProWin. Who is the better shotgun connoisseur?
Yeah, worth mentioning though, it is a bit of a kind of a friendly rivalry. The two players are good mates again as well. But yeah, look, playing and seeing those two teams really play against each other would be rather interesting and, well, different to a certain degree. Honestly, yeah. For Antic, they're looking to bring that revenge ever since the playoffs of Stage 3 for 1620 Kings. They want to just set a new bar, set a new height for themselves, given the fact that they were kind of continuously fighting themselves in the middle of the leaderboard back in Stage 3 of 2021.
Chef Jeff failed to make playoffs for 2 of the 3 stages. They then end up second overall for the year in the Oceanic Challenge League 2021. Now coming into this year, they're starting fresh. And speaking of fresh, where are we going? What are our map vetoes? Hopefully we get something a bit fresh. Not Villa once again, because if we go there more than twice, it'll be very, very sad.
Special. What do you mean?
Yeah, no, he likes the map once again. He's no longer a hater. But we go into Clubhouse. We are going to the quintessential, the crucible of ANZ Rainbow Six Siege. This map is the map that your team should know and play well.
Yeah, we're back onto being Oceanic Clubhouse League now, it seems. Before it was known as Oceanic Chalet, and before it was the Oregon Clubhouse League. For now, though, well, we will have to limit ourselves with just the Clubhouse. Yeah, like you said, the map that has been overstratted up to the absolute, many ways. And honestly, I'm just keen, because funnily enough, this was the map that was played between 1620 Kings and F5 back in the playoffs. By both of these teams, and it was a map win for 1620 Kings off the back of just rather unfortunate misplays back then by F5. So, road to redemption, maybe?
Well, we will have to find out once we get into the server. Of course, it's Clubhouse, it's a staple. It's going to be an interesting one, of course, especially with those 2 very, very prominent shotgun players on each team. Defense is going to be a hell of a ride on this map. I am expecting some very, very exciting stuff, and look, if ProWin doesn't prone peek a corner with a shotgun in hand, it won't be Siege.
How many though do you reckon how many times we will be seeing an M870 come out from Chef Jeff, say on something like a Bandit or a Jaeger though? Because that is his one of the key weapons, if not the M590 of SAS operators.
I can't say. I mean, we saw Stage 3. He went through a bit of a role change with the team. He was playing, more support, more that flex role. He wasn't quite that anchor, hard breacher that he was used to. So now maybe that new change in the new year, he gets to go back to what he's good at. But here we go. We're into Clubhouse Match 2 of this 2022 season. Cthulhu 1620 Kings taking on Antic R6. And ironically enough, this isn't the only match these two orgs are playing. They're also competing in Counter-Strike tonight.
Curious which org will be able to take the double dub. Well, at the moment, curious to see who will be the winner. We actually even have on the socials, the Kraken has already posted their predictions like they did in the previous seasons. We're actually seeing a prediction of a 5-7 from NZ Frankie towards the 1620 Kings, and then a prediction of who from Elements.
Yeah, it's understandable. I mean, someone's got to play into the Luna banter, but I noticed that Tiltec was completely... Oh, okay! All right, we're kicking things off.
Getting spicy out here. Albeit Monty is a little bit of a nuisance operator to really deal against, especially when you are playing, say, something like CCTV and Cash. Having that shield presence on the rosters is rather problematic.
But this isn't Kraken Esports. This isn't Hunter playing Monty.
Still, though, I would imagine it would be a bit of a pen in the butt. But the rest of the bans have been rather normal. And apart from the fact that I just realized Hunter's prediction in that tweet egoed my DM. Thank you.
Sounds about
Hunter,
right.
very cool.
But, okay, Cthulhu. We are going to bar stage first, and forget all the attack picks. There's no six pick. There's no changing. It's attack repicks. The chances are all 5 of these operators are going to be gone by the time we actually get into the round. But bar and stage to kick things off.
What if this is a fully locked lineup? Yinglas DeKB. 3 of these operators have the smokes. On top of that, KJ with Capital smoke bolts and Blackbeard with the ballistic shield to possibly be the entry fragger. Pain. That's the only way to describe it. It's going to be painful to deal with this, and I'm curious how will Antic really respond to all of this, given the sheer pain that could be really brought out in general.
Well, it looks like we are going to get that vertical setup as well. Antics going above. They want to keep that vert control in their own possession right now. Not the craziest of lineups. This is something that we have seen previously. I mean, look, we've got the Alibi, probably the least conventional operator in this lineup. But Pika on the Echo, back in the Oceanic Challenge League. I'm keen to see what he can do.
Curious how will
Attackers must locate and
Really?
defuse the bomb.
the whole team really play out. Pika, from my memory, has been a rather correct gunner going into some of the matches, at least from what I've seen from some of the rank clips. But obviously this is far from being ranked, but still could go rather ballistic. Interesting choice of Russian red dot onto SMG-11. I do rate that red dot. Certainly is a rather clean sight picture, but apart from that, really, it's quite a fast approach. Machine and Chef Jeff already pushing the rafters.
I mean, it's also worth remembering Pika on his oh my lord, nasty, living up to his name, Jeff Foes. I was just about to say Pika, before his entry into the Oceanic Challenge League, set the community on fire with the way that he played. So there was a pretty decisive divide in that community and whether his legitness was in case. But right now, first kill found, hard breacher down. Luckily, K16 have 2 more.
We haven't really touched up on the fact that this is now a completely different attacking roster. Obviously, none of that rushing stuff, none of that just smoke dump stuff at all. Instead, it's a much more balanced out, well, lineup of the operators. But apart from that, really, still K16 are a little bit struggling to kickstart their push. And as of now, well, a take up from top to bottom is in play. Test a phenomenal shot though onto Nasty, does shut things down. It's all down to, I believe, the alibi of River.
4 versus 4, heading into the second half of the round. River looks for it, but not finding much of anything. Logi Hatch as well being open up means that there are multiple angles that Antic now needs to worry about to try and deter the entry in. Spot on the drone, but withdraws back to main stairs. Wants to keep himself alive for the remainder.
Absolutely. Well, with the River falling back, that's the whole top floor now overtaken. Wazoo holding his angle at the hatch very carefully. He knows he has the angle and he knows he has the drop. C4 already expended. No more of that explosive utility. It's all down to just the, well, just the gunfights, and Testa looking to just punch down that whole castle barricade in hopes of finding that first opener and to try to cut off maybe a couple more of the rotations, really.
We're in above, but it is still only above. Remember, this is a bar stage bomb site, not dim bedroom, which I know you can get a bit confused about. And KJ on the main stairs right now. Wazoo waiting by billiards, sees the barricade pop, going into the final 18. It's Owen to find one before being traded. It's going to be an absolute mess. The swing in a moment. Wazoo catches Machine unawares to force the 2v3. Now at 3v1. It's all down to Testa, who cops the shorty to the side. K16 kicking things off with a very interesting round.
Sure is interesting indeed, but Antic instead just holding their ground rather well. And I do have to say, positioning from Wazoo has been rather clinical despite all the things, and despite all the, well, the chaos that was slowly unraveling. Church and Arsenal room is going to be the next choice though for Antic R6, given the quite a solid performance. I do have to say that bar and stage so far has been a rather solid turnout, given just the sheer confusion that it initially introduced, it seems, to the attacking side. It certainly worked out rather well, but going into the Church and Arsenal, I'm curious how much of an expansion to the vertical game is going to be done, given that Nasty has decided to completely lean into the whole roaming idea with the vigil pick. On top of it all, the introduction of the Lucy by River, that should allow a few more seconds before the actual push does happen, but again, it will be still under all a big question mark. Very heavy though setup of the utility upstairs, which is rather curious to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot of investment right now. I mean, this is almost an SSG-esque style roam that we are seeing right now, which is not something that has been in the meta for a while.
Yeah, look, we've usually been kind of outing any kind of chances of roaming upstairs when it's a church and arsenal, quoting and citing the ye old SSG-esque setups, but this is slightly different. This is a bit more of an evolution. Wazoo to hold solely on the ground floor, but obviously has all the points of rotation rather quickly set up by himself, so in case of any imminent danger, he will be able to rotate pretty quickly. I'm curious what will be the end result of it all, given look at the sheer amount of rotations. Nasty's position is going to be probably the most important one to really look at.
There's so much to look at. That's the wild thing. There's so much that 1620 Kings will now need to deal with. In the first minute gone, they will get Jacuzzi wall open. Wazoo down below, I mean, Owen there as well. They know that that wall has been opened. The communication is there. There's a lot of presence. In fact, 3 of 5 bodies were on that first floor, around bar, around billiards. 1620 Kings, they can feel it. There's got to be someone here. There's so much invested. Why is there not anyone here?
Yeah, they have a bit of an inkling as to, maybe with a slight bit of confusion as to what is happening. Where's all that presence? Why has there been so much of that emphasis on that rotation? But it's all been a ruse to drain out time even further. C4s are flying in, but to no avail, obviously. But you look at the timer. Half a round has been drained with not a single, well, bit of damage dealt to either one of the rosters. There is an inkling that there may be some positioning around the strip club and even just the static from the Vigil's utility will be able to confirm that. Chef Jeff does know exactly of that case. But is it going to be more so of a case of them just ignoring and rather holding a rotation position, or are they actually going to spend time to try to clear them out? And it seems like the answer is they're going to try to just completely ignore it and try to play for that momentum.
These drones not nearly revealing as much information as I think the 1620 Kings would like. They've done a decent job in terms of setting up this vert, but it hasn't netted them any sort of advantage. And Test it finally heading towards dirt, notices that it's not reinforced. In fact, they've barricaded the other end. Cthulhu heading into the final 20. There's a lot that could go wrong. We are seeing those ex-Kairos start to open things up, but there's just so much work that the 1620 Kings need to be doing for them to be able to pick this round up. And they're leaving it. How are they leaving it this late? There's 10 seconds left in the round. It's all kicking off. Both kills opening the round go to Antic, a third to Antic. It's all falling apart here. What is 1620 Kings doing? They find one, but that's going to be it. The round completely falls apart.
Not too sure what happened there for K16. A little bit of a head scratcher, not gonna lie. On the side of Antic, though, they would be rather happy with this turnout. A quick sip of the game of juice and, well, back into the play and into the swing of things. Gotta say, though, quick, calm, and collected, they are making sure that they are nailing their plays, nailing their shots, and as of now, so far, all their setups worked out rather well. Now, going into the tertiary setup, though, gym bedroom is the next choice. I am rather curious how will this really play out, given the fact that they are locking in Frost for pickers. So a heavy play for the windows will be looked upon, plus the ability to obviously deny a fair few of the projectiles. Curious how will on top of the Frost the alibi pick will really work into the play, given the fact that, well, theoretically, both of those utilities, to a certain degree, prevent the entry through the windows, or rather can be used.
I mean, we've seen some big stuff out of the Frost pick in the Oceanic Challenger League, so I'm anticipating something very, very similar here this year. Why would that change? She's still relevant, she's still powerful, and we've seen a number of people get caught out by those traps.
Yeah.
Is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
The Frost setups could be rather deadly, especially the one through the rotation hole that Pika just jumped through, but haven't really seen any other big setups there. Wazoo's position could be rather dangerous, given that he is a bit isolated. A simple even frag grenade through that doorway in through the window could have been rather dangerous, but obviously no knowledge of that from K16. Wazoo at the first notice of the door being opened up does decide to bail out of that position, knowing that there is going to be a live drone. So for now, it's a bit of a calm before the storm, really, given that Owen's position needs to be reinforced sometime soon, and some presence on the rafters is already being pinged out.
A lot of people looking in towards CCTV. The Nitro, handily enough, opens the wall up there so that Jeff can look to push on through. Interestingly enough, we're seeing him on the Zofia, which is not traditionally one of the roles that he does play, although they've obviously identified the fact that they don't need to be committed as heavily into the hard breach as they are, so they can flex that off. He's playing the Zofia, he's got the lifeline and the LMG. He's going to make it work.
Absolutely. Well, still already some quality angles being set up. Wazoo's position now being set up. Oh no, flashbangs are going to be rather dangerous here. Needs to bail out. Does manage to keep holding his position. Doesn't reveal too much. In comes the swing, but will be dying to the hands of Machine.
Oh,
No, the Frostbat comes in big.
From beyond the grave, well, not necessarily. Pika is still alive, but the avenging Frostmat does clip Machine there. He's going to be picked up, of course. He's got the nano boost in play as well, but I mean, it's health down the drain. You have to commit those to heal up. Going into the final minute, it's something that Antic can use, but they are still down 2 players.
Absolutely. Well, Nasty's trying his best to keep up with the whole momentum right now, given just 2 of his teammates were felled, and there's already been a breach. 2 players locked in their positions and without really any ability to fall back. Testa could really introduce a whole lot of problems right now. Has the angle. Instead, it's Chef Jeff to open up on Pika.
Finds the angle. What a headshot there from River. Nasty rotating in, trying to catch the flank onto the players pushing into Jim. There was one outside on Jacuzzi. Spotted. Jeff does fell one of the 2 remainders. KJ follows up with the last. And the 16-20 Kings, they're not going to let history repeat itself. We aren't going to see the flurry of defensive rounds like we saw in map 1. It is going to be a round going the way of K16. My lord! That man is inside the game.
Certified retina burner there for Machine, but look, good to see that K16 do have kind of the talks going. Still a fair bit of smiling. It's nothing yet too frustrating for them.
He doesn't have his cup of tea though. Jeff and his cup of tea, name a more iconic duo.
Honestly, soon TM, I reckon. If we do get him on the interview, though, you do get a chance to really ask him where the cup be at. But look, in saying that, yes, K16 had a good round, but it's still a bit of a point deficit. Pardon me. What is weird, though, that Antic has actually decided to retry Gym Bedroom, which feels rather curious.
It's like they're trying to go everywhere but CCTV.
Yeah, that's the one thing I was just about to touch up upon. Yeah, no CCTV site pick, which I'm assuming is coming after they win Gym Bedroom, maybe. But keeping up that rotation does keep things weird and quirky in all sorts of way. But it's the question of whether the weird and quirky is a necessary thing here, really, or not. But I suppose they got relatively close to winning it out. But again, they need to make sure that they are nailing their positions and not really getting themselves isolated into those 1vx's, because Wazoo got pincered, poor Nasty got pincered, so they need to make sure that if they are roaming, it's a duo. If they are holding on site, they have each other's crossfires, because otherwise it's looking rather dire whenever 16-20 Kings do go in for that very aggressive momentum-based push.
Well, it's not going to be that rapid, heavy push style of approach that we saw or expected, given that initial attacker lineup we saw in round 1. But Jeff in Garage already, they are making those inroads into the building. No Wazoo setup on the top red this time. It's a slightly more passive setup from the side of Antic. And I think they're understanding that 16-20 Kings have found their momentum in this match.
There is, well. Speaking of the momentum, we might just about to see yet another one. C4 in comes. Oh, when this time does pick quite dearly with the health pool, but does manage to fall back rather promptly. This time as well, Wazoo, no more of that expansion. This time supporting his teammate around the construction area. Chef Jeff, look, he looks all prepped up. He wants to go in for the swing. He wants to start dealing damage.
He's been unleashed from that support role that he's been stuck on for so long. He's got an LMG. He's ready to go. Machine does have the construction window open, looking towards Logi. They want to be able to get that long angle through to Jim opened up as well, and that's exactly what Loney's going to be looking to do in a moment. But again, there is this stall out that costs 1620 Kings that basement round. They need to accelerate if they want a chance to win this. And River trying to prep the Nitro onto that condor, pops it, unfortunately, for no gain. But K16, they're going to lose one in that approach, and they just can't afford to be stalling out like this.
Not at all, but Machine does have some sort of a response on this one, is able to get himself also healed up, still has a couple of grenades ready to be tossed around, and at the moment it's not a completely forfeited round, just they do need to make sure that they are nailing their shots. A bank grenade over that whole pillow could have been rather big. Chef Jeff does not yet know about the presence of the Valkyrie, but Nasty has been spotted by Machine, so that is a good opener. Still plenty of rotations. Oh my lord, they fell all rather quickly, and it's Lonely to wrap it all up for this very round. Clean deal from K16 as they equalize the round count.
I mean, as stalled out as it was compared to that basement round, it was clinically efficient in the way they found the frags to close it 2-2 now. We equalise that round count. 1620 Kings just, easing themselves into the mat. They're there now. They're ready to go. With 2 rounds remaining, we're looking like this one could be a little bit more even than our first matchup.
Sure is. Well, looking to try to keep up that momentum, keep up that push for 1620 Kings. They are looking to ensure that they are not really fumbling the bag too many times. We've seen so far through Southeast Asia and some of the lower end leagues that teams do have that kind of element of fatigue maybe starting to settle in occasionally, or maybe some kind of miniature frustration. Could the Antic roster, though, return back to their form? Losing 2 rounds in a row in a rather rapid fashion, especially close to the conclusion of the round, does point to a few rather alarming signs, really, for Antic. But again, maybe a little bit too early to call for that, as we are only on round number 5.
Well, trying something a little bit different here. I mean, I'm curious as to the reasoning that Antic have opted to go back here, because last time they wanted it wasn't, and this sounds mean, I will admit that this sounds mean, it wasn't necessarily off of their own merit, and more because 1620 Kings severely stumbled in the close of the round. But second time around, Jeff is already at the end of dirt, having found the kill onto Owen. They've kicked things off with the reattempt in a pretty significant way.
Absolutely. With Owen out of the equation, though, things will be a little bit more dire. No C4s. Nasty about to get a bit of a nasty surprise, possibly by Testa, albeit does expect himself to be swung sometime soon. And yeah, there's the crossfire. Very prompt response. 1620 Kings. Good start, given the fact that they have been making an entry from rather similar positions, and Stan's Testa has been really kind of spearheading the push between himself, Chef Jeff, and Machine. So it's good to see that 1620 Kings kind of pitching onto the whole dilemma altogether.
Lazy though, towards bottom main, spotted by the drone, was waiting for someone to push down, and Jeff goes for a bit of a bang through the floor, not finding much traction off the back of it. The proximity alarm can chime away, but doesn't really matter. Oh, spots the player through the moto door. Knows that this is a death zone, and Wazoo just tucks out too far and cups some big shots. He's going to go again. No, you can't be re-peaking that.
Bomb located by
Can't afford that, really. And Chef Jeff, just like that, is already on side. Finds
in,
one
he's
more. He's in. That's a triple. Can he find a quad, though? Not yet. Maybe it's a rotation coming about.
Yeah, he's just going to do it. A flawless round for the Kings. What is going on?
Well, I'll tell you, Panda, what's going on. It's the LMG. It just goes brrr, and well, you get just the frags. It's the 150 round box mag, and that's all you really need to know. Chef Jeff, though, looks a little bit rattled.
That is the most uncharacteristic round from Chef Jeff I have seen in my time cast in the OCL. He got 4 kills, and not one of them was with a shotgun.
A reformed man, maybe, Panda.
No, the joke translates so well that he can't even get kills without a shotgun in Valorant.
Oof.
Defenders protect
Oh,
your bomb
maybe
defused by attackers.
Valorant is going to be his next career choice later down the line. For the time being, it's Siege all the way, baby. As so far, 16-20 Kings. Possibly about to make Clubhouse attacker-sided, really. At least stat-wise for the first day. Given so far just how well that whole return to form has been. First initial 2 rounds, completely fumbled. And then from there on, 3 rounds in a row, complete obliteration with no chances given whatsoever. So far, so good. K16 looking quite nice. I do want to point out, KJ being kind of the streamer, the content creator. Look, at least he's getting the breaches going.
I thought you were going to say at least he's getting the impressions up. But either way,
At least he's getting the impressions up as well. Yeah, true. That's a good
he's
point.
the Maverick. He's not the one meant to be fragging out. It's not his job. It's Jeff's. Strangely enough, as odd as that is to say. Machine kicks things off with a big kill all the way over in Jim. Nasty. Taken off the board immediately.
Yeah, Nasty being the big player for that team, usually required to stay alive for a little bit longer. But with him out of the equation, things are certainly going to be a whole lot more difficult. Sporting an unfortunate 2-5 scoreline, things are certainly looking rather dire. Pika, though, could be really be the one to really step up between him and Wazoo. Wazoo needs to keep up his whole bandit trick and shenanigans, whereas Pika should be the one to cover things up a little bit. KJ and the rest of the team are still yet to try to figure out what exactly needs to be done as they want to flush out Pika from that position.
Jeff relocating over. I imagine they're probably going to go for some sort of concussion play onto the CCTV wall. Enable Lonely to get things... Oh, there's a player in the master bedroom. We've seen lineups already today. Do we get another one? Oh, my lord. Good night. Wazoo swings it, and somehow Owen's jump out does not pay. KJ finds him. That's your smoke off the board. That's your nitro off the board. And Nasty as well. One of your primary fraggers relegated to the sidelines. It is down to River and Pika to try and clutch this one up here, Cthulhu. And it may not be a case of get to the dying 10 seconds. There is 5 players available for 60-20 Kings. Pika swings onto the CCTV window. Nothing. Absolutely nothing found. And you can see 16-20 Kings, they're going to play this one smart. They're going to drone out. They want that information before they commit.
Yeah, they want to make sure to lock things down. They don't want to throw out any kind of disadvantage or point and player advantage, really, given that they are quite familiar to some of the rather unfortunate turnouts that happened to some of their other contestants within OCL in the previous season. So they want to make sure that they lock things down. 53 seconds to go. They can't really fumble the bag here at all. And Pika needs to be shut down rather quickly because he is the one to possibly go in for some of the swings. Has to contest 3 different angles, which would be rather problematic for him to keep up with. But 38 seconds to go. Well, it's time to go.
Jeff finds Pika, and it's down to River to clutch. He drops, pushing up red, trying to catch Jeff from behind, but no, back to back. Flawless rounds to close the half, and that is 4 in a row for the 16-20 Kings.
Well. K16 ending the first half on a 4-2 scoreline. A very nice and clean performance as KJ gets nice and close to the microphone just to, you know, provide some soothing moral support for the rest of the team to keep up the morale, keep up the strength. And look, going on to the defense, I'm curious how will K16 really react to all of this, because Antic are already looking like they bring in some rather interesting lineup in the case of having a triple heart breach.
We're back to basics, Cthulhu. Chef Jeff heading back to the M590, a place where he truly thrives in this game of Rainbow Six Siege. Not to mention the fact he's already 10-2, which is, I think, the highest scoreline that Jeff has... Actually, no, that's not entirely true. He went back-to-back weeks, so I think it was 17 kills in Stage 1 of last year's OCL. But him saying that, this is uncharacteristic of him anyway.
Oh, absolutely. It's definitely been a bit of a weird dynamic not seeing him with the shotgun at all in the first half, but now he's back into the swing of things. I'm I'd be rather curious how many of the rounds will he be able to acquire dubs with the pumpy. 10-2, by the way, Panda. Something that we usually roast the Chef Jeff of being kind of, you know, yeah, shotguns XD not really working, but the moment he got a little bit more serious with the LMG, look, already double digits and carrying the team on his back.
Did you see how much ground he covered in that last round, though? I mean, I think man would have got his 10,000 steps in that one round alone. He traversed the entire map and then some. But right now, kicking things off in their attack, Antic. You can see the Ying coming for Coach Pronewin. Something a little bit different once again. It seems to be the switch.
612
Shotguns out for an LMG.
Yeah, a little bit of a disappointment for Pronewin, honestly, given the fact that he was the one who initially, quote-unquote, pioneered the whole kind of prone shotguns. Not seeing him run with the 612 instead of the LMG feels a little bit of an unfortunate turnout, but memes aside, though, curious how will the Ying really play into the whole setup of Antic R6, but I say that Nasty, once again, copping an L. Chef Jeff says, hold this for me real quick, and, well, sends him back to the spectator. Tilted.
I mean, this is just where Jeff thrives. On the mute, on the smoke, he knows how to put it to work. The nitro in play, the shotgun in hand. Wazoo, though, having walked up Dirt Tunnel, is now just outside the site and ready to explode out onto it. He has the diffuser as well. We could see a smash grab plant coming through.
100% Wazoo already trying to be sneaky with his setups. Certainly trying to find some sort of an opener for his team to be that kind of that propelling force for Antic R6 to try to keep it as competitive as possible. Tester's position actually could be a very dangerous avenue really to work around, but the Echo drones, the hunt for the Red October coming in finally. The Yokai drone is going out. A swing coming in. Wazoo wants to take that. No, the F2 is just a little bit better. That pre-fire was rather dirty though.
Quintessential Jeff, you just spot. He's like, there's got to be a player here. I am gonna get this man. Unfortunately for him, he just had that little bit of extra time on him to get the gun out, get the pre-fire going. 1 for 1, you lose Jeff, you lose Nasty. 2 shotgun operators technically off the cards, but in saying that, the ground that has been taken is pretty significant. There are multiple avenues into the site right now.
100%, well. Already, the Ying Candelas are starting to go off. It's Pika to find an opener for himself. The plant is already starting to go down. 2v4 is upon us, but KJ wants to fight back. Pika is down Machine to finish him off, and already a bit of a pincer maneuver is coming about, albeit Machine wants to make sure that he has the vertical presence, and that will be the key play as the pings are coming about. Oh, there's one.
What a headshot. How does River eat that right now? Goes to the player outside the freezer. It's Wazoo rotating back around. Nasty's left the game. He's got complete faith that his team will be able to clutch this one up. KJ with the goo mine out towards Dirt Tunnel. Pings are coming through. Knows that he is being watched. Sits on the diffuser. He's got very limited time to make it happen. KJ, he's going to have to pull off. Unfortunately, it's too little too late. And Antic answer back with a messy, but a round win nonetheless.
Absolutely. Still a good decision. Still a good play for Antic R6 to get themselves back into the play. It seems like so far Clubhouse is certainly looking to be quite attack-oriented, at least in the context of this lineup of the players. And look, 4-3, scoreline definitely is getting us a whole lot closer to the infamous possible overtime. Really, with the way how things been going down, it's a bit of a back and forth trade. Pause though, of course, will be in play to get Nasty back into the play, and you can see Owen and River looking a little bit more focused, way less of the smiles compared to what we've seen from K16. They are looking to bring this back, given that currently, well, Antic are still on a round deficit.
Yeah, you can you just see them. You can see them. They won the round. Doesn't matter. They are laser focused. It's next round. That is the priority. Keep things flowing. K16, look, they are looking formidable. They really are. They unfortunately just stumbled there in that last round. I think maybe Jeff getting a bit over aggressive in towards that Dirt Tunnel play may have cost them a little bit more than they thought. Yeah, I mean, look, I would imagine the guy runs hot. I'm not surprised he's got to let that exhaust out, otherwise the steam, the heat builds up and it's just too much to handle.
100%. Look, I gotta say, this so far looking rather promising though. Chef out
Get off
here.
Instagram, Jeff.
Get off the
It's
Insta,
game
mate.
time.
Brother, it's time to game. Get off the phone. in all honesty though, I do want to see how things will really work out here for for K16, given that they had a very unfortunate turnout throughout majority of 2021. Chef Jeff kind of tumbled around in different rosters, and now going into all of this, it's Testa and him to try to hold on to kind of the legacy of K16. And to be fair, look, so far so good, but they do need to make sure that they're keeping up on top of their game. But well, we're back onto the Insta game though.
They're all jumping in the group chat. Someone's sending memes. They've got to vet them, give them the seal of approval, the K16 seal. Everyone knows that is one that is hard to come by. That or it's, yeah, sorry, Mum, I'm going to be a little bit late for dinner. Hold off for now. We'll regroup soon.
Certainly. Well, curious what could be sorted here for our disconnect. Really rather unfortunate that Nasty just really couldn't hold himself from a cheeky rage quit. But I mean, it is obviously a meme. It is obviously a bit of a cheeky trolling. Hopefully everything is all good in regards to the technical department for the player, given the fact that he was not really feeling a little bit too hot when it came down to some of those opener gunfights, and fortunately only was able to find 2 frags to his name throughout the whole matchup so far. So the rest of the Antic, though, they are keeping things rather competitive. Wazoo's push through the dirt tunnel certainly opened the things up rather well and allowed Antic to make that entry onto the site in a previous round in a rather clean way, to the point where really K16 were kind of scrambling for the last moments of notice, really, to find any sort of angles.
Still having some minor issues with Nasty getting him back into the game, of course. But, I mean, look, at the moment, very even run of things so far. Neither team completely immune from those mistakes which have plagued others already today. So, I mean, what do you reckon? Is it the case of whoever tightens up those mistakes gets them, eradicates them first, or is it just the team that makes the least of them for the remainder of the map that picks it up?
I think it's more so, yeah, just the game about just teams making the least amount of mistakes really here. At the moment, both teams are running a rather tight grip on their just performance. And
is that an anime sleeve that
sure
Owen
is.
Of
a
course
double.
It is. Why
My
am I not
man's is
surprised?
double sleeved up in here, ready to absolutely game on gamers.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, look, me neither. Not surprised at all, but genuinely, so far, Owen, well, did a few bits of gaming. The gaming has been conducted rather thoroughly.
Has Owen got soy milk on his desk behind him?
That is, in fact, soy milk, yeah.
He's got his G Fuel. Please don't tell me he makes his G Fuel with soy milk. I might actually cry.
That's kind of foul, not gonna lie.
I mean, it's on the table next to it. Tell me he's not making it with Vitasoy.
Yep.
We'll have to ask him if he gets into the interview. Obviously, that would... I'm imagining he's our interviewer if Antic does win. But, I mean, look. There's only so much you can read into things, and I don't like what I'm reading right now. Get me a new book.
Get you a new book. Yeah, all right, no worries. Look, I definitely have to...
Oh, there we go.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Well,
the K16 camp is good. We have Jeff.
There.
He's reclined. He's good. Well, everyone knows. If Jeff is leaning back during a timeout, even pre-match, everything's going to be fine. It just works out that way.
All works out. All is there and ready to roll. Look, I gotta say, though, kudos to Chef Jeff. The man had a bit of a fumbling moment. Back when Ornami was on the team, he was originally the one who kind of stole the thunder in week 1. Unfortunately, we're not going to be talking about the rest of the stage 3 for Ornami. But Chef Jeff in the opening week for K16 actually kind of cracked. Not gonna lie. Yes, it is a Zoff LMG, but regardless of that, you could still fumble the bag with the Zoff LMG on quite a fair few occasions. So with him being able to keep it stable and keep pushing his team further is a good thing. KJ's introduction here, look, he's been doing a decent enough job on the utility. He's been pushing to, well, as much as he can, but unfortunately just mechanical department has been a little bit lackluster for the time being. Obviously, I would imagine that a few more scrims and a few more practices and the things will get ironed out. So wouldn't be doubting that just yet. I am though quite curious how will Machine though be able to improve, given that he kind of almost plays in a similar kind of role as to what Chef Jeff been doing on the attack, but with a Finka LMG. So
I thought I was going to say he sort of replaced Dornami almost seamlessly. Like, the guy does his job as a Finka. He's hitting the shots. He's keeping the players alive. Look at him. He's just chuffed. He's absolutely stoked to be here. And from the looks of the things, we might be getting back into this game in just a moment, Cthulhu. Where we left off, we're heading into round number 8, and things were nearly neck and neck. But, I mean, there is a lot that can go into a break this long, of course. I mean, it can store momentum. It can give a team that time that they need to figure things out. This could be make or break this next round.
absolutely, yeah. We haven't really touched up yet on the results of such long tech pause, given that, yeah, look, the momentum that so far Antic were able to gain could have been absolutely thwarted because of that, or as a matter of fact could be giving them enough time to really talk it out even further. Given that this is their first win on the attack, they should be able to kind of talk it all out, figure out what was the actual round winning formula. From there on, try to double down on that. Whereas on the side of the 1620 Kings, look, yeah, first round, yep, look, quite unfortunate. Let's try to avoid us getting all isolated, because basically it was a matter of just isolation and that very quick momentum swing that Wazoo and co were able to do in a rather timely fashion. So something that, again, will need to be rather quickly addressed is that momentum play that so far I don't think 1620 Kings are yet ready, and the emphasis is on yet.
Well, time will continue dragging on until we get Nasty back into the lobby. I mean, so far we've seen Villa, we've seen Clubhouse, we've gone rather strat intensive. Unfortunately, with Coastline being removed from the competitive pool, we sort of detract from that frag heavy style of map in the play. I mean, unless we get something like a chalet, a theme park potentially, we are probably going to see a very strat heavy evening. And I mean, the big thing, there we go, we've got him back. So he's back in the call at the very least. So he got his cams on. He's got his fishing rod in the back there, so he's ready to hook something right now. Hopefully he can hook back into the server and get things underway. And there we go, back into the round, back into the 8th. Nasty in the server, and both teams ready to rock.
And Gym Bedroom, it is going to be the choice for the second site. Okay, 16 to hold. Thorn introduced into the roster. The operator that, once again, I've been kind of initially talking about, that has the ability to have a good amount of synergy, but as a solo operator feels rather lackluster, at least in the utility department. Guns, though, pretty solid. You have a CZ75 as your secondary, or the Mavericks 1911 pistol, or and for the primary you have the Uzi, well, basically the 50 cal Uzi, or the M870. Two still really good guns to really work around. But the utility could be rather interestingly played in tandem. If you remember back in the ye old days, where you could have the whole combination of Frost and Legion, where the moment somebody gets frosted, you put the Legion there, it will instantly finish them off. In a similar fashion, now the Thorn Mine could really be used, but again, no Frost will be rather brought out here by K16. Instead, I would imagine it will be used to play to force the attackers out of those positions and playing around the barbed wire as well on the stairs.
I mean, for a while we had, Warden was sort of that crutch operator if you didn't know who to bring, but you wanted a shield and play. I think we might just see Thorn fill that role from now on, given that obviously Warden's glasses are a little bit more niche than the Razor Blooms. True. But right now, Pika on the hard breach is starting to open the CCTV window, going to open both panels, it would seem. But, I mean, it's a gym bedroom. They've still got to clear all the way across to get to the site.
There's still quite a fair few breaches that need to be conducted, so we'll have to watch and learn as to what will Antic really bring out. Not a whole lot of changes, funnily enough, from the lineup. Wazoo still sticking around to the Twitch, and he's been rather clinical with that operator, especially on the F2. Rather cracked on the plays. Nasty finally does good for himself. It does get the better of Chef Jeff, his basically arch nemesis. That's the mute gone. That's the C4. That's the shotguns SMG 11 player. the roam player, as a matter of fact, completely done. And that cutoff through the con has become a little bit more dangerous.
Not the end of the world, but look, it's a pretty bleak circumstance to find yourself in. We see Twitch drone making its way in towards that red 90 position. The jacuzzi wall well and truly opened up nice and wide there. So Antic, they do have avenues into the site right now, and with half of the K16 roster separated over that CCTV side of things, we could see, again, hit the site, get it nice and quick, get that plant down before K16 can react.
Exactly is, with Pika finding his own opening. That could be big.
No.
Another swing, in comes Testa. Very ballsy play there. Does get the better of Pika, but again, the trade has already been done. Not particularly in the favor of K16, but regardless, keeping up that pressure. No more frag grenades for Pika, albeit it still leaves the play in the hands of River.
Not the ideal situation, but I mean, taking a gun off the board at any situation is the ideal. Tester for a second goes down outside on that highway position. Wazoo swings in, finds the lonely Tester finished off, and it is down to KJ. Alone in Logi. Wazoo on the plant player, rotating towards top main. Nasty whiffs the opportunity. Does not find it, and the spray is good from Wazoo. Antic are able to equalize.
There we go, back to a 4 apiece. Antic feeling, finally, feeling hot. Feeling back into the swing of things. Comparative to what was their first half, things certainly were looking rather bleak once the K16 squad started ramping up their momentum. Rather a bit unfortunate, to say the very least, but look, for K16 it's still not over yet, and neither it is for Antic. Both rosters still need 3 more rounds to win it out in a regular play, and the CCTV does finally come around. The side that was only played by the conclusion of the first half, we are finally seeing only halfway through the second one by 1620 Kings.
Right now, the biggest problem that is, well, evident on screen at the moment is Chef Jeff and his big shoulders right now. He's doing a lot of that leg work in terms of carrying the team, and now that we've headed over to the defense, it's not necessarily an option, given that, you know, he's transitioned from a Zofia LMG, where he was able to just run and gun and mow down his opponents, to playing an anchor with a shotgun, where he, well, not necessarily an anchor, playing an operator with a shotgun, where he's got limited recoil, rate of fire, and he just can't quite provide what he provided on the attack. And Antic, it has given them an avenue back in.
Yeah. On top of it all, look, it's definitely been a bit of a questionable moment from, say, players like, say, even Lonely, from players like KJ. Just things been a little bit still questionable, given that, well, Lonely was theoretically part of the K16 roster, but never really seen the actual appearance, I believe, during the 2021 season. I've been saying that finally the first appearance so far been a little bit of a quieter performance. Apart from that, 1620 Kings will want to keep up their own momentum. There is a breach coming in. Wazoo and the buck of, I believe, Nasty, yeah, making a breach and entry.
Well, they've got CCTV wall open as well, so this is the problem with this site. You need to approach it from multiple different angles. You can't all just funnel in through the same opening. Otherwise, it tends to be a bit of a meat grinder. Jeff kicks things off with a kill onto Pika, who, I mean, it's unfortunate. The AK-12 is a great gun, but is by no means the end of the world, given that CCTV's already been opened.
Yeah, the main objective has been concluded in that opening, that wall. So from there on, it's more so kind of trying to build your attack around that opener. And well, I say that, Machine does find his own one onto Owen. That's your second hard breacher, and that's, well, now if they do want to make any sort of hard breaching, it's all down to Nasty and his secondary hard breach devices. The utility that we don't really frequently see, but it's a very impactful one in the right hand, so could be the big momentum swinger. But again, with a minute 13 to go, it's all down to possibly just the gunfights.
Things are still once again heading towards the final minute mark. Antic, having met some resistance, now want to clear things out just a little bit more assuredly. Wazoo below heading to lounge, spots Jeff, but the shield is there in support. Frag grenade being cooked, tossed, eaten by the Whammy magnet. Now Jeff, he's going to be able to retreat back towards red stairs, sends a bit of damage downrange, but not going to hit the mark. Wazoo playing a dangerous game, testing the waters.
Man, oh man. Toying with danger really out here. 1620 Kings just trying to hold off this push. Very aggressive approach.
Oh.
River with a 1, nearly 2, but unfortunately that whole approach will be shut down.
Nasty walks on and finds one in cash, tucks in, alive for now, but Wazoo falls, leaving Nasty the lone survivor here for Antics. Player on red, goes for some shots, but that Toxic Canister is doing big damage. 12 now in play, and Nasty has to force the envelope, has to push the full, look at that, on the ground, lonely, the shotgun, well, he's looking the wrong way! Let's defuse it down, no, but what can you do? No time! The clock is the enemy of any attacking side. And K16 will bag themselves yet another round. This time, it's not their misplay that cost them, it's their opponents.
Yeah, look. A bit of a fumble from Antic, not gonna lie. Not a whole lot really to analyze there from the sheer fact that, well, Antics wanted to get a little bit more aggressive, and it was a very valid idea for River. Unfortunately, no support, no information that there will be a second person, and it was more so playing off a hunch, but the reaction speed was a little bit better. No presence on the bottom of the red stairs either meant that even if there was a, well, if they wanted a refrag, none would have came, so... At least it's good to see that there are talks happening. Nasty giving a bit of a lecture to the rest of the team, scolding them for either maybe misplay or miscommunication, and getting a cheeky French fry. And you know, gotta keep yourself energized.
Having a cheeky snack. Tech pause called, understandably so, off the back of that round. So they'll have their coach in, giving them a bit of a chat. I can't quite remember off the top of my head who the coach is for Antics. I would admit.
Well, Owen used to be
the... he was the coach, but then
coach.
then he said that he wanted to be main roster. I think it might be Face Cream in the coaching role at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, if kind of remembering back in the days of 2021 OCL, Face Cream kind of was that that almost, well, not the moral compass, but the person who would, you know, sometimes go take a moment and say, boys, you need to chill, we need to calm down, we need to get back on our play, on our usual stuff, and then, well, return back to the greatness. So I think this is exactly where we are going to be finding ourselves in, is just Face Cream and Nasty kind of trying to calm down that new blood and just trying to set their minds straight.
Indeed. Indeed. But right now, I mean, this is, again, one of those make or break moments in a matchup. 1620 Kings are 2 rounds away from victory and securing the full 3 points. Antic, still only the 1 point behind. Still well and truly in this matchup.
Absolutely. Antic could still really bring this back. It's all about a matter of just making sure that they nail their plays, nail their performance, and their comms, because comms have been really a big talking point, as a matter of fact, especially for the two of us when we were watching some of the other leagues as well, the Operation League qualifiers as well. It certainly, you can see when the team is very disconnected, when it's all being reverted back, pardon me, to the to solo plays, to kind of teams not really listening to the call-outs either, all the calls of the shot callers, so it's all kind of a bit of an initial mess. But again, full possible send would have been there from River, but instead it's just to open up the hatch and trying to get some sort of info gather.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage in the match, both teams can sense how close that victory is. So they are going to be playing this one reasonably, well, you'd imagine reasonably smart, given the circumstances, but I mean, it's the OCL, this is the proving ground before you hit the OCN, so you want to iron out a lot of those bugs before you get to that point, and so unfortunately some of them are still prevalent.
100%, so much information being gathered. River knows that there's some presence, knows that the hatch is being very closely watched, Testa being meanwhile contested by Nasty as well. No matter what kind of angles you hold, Chef Jeff instead gets the better of River somehow, and that is probably the most amusing part out of all of this. Tesla needs to find a rotation, but Wazoo and Owen, meanwhile, do manage to equalize and push the envelope in their favor.
1 taken, but 2 lost. Unfortunate at the end of the day, especially for K16, when they were that much closer to the map point. Losing Machine, losing Testa. The 2 second and third highest fraggers on the team as well. So Jeff, with as much health as he does have, has a little bit more work to do in this round. Final minute. A lot of avenues open and four very, very healthy members of the Antics roster. Oh, that shock trode might have done it. This could be dangerous for Jeff. If he gets tased out here, this all but certainly puts 16-20 Kings in the grave in round 10.
Yeah, that would be rather frustrating to watch him just die to this kind of way, but now he gets to live. 35 seconds to go. The push could be happening anytime soon. The final drones are getting the information in, and well, the drop down could be happening sometime soon. Pika could be the one to spearhead the push, so is Wazoo. The smoke grenade's down. It will be the final time to push. 20 seconds. It's about to go down.
Primed and ready on those hatches. The Selma to open up the wall, but it's not to be. The hatch dropped the whiff, but Owen still goes down to KJ. Jeff finds one from somewhere, two from somewhere. Peak is on the plant, which means it's a lone Wazoo. Prone in the corner. They find one, but it's just one. Pika, he's got 1 second. Jeff should have this one freely in the bag. He's just got to get there. The knife. K16. Jeff with a point of health and a dream makes it a reality.
Ace. K16. Oh, they're back into the play, back into the form and the swing of things. Match point in their hands. Chef Jeff looking a little bit concerned after what has concluded during that round, but regardless, still a win is a win. Albeit it did go down to a bit of a cheeky 1v1 situation, but regardless, yeah, look, a few giggles here and there. A few memes being exchanged. So far, so good. We're possibly looking at wrapping it up at a 7-4 scoreline. Basically the same scoreline as our first matchup just finished.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was anywhere near like
look,
our
it would
first
still
match.
be the same scoreline.
It would still be the
it's a
same
different
scoreline,
pacing.
but a completely different story to get there. Jeff, 15-5 in his first match of the OCL in 2022. Who wrote this story? Because I was not expecting it to play out like this.
Absolutely. It's definitely been a bit of a wild ride for the Shotgun main, but look, I mean, the 3 KD is certainly looking rather flashy, I have to say, Panda, for Chef Jeff. It's, okay. Thing of beauty to witness. Quite a rarity nowadays as well within OCL, seeing some of the players with, not really pointing at any certain buck players, but look, it is what it is. Frantic, they still have a chance, albeit a rather small one, but chance nonetheless, to make 2-point win streak and push themselves to overtime, deny the 3-pointer for 16-20 Kings. And that would be still rather upsetting for K16 if they do end up winning, but only on OT.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, denying that point for Antic will be something. You take your victories where you can, however small they are. Machine over in Cash looking to get aggressive onto this CCTV wall once it pops open. Looks like there might have been a bit of a misburn with the torch. And yeah, I think understandably Pika said, I've kind of messed this one up, so I'm going to vacate for now. Head somewhere else. Nasty opening up the con wall as well. They want to be able to shut down a lot of these rotations so they can actually lock down the site for themselves.
Speaking of the openings and rotations, quite a few of them could be possibly cut off sometime soon. The breach is done, and Wazoo is getting on the way with the Twitch drone. Has been quite favoring this operator for a while, and it's been certainly quite a nuisance to really deal with, especially with the way how he was positioning the drones. The information gathered so far doesn't really confirm Chef Jeff's position, which could be rather problematic later down the line. Well, but I say that more so problematic for Antic rather than 16-20 Kings, but Chef Jeff has done a full rotation, has the drone spotted. No, Nasty already saw him, needs to capitalize on that information.
I'm not quite sure where that nitro cell went. I'm positive Jeff threw a nitro, but it's Wazoo to open up onto Tester. Answered back in kind. Jeff pushing up main in trouble, but Machine bags himself a double over the CCTV side of things. This final minute is going to be a hectic one. River locked down on highway and a bit of trouble. Machine now tucked into the master bedroom. Might just be able to stall this play out.
Oh, Machine, if he hits the shot onto Wazoo, that will be the big shot down that is needed for K16 here to push the envelope in there. And Wazoo comes around. Nasty is on the stairs as well. This will be a very much of a pressure towards the gym push, but the shotgun is also in play from Lonely. So as long as they keep their position safe and sound, this could be possible.
That was an interesting transition. I thought for a second, all of a sudden, the gem and I had teleported to main stairs. Sky just playing with us a little bit. Player on the bomb. Chassis River falls. Lonely with a shotgun that's diffused
Big.
control down. They know he's in the bathroom. He's tucked into the showers for now. Lonely gets the kill onto Nasty. It's
Big.
Wazoo, but he can't do it. 16-20 Kings bag the win in week 1.
There we go. A 7-4 victory for K16. Straight off the back. Coming in with a full swing 3-pointer for themselves as well, securing all of it and solidifying their position on the top parts of the leaderboard. You see the smirks, the smiles. Chef Jeff is definitely quite happy with the first results of the roster, albeit quite a fair few things do need to be, well, fully sorted out. And you got to see.
Look at that. Look at this
You'll
smile.
Love that. You'll love that smile from Machine.
Man is absolutely stoked, and the 16-20 Kings may not have won the OCL finals last year, but they've won here tonight. I couldn't tell you how the Counter-Strike went, but they've beaten Antic in one aspect of the esports sphere. 7-4, nothing to snooze at whatsoever, especially on a map like Clubhouse.
Absolutely, yeah, look, a solid victory, a good composure that was kept there from K16, and honestly, yeah, look, whilst Chef Jeff did go down in the final few rounds, the rest of the team was able to really bring in their A game. And a hold, look, they didn't do anything too fancy, apart from Machine just going absolutely ballistic around the cash and CCTV area and construction. Look, the rest of the team was able to hold their position, make sure they don't whiff their shots, and, well, from there on, it was a clean bag, pretty much, of the dub. So, well done, well played. Unfortunately for Antics, though, they started off really well. They started rather strong on the defense. Unfortunately, from there on, just things didn't really line up for them. It was either the frustration, maybe the initial jitters yet again coming into the play, maybe even just the sheer frustration from Nasty's initial tech difficulties. Who knows? But at the end of the day, unfortunately, no points for them at all.
Yeah, it's a rough start, but look, they've still got 6 more weeks to play to try and get themselves up that leaderboard. 16-20 Kings. I mean, last stage, in Stage 3 of 2021, Archie was a standout player for the team. He has since been incorporated, well, I would imagine, into other rosters. He's no longer with the team, so that literally just tracks. That's the way it goes. But, I mean, we are seeing a more well-rounded 16-20 Kings. Everyone is showing up. Everyone is contributing. Yes, Jeff went huge, but in saying that, there were still moments where he wasn't able to contribute that the rest of the team did step up.
Absolutely, yeah, look, I 100% agree with you. And it seems like it's a bit of a role switch, at least on the attack for Chef Jeff as well. That kind of fitted him rather well. The Zafia on the LMG was certainly a solid decision, and whenever there were a few shortcomings from Chef Jeff, Machine was straight away then and there ready to frag out of his mind. So it's, yeah, a very well balanced roster that so far, I mean, week 1 certainly worked out rather well, albeit certain kinks do need to be fixed up later down the line.
Well, speaking of the Bishop of Boomstick, the Prince of the Powder Keg, it's Chef Jeff from the 16-20 Kings coming in for a chat. Jeff, welcome back, my friend. You come into 2022, you take day 1 by storm. How is it playing with this new refreshed roster?
A lot of fun, you know. Like, I think the off-season was very hectic for everyone, and we didn't quite have, like, I don't know, I feel like there was a lot of changes that we intended to make, and a lot of things went different. Like, Archie got picked up by Onami, Japer wanted to take a step back from playing competitive a bit more, and then kind of found himself a bit more refreshed, went and joined Circular Spheres, as did Onami. But we still got Tester here. When it came to rebuilding, when, like, all those players had departed our roster, like, Tester said, like, I'm not gonna do that hard support that role right now if we're gonna make these replacements. And I'm the same. So we moved Lonely into core. He said that he was willing to do that hard support IGL role, but and then we got KJ Machine, who are good mates of mine, good mates of Lonely's, and Testers, getting to know them a lot more. I don't know, it's just, I think a lot of it's working well for us at the moment. We've really kind of starting to gel a lot and having a lot of fun. I am thoroughly enjoying playing the entry role. I just the skill weapons are amazing.
Look, I definitely I liked what I saw there on your attack, Chef Jeff. But run us through. Speaking of attack, with Clubhouse, with the way how obviously the things changed with the attacker repick coming in, no more 6-pick for the defenders. In your opinion, do you reckon this would shift, say, the meta for maps like Clubhouse, like Oregon, a little bit more towards the attack, the way how you guys been playing, or is it just more so kind of a team-to-team basis?
I think it depends on playstyle. I think teams will adapt and play differently on maps, and the attacker repick can make a lot of maps attacker-sided, and it can also stuff a lot of people up by overcomplicating things. It's just kind of the keep it simple, stupid mentality, and like that's kind of what we did. I was on the Hibana for the first 2 rounds because that's kind of like something that we practiced, where like I'd be assisting with hard breach. For the round that I played Sophia, I don't remember which one it was. The idea of that was
just all a frenzy.
Well, yeah, no, it's all gone now. But we didn't need the Hibana for that round, and I got like, I don't know, 3 or 4 kills that round. So I was like, I'm feeling this right now. Keep me on the Zoph. I'll make some plays, and then from there I just kind of spiraled out of control for Antics. So nothing they can do about that.
Well, I mean, look, Jeff, you're coming into a new year, a new season of the OCL with the new changes to the format. I mean, are we going to settle for anything less than Apex South by the end of the year?
When the roster was announced on Monday, I said that there's a lot of stuff that we have to work on, and I think that I'd love to play Apex South. I'd love to play OCN, but like we take it step by step. We work through the mistakes that we make in game because we're not 7-0ing every team. That's not an expectation. We're just expecting to have a lot of fun with it and to play our best and to work on our issues. And we have a lot of stuff to work on. So, I mean, whether or not we win this stage, whether we get to relegations, whether we get to OCN or whatever, we're going to work by it step by step. We're going to have a lot of fun with it because the idea that I've gone with this team is I don't want to have the disasters of last year come into this year where I'm rebuilding an entire roster after literally every single stage. I'm not bothered to do it. It's not worth it. So we've got a team of dedicated people who love to work with each other. So, we'll keep with it and we'll work as hard as we can.
Well, it looked good tonight, and we'll let you head off and celebrate your victory with the gang.
Thank you.
Cthulhu, 2 matches down, 2 remaining as 1620 Kings top off the evening with our second 7-4 victory of the night. We're heading into 2 more best of 1 still. But do you reckon we deviate? Do we get anything fresh, spicy in the map vetoes?
Oh, look. I'm tempted to say yes, that we would get something spicy, but at the same time, I get a feeling that we are going to be referring back to some of the rather more comfortable picks for the beginning to make sure that the team start off fresh. Albeit I say that Kraken, I know for a fact those gamers just love to be absolutely off the hook. So I would be expecting something spicy out of the final matchup.
Well, 2 matches down, 2 to go. Up after the break, we have an interesting one. LFWO taking on the Circular Spheres. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
For you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your delight. Oh baby, to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Got to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your demand. Oh baby, I'm losing faith.
2 down, 2 to go. Cthulhu, we've had Villa, we've had Clubhouse. We now move on to our third match of the evening. LF Woe taking on Circular Spheres. One team that was new last year. They came in towards the end of the competition. Well, the Warriors, they came in as an org. Now they've left, unfortunately. So it is a bit of a mishmash. And then Circular Spheres, they qualified beginning of the year. They're coming in looking to do some damage, looking to make a name for themselves. I mean, this is sort of that middle of the pack roster matchup. Sorry, we expect them to do well, but we're not expecting them to skyrocket to the top of the table at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, look, it's both of the rosters that kind of looking promising, that kind of have the possibilities and roots for some great plays, but there's definitely a few things that need to be sorted out and promised. On the side of Circular Spheres, Japa, Onami, Crimstar, Jordy, and Goofed, the team that of quite cracked gunners, albeit Onami had a bit of a oopsie happening throughout the whole Stage 3, versus LFWO, Mackenzie, Drift Zone, Tesla, Nick, and Kinsey. Drift Zone finally seeing some sort of action, given the fact that he was, I believe, the sub-player for Kraken in the previous seasons.
Indeed, he was. Mackenzie, a hell of a player in his own right when he gets out and fragging, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. And then, yeah, on the other side, Geordie, formerly of Exto, was there at the beginning of last year with the team. Step back into a side role. Look at that, Mackenzie. Look at him. He's ready to go.
He's ready to cook up a storm.
He really is. But we saw this continuing trend in Stage 3 of OCL last year. He got away with some weird and wonderful stuff. He made miracles happen, and now he's looking to come back into his second year. Finally, 18. Look, dreams are real, and that's where it starts. You got to hit 18, then you can make OCL, and then it can become a reality. So, I mean, look, both these teams are coming in. Tesla, probably one of the staples of this competition. I mean, experience all the way back to PC4 at 9, a team that almost qualified for the OCN back when it was the Six Masters still. But coming into this competition, he's going to add some maturity, some depth to the team. Drifts on, yeah, like you said, sub for Kraken Esports, now coming into a main roster, looking to prove himself and not having had that opportunity last year. I mean, might find some revenge against his former team.
Absolutely, yeah, look, quite keen to see what could be sorted out by both of the rosters, given that, yeah, look, one is a roster that kind of coming into the play in hopes of kind of reviving their whole passion, and the one that qualified through the OCL quals in hopes of, well, claiming some form of glory, I suppose you could say that. And yeah, look, all of them looking very concentrated, ready to roll, ready to rumble, but albeit only one player, or rather only one team, pardon me, only one team will come out the victor out of this one.
Well, I mean, we've seen Villa, we've seen Clubhouse, two reasonably strat-intensive maps. Both these teams seem to lean towards that strat-intensive side of things from what we've seen those that have played in the past year, but I'm definitely keen to see what the Circular Spheres roster can do. Japa and Onami, formerly of the 1620 Kings. Japa came in partway through Stage 3, struggled the first couple of weeks he was there, but once he started hitting his stride, was an absolute gunner, was hitting some crack shots. Onami, yeah, look, started strong, fell off a little bit in this offseason. You got to hope they've done the work they need to come into this year.
Absolutely, yeah. Fingers crossed, given that Onami had brought a lot of promise and a lot of possible plays. Unfortunately, I just fell short on quite a number of them. So, yeah, curious what he will be able to do with this whole lineup, given the circumstances. But apart from that, look, it's the baseline for the lineup is at least that they're coming into this play. They don't really have to prove a whole lot of things. They're a new blood. They kind of borderline don't have much to lose and everything to win. So suppose we'll start things off with this and see how it goes, really.
Expectations low, potential high coming into our matchup this evening. The map veto as well coming to your screens in just a moment. We've had Clubhouse, we've had Villa, and well, from the looks of things, we're going back. Cthulhu, another Villa on the cards. These players hate me. They do. There's no other way to describe what is going on. They hate me, and Circular Spheres had the option to go Skyscraper.
Had the possibility, yeah. Look, that would have been a rather cool way to kick things off the week 1 of OCL, but obviously that is not going to happen. Villa, look, we've already seen how Dynasty played it out against Warriors, and look, things looked a little bit dicey. So the main takeaway from all of this would be mainly just make sure that you are going for a multiple dimensional push as an attacker on the side of defense. Look, as long as you keep your position strong and keep them reinforced whilst having the ability to refrag, that's all you really need to do. So from here on out, I'm curious how will really the ban phase will really evolve and what kind of playfield we'll end up with by the conclusion of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like I said, Japer or Nami are going to be two players to keep an eye on this matchup, of course, going into Villa. And their fragging potential on the attack, they could really get themselves running once they head to whether they start on that side, whether they finish on that side. Either way, their attack is going to be an impressive one. But on the side of LFWO, Mackenzie, a player who has no fear. I mean, you remember last year on Clubhouse swinging a soft opening in Garage as Mutant, finding almost 3 kills off the back of it. He is a man who will step up where his team needs him, and he will not step back from a fight. In fact, he will give it his whole.
Yeah, look, it's kind of going from one team trying to be a stable performer, but at the same time ready to roll against the team that has just all the players ready to just absolutely jump in head first into the action.
And we are ready to roll indeed, flying over Tuscany back to Villa. We had a quick trip to Germany, now we're heading back once again. It was only a quick vacation, just the weekend. Cthulhu stepping on into Villa. We saw, I mean, what, Finca and Flores banned out in our first map of the day. Do you reckon we see it again?
Quite possibly. Flores is still a very powerful operator on this map, so in saying that, it will be a rather understandable ban to see him out of the equation, but curious what will actually be the choice and the pick. First ban comes in, and it is Jackal, interestingly enough. We've seen how powerful it can be in the hands of Boff previously, and he was able to dislodge a couple of positions with his teammates. So with Jackal out of the equation, things are going to be a little bit more dangerous to really go in for a bit more thorough push, and Thatcher being the second ban does leave Flores out for the picking. So the Argentinian operator could certainly cause some chaos.
Finca as well left in the pool. We've seen, we got to see Machine on it last map on Clubhouse and just how dangerous and potent that pick was, regardless of whether or not Frost mats were involved. But Valkyrie, understandably banned out here by the Circular Spheres, one of the most influential defensive operators on this map.
Absolutely. Valkyrie could certainly change things rather quickly. Curious though, what will be the final pick, the final choice, and it is going to be Mira once again. Understandably so. The operator itself is rather dangerous to really play about. So, in saying that, could be possibly seeing a very roam heavy, possibly one could say, map. But again, looking at the lineup of the LFWO.
Cthulhu! Oh, no, Sag. I was going to say, well, I think that almost locks it in. I'm pretty sure we are going to library living room first, regardless of the DC.
Yeah.
Not
Basically
not the site that we traditionally, see, let alone open with.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of tertiary sites in a similar way how Bar and Stage now is for Clubhouse. It's one of those positions that you don't really play to the absolute fullest, given the fact that it requires a lot of vertical hold, a lot of vertical placement, and in saying that, well, I'm quite curious to find out how will it actually be played out, if not with full vertical play. Honestly, look, I'm just curious to see how will both these rosters perform, because both of them have restructured themselves rather thoroughly, and going into this, we can't really solely rely on the legacy of some of those players. So certainly new day, new me kind of deal, really, for both of them.
Well, I've just had confirmation, unfortunately, for 1620 Kings, they lost the Counter-Strike. So 1-1 on the evening, you take it as it is. But, I mean, we're just waiting on, I believe it was Crimstar to crash. Some people may not be as familiar as you and I are, Cthulhu, with Crimstar. A long-standing member of the University League competition for Rainbow Six in the region, has had a number of standout moments for the team. I believe, I want to say he played for Monash. I'm probably wrong, but actually no. RMIT maybe. One of the two. One of the two. I can tell you that much with confidence, or lack of. But, I mean, he's had experience in competitive Siege. Not this level of competitive Siege, but now he's stepping in, looking to make a name for himself. Going into Villa, though. I mean, the double Spaniard ban, Valkyrie, Thatcher, all of this understandable, but, I mean, there's still a lot on the in play, on the cards, that could be hugely detrimental to both attack and defense.
Third ban for both sides when UB.
Honestly, I reckon we are rapidly approaching that point.
Because whilst it does leave us without a couple of the opportunities, the operator pool is so large nowadays that really you have two, if not three, alternatives to the same banned operator. So in saying that, it's more so just banning out the comfort zone, I suppose, really, rather than the actual operator ban. So I do believe we finally are going back into the swing of things. We are indeed finally. Crimstar is back. Straight off the bat, a castle pick for the living room and library does bring in a few very interesting possibilities for a setup, given that first of all, castle now has 4 of those reinforced barricades, and second of all, the expansion onto the piano room is now a feasible thing.
Well, I mean, right now, living room library, there's only so much you can make of this site, given that we just don't see it all that often, but you can understand why LFY were setting up the way they are. The vertical hold, you want to control above so they can't get any sort of vertical threat underway. Enable those players that are anchoring on site to do the job they need to, as well as, I mean, it's a pretty thin spread, given that they're expanding horizontally plus vertically, so that could work against them.
There as well. Shots already being exchanged. We're hearing multiple LMGs and assault rifles just blaring out in the distance. An attempt to push for a triple stack onto the master bedroom, with Jordy possibly attempting to maybe assist with the control over the Astro. But funnily enough, not a single person is actually going to be present around the trophy statuary. The Iana clone and Jordy's drone will be confirming that. But now the big question is, do they know about the double stack onto the red stairs, which is going to be rather deadly? Mackenzie is a player that is a rather dangerous one when things do get down to just dirty swinging, and it's exactly that could be done.
Well, an army on the Yana looking to clear out some of this utility on the landing so they can clear even further across. They want to get themselves into 90, deep into classical, if not into games in its entirety, but there is resistance. Mackenzie was playing in the stairs, but he's backed off for now. But you look over study, 2 players, Mackenzie and Nick, waiting to receive.
Absolutely. Tesla, very patient on his play, did not get spotted. The swings are coming about, but at the moment it's Mackenzie to open up the scoreline. Could be rather big, as he has a very strong position around the doorway.
2 for Mackenzie, in fact, as he drops both J's from the team. Geordie and Jay per relegated. That is your ace and your finger. 2 horrendous operators to be losing. Nick chimes in with a third. This study hold is paying out absolute dividends. Little do they know, though, Goofed is in the site below, spotted from the vault. We'll push on through to try and capitalize, but it's Ornami finding the next kill, bringing that player count closer. Not necessarily even, but closer nonetheless.
Absolutely. Goofed being just pincered from so many positions really does manage to still find a frag. Slowly but surely demolishing this whole lineup. Drift Zone though does have a position. His spot, finally does nail. But it was looking a little bit dire given that the side picture nearly blocked the whole body of Zafir. And what a play. What a play so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was that early resistance upstairs, and you could see why there was such heavy priority for LFWO in holding upstairs in study towards games, because, I mean, those 2 frags, 3 technically that were found, 2 by Mackenzie and 1 by Nick, completely gutted the push.
Yeah, look. Mackenzie back onto being an absolute fiend when it comes down to that roaming, aggressive defender game. Certainly a good start, but once again, we've said similar thing about Antics, and before it was about Dynasty. There could have been good starts, but it's more so about keeping up the momentum. Now, same question comes in here. Will LFO be able to keep up this momentum? Will this be a breakthrough from the, so far, the usual pace that has been set of kind of initial momentum being set by the losing team at the conclusion of the match? Or whether it will be completely different. Obviously for LFO, they would want to keep things running for as long as possible. The Circular Spheres, look, the team that bears quite a fair bit of promise. Interestingly enough, with the attacker repick, only a singular person have swapped around, that is Japo from Ash to a Sledge, so theoretically just about the same, but different role.
Linear, some would argue, but, I mean, we transitioned from a first floor site to the other first floor site over towards dining kitchen. So LFO, I mean, they're coming in with a game plan. They're trying to shift things up and catch their opponents off guard.
Absolutely. Drift Zone is... Well, for a moment, I tripped out. I thought Drift Zone was playing in a walk-in closet. I was like, why is this gamer out there? Why is he there? But no, instead, I'm just being made a fool of.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
You can't be given damage that freely. Drift gets shots onto Onami and Japer. Spray is almost good from Tesla, but Goofed is on a single point of health. The health deficit at the moment in the first minute of play is incredibly significant. This is deadly. A toxic canister, anything. A minor explosion. Goofed falls. A second down, looking for more. Nick finds Krim. They do get Tesla back, but at what cost? They lose 2. They have 2 incredibly low. 3 down now. It's all coming apart in the opening half of round 2.
Very dominant performance so far. Absolutely just stunning. All players at Circular Spheres just being left a little bit stunned there. Nick's position here looking rather promising, but right now Kinsey gets the better of Onami. It's all down to Jordy to try to make any sort of play, and he gets tagged out on the way back out. Still wants to keep on contesting, but as of now, it's just looking not particularly too good, but I say that Kinsey does wrap it all up. So once again, round number 2, much more comfortable for LFWO as they keep on, well, pushing the envelope in their favor rather nicely. And, well, on the side of Circular Spheres, just too many things not going the right way.
I mean, it's exciting to have Kinsey back in comp. I mean, you think all the way back beginning of last year to the Swingsman roster. Jeff, Lonely, Kinsey. I believe Mackenzie was on that roster as well. So, it was a roster that unfortunately did struggle.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Right now, their players are standing out big.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, LFWO looking to keep up their momentum. Gotta say, Kinsey and Mackenzie so far did good job overall and stable performance, but I reckon this round will be the big decider as to whether we are going to be seeing a change in the momentum or not. But very similar setup we are seeing around the trophy and statuary. Very much of an extended hold and extended play. This time with the site being borderline the opposite side of the building. So curious how will those rotations really look, because I would imagine that this time the idea would be to get a little bit of damage and then fall back rather than trying to fully contest with their lives. This whole setup in the trophy statuary as well as the Astro. But look at the silhouettes, and there's already a push coming from the bottom floor, which could be rather problematic to deal with.
The bailiff's great for opening hatches, not at range. Mackenzie has found that out the hard way. Japer, what a push in through pantry. Catches Tesla completely unaware. And that is a pretty big pick to take to start the round off.
100%. Well, with Tesla out of the equation, that does make things a whole lot more difficult. But I'd say that when Nami goes down, it's all down to Crimstar to try to do all of the hard breaching. Only 2 of those exothermic charges certainly be a little bit more problematic to deal with, but obviously at least one of the Selma charges did go off. So early contention for that trophy statuary and Astro has been completely negated, so that's a good start for Circular Spheres.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Now the next question being is how well can they take the 90 hallway and from there on the site, because Mackenzie is playing behind the ballistic shield, I believe, which could be rather problematic to flush out. Be fully well aware that the drone is coming in and needs to be very cautious about how he will hold his position. Frag grenade in, and well, only just flushes out just barely.
Deals with the Prisma that was there. Unfortunately, there's a shield. Oh, stepping up over the top of the shield. Japer cops some big damage to the knees. Hopefully, there is coverage in terms of the Where My Magnets, because that frag can do some real damage. And speaking of frags, Geordie from Piano all but kneecaps Nick right now, who is just desperately holding on in the middle of Aviator. This final minute is going to be a hectic one. They look to push through Classical aggressively. Mackenzie finds 2!
Mackenzie.
What is it with alibis finding doubles? How have they pulled that out? They knew that there was resistance. Goofed will answer back with 1, but it's just an absolute dumpster fest. Mackenzie ripping heads off shoulders, and we did say this man had some star factor to him.
Fortunately, they didn't really get to finish off Crimstar. Swing comes about. No, Mackenzie decides for the better of it. Still a couple of moments to play about. Feels like a little bit of a misplay that he didn't get finished off, but regardless of that, the plant might start going down. Oh no, that's a shutdown and a half.
Mackenzie says that was my kill. I'm taking it back. I am claiming it for the kingdom of the Kenzie right now. Goofed. Outside looking for the drone hole. He's stuck in Classical. The toxic canister stalling it things out, but drifts, goes one way, ducks the other, and rips the head clean off with the SMG-11. Look, it's not the sight that I'd go for, but it obviously works for him.
Drifted
Round
around,
3
one could even say,
in the
round
bags. LF Woe. I mean, we are seeing a worrying trend here.
Hey, look. If they continue pulling that kind of stuff off, I'm not complaining. The way how Mackenzie just played his position so eloquently just speaks the volumes to how much of a just aggressive player he can be, and he can keep on nailing his shots. That transition as well, whilst not obviously probably not the Bobolo type level, but it was still pretty clean. Pretty much sorted out the whole round and completely shut down that momentum. Will be rather tilting as well. Interestingly enough, we do see a switch coming about for Circular Spheres. I nearly said K16 since Onami still hasn't changed his tag. But a Flores instead of a Thermite and a Ace instead of a Maverick. So we dropping one of the hard breaches, leaning a little bit more into the Ace and just doing some minimal hole opening. But the Flores is there to get rid of all of those pesky utilities and all of those pesky shields before the actual push commences, and that is actually a good idea given the fact how much it was a bit of a struggle for players like Japer when they were contesting against Mackenzie.
Cool story. Didn't ask. We're going back to living room and library.
Okay, well, thank you.
We've seen the most unconventional flawless rotation of sites. We haven't gone anywhere near split, which is like there's the secondary site, if not the primary site for most teams. LFY say, you know what, we just want to kick back, grab a book, chill out in the library. Come chill out, come have a coffee. We'll just take it easy.
Oh, man. Curious how will Japer be able to do, and curious how will I be able to recover after this kind of burn, Panda. Thought we were friends, you know, but...
Friends outside of work.
Yeah, all right. Talking about the friends and whatnot, Japer doesn't have any friends currently backing him up. given he's on a solo crusade trying to push for the library. It's Goof hoping to get some sort of a cutoff on the rotation, but obviously won't be finding anything just yet. And really, it's a bit of a spread of the utility. Kinsey and Nick, though, they're all good. They're chilling.
They lose Tesla again, but they find 2 on the hard breach and the utility clear, which leaves 2 now remaining as Kinsey gets on the job as well. A site which is arguably the weakest on this map. The one that no one wants to play, even a casual. LFWO are absolutely dominating. Kinsey has 3. Geordie will answer back, finally shuts him down, finally gets on the board. But he is alone against 3 with a minute remaining and no defuse control.
LFWO asking him, no friends? No frags? No wins? No points? Pretty much anything, really. Borderline maidenless as well. And, well, at the moment, unfortunately, that's all that could have been said there, really, for Geordie. Can't really pick up a whole lot of frags. 4th point in a row, though, Panda. LFWO are absolutely dominating right now. Do we see any sort of comeback from Circular Spheres, or do you reckon we're finally going to see our first something like a 7-0, 7-1?
Look, the thing that blows no, the thing that blows my mind. So LFWO was Warriors of Stage 3 last year. The team who did not get a single win until the last week of play.
That is true.
They are up 4-0 against 2 players from the team that finished 2nd overall for the year, and one of the 3rd players on this team was part of the team that would then promote into the OCN for Stage 3 as well. Who's writing this script?
Definitely not you, because you would have just written it all for just Kraken at this point.
No, if I'd written the script, we would have not gone to Villa twice.
Oh yeah, true. My bad. Yeah. Look, maybe some amends will be made to the script later down the line, and I'll obviously ping the right contacts. But for the time being, I definitely have to say that Circular Spheres are not enjoying the script either, given their performance so far. And with the way how things are currently going, well, Ornami is going to try to return to his ranked star roots to try to just flat out Ash Rush this thing.
And Crimstar's dead.
Oh.
Drift is looking for a second. In fact, what? No
Oy,
way!
oy, 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 oy.
He picked up Goofed. He downed him the first shot, finished him off the second. Mackenzie is
Surely
just
Mackenzie.
waiting. He's wanting it. He's yearning to jump out that door and go for gold, but it's not to be just now. Nick above spots the player running outside. No, is that into Mackenzie's waiting arms? Not to be just yet. But Cthulhu, 4 quick frags in the first minute, and it's a bit of a mess.
It sure is. The things did escalate rather quickly. Japo with a nasty shot finally does force the team to call out, hey, there's a guy on our plant actually already, and about to wreak some more havoc. Mackenzie trying to salvage the round. Japa taking a little bit of damage, but again, nothing too fatal. The plant is about to go down, and well, Geordie already setting things the right way. Onami finds one. Nearly, well, allowed Nick to find 2, but that's not to be done, and well, a 4-1 scoreline is now achieved.
Look, Circular Spheres, not quite living up to their name at the moment. Their score is no longer circular. They've got 1 on the board. But Cthulhu, this is exactly how our first map of the day went. 4 rounds in a row. They lose 1. And then win the next one.
Yeah, look, sticking to the script, I suppose, is one way to really go about it.
Copy pasting, though, between matches 1 and 3 just shows a lack of creativity. I'm sorry.
Yeah, look. It'd be like that sometimes. First week, it's just amongst all of us. Amongst the fact that you dropped an absolute banger on the socials as well about the talent announcement. Look, it's just rattled a lot of people, including the scriptwriter, it seems, for the time being. Do we reckon we will be continuing the LFWO pain train, or is it that's it?
Well,
shut down
Mackenzie
to
just
the
got
mental?
plugged in the shoulder by a shotgun, so I could imagine that the pain train does carry on just a little bit longer. I couldn't say how the half ends at the moment. That last round, while Messi was still just that little bit better, I went to say K16 again. And Ornami, change your name, mate. Circular Spheres played that one very, very well. They got into the site, they got the plant down. Ornami gets told to rotate around, or makes the call himself to rotate around, gets the perfect flank and shuts down the 2 remaining players of LFWO. So it shows that, I mean, even when the heat is on, they can make the play that they need to in that situation.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of the opportunities and the openings, Nick
What?
gets
What?
GM'd.
Was
Goodbye.
Yeah,
On the
okay,
rappel.
walk-in closet just slammed. Okay, unfortunate, unlucky. Thanks, go next.
Yep, go next.
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
Bye-bye. No chances whatsoever. Onami back on his own shenanigans. He's just the completely probably muted Discord, muted TeamSpeak, everything. Just I'm gonna be in my own element here, trying to go full send. The skin combination does look rather clean though, with the Fnatic share skin. So at
We're
least
not
he's got
here
the
for
drip.
skins, Cthulhu.
Look,
We're
he's
here
got
for
the
Siege.
drip. We know the drip does give you the dubs though. Am I wrong?
No. Okay, it's RGB, gaming chair, gaming socks with RGB, and then skins. That's where
Exactly.
the power comes from. And unfortunately, Japer has none of them. He's dead. Unfortunately, in the final round of the half, there's only so much he can do on the cams other than watch his teammates. Onami, though, primed and ready. He's on the zombie door. He wants something. He wants the call. He wants the info. He wants to be let go.
Yeah, he's waiting for the call to actually send it. Crimstar, though, does go down, so it's now or never to actually send it. Sees one. No. Dies to the Syria gate. No. All leaving down to Goof to try to salvage the round, but no, it looks like we might be seeing a 5-1 conclusion to the first half. No shot he dies like that.
Truly unfortunate situation. What is Tesla looking for? He's looking for some filthy little vert angle to try and catch out Goof. But it seems that the call has been made. We need to talk about what's going on. We need to sit outside. Goof is going to play the clock down. They need to reevaluate going into the half because this is going to be a 5-1, just like in map 1 of the day, Cthulhu. But what will make the difference is whether they can identify the problems, if they can make those changes going into the second half. And this is where it happens. Goof, he's going to run himself in. Honestly, I would just sit and wait because there is no way that we're seeing. I mean, okay. I was going to say he has the mag size to do it, but hold on. Oh, hello. How's it going? Flawless round.
That's one way to do it. Dripzone, though, coming into just absolute solid terms, really, here. Given the fact that we didn't really get to see him throughout the whole time of Kraken's presence, him popping off finally on the core, I'm liking the turnout. And yeah, look at this. Smiles all across the board. And look, yeah, just enjoying his time. Gotta say, though, what is that piece of foam on his microphone?
I think it's a
Attackers
scrunchie,
need to locate
actually.
and defuse bombs.
Or at least some sort of hair accessory. I don't think it's foam. But
Imagine just
right
foam
now,
around your microphone.
I mean, there's one way to do it.
Just isolation
keep the
foam.
noise in. Yeah. Right now, though, Circular Spheres onto the defense. We've got a rather interesting lineup of operators. No throwables denial, so no Jaeger, no Wemai, nothing like that. But a lot of info denial, but also a hell of a lot of explosives.
Oh, yeah.
10 seconds to
A
insertion.
lot of explosives are coming about, and I'm curious how well.
If that gets a kill,
That's an L.
Attackers are moving.
That is an L.
I will eat my hat. I will eat
Oh.
my hat if that gets a kill. If someone walks
Somebody
into a
clip that.
double Capcan trap in Art Vault, I will eat my hat.
All right. Well, better prepare to cook your hat. Otherwise, unless you want to eat it raw.
I gotta eat
I'm
it
quite-
natural. You
Oh,
gotta
alright.
eat it natural,
Natural.
like your veggies.
Yeah. All right. No worries. Well, I shall be awaiting if that is actually going to happen. Mackenzie is all primed and ready to walk directly into that trap setup. Very much realizing that with Capcan on board, it's going to be rather troublesome, really, to keep an eye out on all the doors before the actual push. Well, meanwhile, the Rotero drones are coming in, and this is something that I've been talking about. It is a very scary piece of utility that could be shutting down a lot of things. But I say that it's a double from Jordy. Oh my goodness!
He's been quiet, but not anymore. Where did he find that from?
That's a
That's
pre-placed.
absolutely huge. Ornami finds a third. I'm just absolutely baffled. They're not even going to get a chance to get close to these Capcan traps. Crim does fall to Mackenzie. They're walking on through. It's a massive round, but
Jeez.
Geordie finds himself a third out of nowhere. Where? Where was that nitro?
That was pre-placed nitro right by the door.
Jeepers.
That was just like that. The moment they started thinking, "Oh yeah, we got the entry, boys. We're good." No, they were not good. By a long margin, they were not good at all. And well, from there on, the rest is history. It's all leaving down to Mackenzie. Obviously, not the most tragic of losses. Yes, quite frustrating one, but still a 5-2 scoreline would be still all right to work on. In comes the swing. Well, no damage, and well, rather no frag, but finally it does come to fruition.
I mean, it's classic Geordie, though. I mean, when he was with that Exto, now Avert, now Levita, something or other, Rost, I don't know. I didn't remember the name, but he was a demon with the nitro cells. You put him on Valkyrie, you give him a nitro cell. I mean, he like, honestly, it was just devastating. He almost levels half the building with some of those plays that we saw out of him in stage 1 of OCL last year.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, Geordie has been a bit of a menace when things do finally align in his way, so certainly keen to see what he will be able to bring us into the defensive half. But yeah, look, I gotta say that C4 was rather dirty, so something for LFO to keep an eye out is definitely keeping an eye out for those drones and for those pre-placed C4s, because otherwise that would be just about it, really. Apart from that, Dining being brought in, looking to make this kind of that tertiary site to be a little bit more in their favor. Curious to see that Ornami kind of decided to pick up that mantle of the of Mozzie. That's the word that I was looking for, and kind of the operator that I don't at least remember him playing very thoroughly back in the K16 days.
Now, Cthulhu. I am consulting my notes. We are still going round for round as it happened in map 1 of our Playday. If we were to carry on, then Circular Spheres would win this round as well. They would then lose, they would win the one after that, and then lose the final round of the map. So, I'm not saying that we are going to repeat history here somehow, but
we
at the moment, we're on track.
All right. Keen. What this round will bring us. Definitely a whole different approach, though. No more of that attempt to contest for the classroom. I say that Geordie, just the man of being everywhere and nowhere, just somehow still manages to pick up a frag off the most unusual position. Mackenzie just takes on L's left, right, and center without the ability to find anything, but Crimstar finally at least does go down. Japa falls, and yeah, look, this is looking like a very prompt L. Geordie, what are you doing? You absolute demon.
Geordie's mad. This is just pent-up rage. Getting benched from the Exto roster and has festered for a year. Ornami with a cracker of a pre-fire. And Drifts is left isolated and alone in a 1 versus 4. Does actually land a shot onto Ornami all the way down to the art studio. The run-out attempt. Ornami's hungry, and Drift is like, no, we're not playing this game. I'm in the ruins. No, he knows. He's got the info. Of course, it's just pinging him out. Ornami crops another shot. Circular Spheres are about to take Drifts to town outside the map. Ornami does go down. Audacity. It's not going to work. You're not going to get away with it. Gooft is just sitting outside to prompt the player outside message.
Yeah, he's just there to be the most annoying human being possible, Gooft. Yeah, all right. Yeah, and thanks, buddy. Cheers, much appreciated.
He's trying to bait the Reddit detectives.
Oh, man. Look, at the moment, yeah, for Drift Zone, this does generate a little bit more time to talk with the team and kind of have that, I guess, bootleg attack pause, trying to figure it out, because that's look, not the round that you would really want to lose out, given it's 2 now in a row, and allowing Jordy those kind of very audacious swings. Oh, the cracker of a shot though onto Japo will be shutting things down. 18 seconds. Yeah, look, even if one more person does go down, there's still plenty of just of ways to really win it out just by default on defense swings. Just at this point, just farm frags.
5 seconds left.
I mean, Japo got a free haircut there. Drifts does have the defuse. Unfortunately, he's too far away from the site to get there. Goofed. Long arms, the shotgun shell. Straight into Drifts, unfortunately. But again, we are on point, on track to repeat history here. Map 1 and 3 exactly the same, and then obviously that would 100% mean that map 2 and 4 are exactly the same. But Cthulhu, the comeback is starting.
Comeback is real, yeah. Only 2 points are splitting us between Circular Spheres and LFO at the moment, and possibly the draw, as well as possibility of the first OT within stage 1 of OCL for 2022.
Locate and defuse bomb.
Going into the trophy statuary, though. A slight reshuffle of the operators, the reintroduction of Castle into the play for Crimstar, as well as that Jordy back onto the Thunderbird. Thunderbird has been actually one of those operators that kind of been slept on, honestly. The gun is pretty solid, the utility is great, and the ability to be able to reset yourself after certain gunfights certainly does make life a whole lot easier. Plus a C4 on top of it all, and a phenomenal secondary that is bearing 9. Certainly opens up a lot of possibilities for a good flexible gameplay. On top of it all, the introduction of the alibi once again for Japo, who has played her in the previous round, would do quite a lot of good things, but I am though curious about Ornami's roam here downstairs.
Look at this, Japo. He wants it. He just says, come on, come on. You know you want to get up here. You know you want to get to this window. You know you want to feed me a kill, but not to be. Drift's the only player close, and he's probably not going to be heading in that direction just yet. Most teams, especially when attacking the site, will clear across from the study side of things. You're not going to just brute force your way through in the master bedroom, at least not to kick things off.
Yeah, absolutely. With already some of the swings coming about. Jordy finally getting tagged up, hunted borderline. Unfortunately, Kinsey just a couple seconds late. No, instead,
Jordy, what are you doing, champ?
Jordy's just the audacity of this man, just absolutely trying to go in for all the swings. Mackenzie knows how dangerous this man is, but doesn't want to swing, and that is the funniest part. Oh, there's the down, baby. There it is.
It's about the feet. There's Jackal's banned, but it's still all about the feet, Cthulhu. Right now, player down, Jordy. I don't think he's got a Kona station anywhere, and it's going to be finished off. Nick with the frag grenade. I think he banked it up through the window even. So no more Thunderbird, no more Jordy menace that has been plaguing this LFO roster for the last couple of rounds. And a 4v5 with still over half the round remaining. LFO, they're looking to push on to map point.
100%. Look, Japo looking to do quite some work here. Trying to organize some sort of a roam coming about for him. See what could be spotted, but really, at the moment, it's a bit of a calm before the storm. With Jordy out of the equation, obviously that element of surprise is completely gone, which means that really for the rest of the team, they need to be very cautious about which gunfights do they take. They don't have that upset element anymore.
Nami is down below looking for some sort of inkling, some nitro cell play. All he needs is the info and he can make it happen. EE1D scan out in the final minute of play, and I mean, there's a lot of resistance in play. I only just noticed that Crimstar is bringing out the M1014.
Okay, the M1014 could be a rather powerful weapon, really, with in Crimstar's hands. The shutdown could be rather big, but Japo finding that frag onto Mackenzie will be keeping things nice and snappy, though.
Tesla down in a nitro cell onto Nick. Onami's work paying off. Drifts walks in, finds Japo, finds Goofed as well. It's all coming apart here. Circular Spheres missing their opportunity to shine. Both teams have one player down, unfortunately. If Onami had known, it would have been a 2 versus 2, but he executes Goofed while Kinsey waits and revives Tesla. It is now a 1 versus 2. Kinsey, the healthy player, falls. How have they whiffed this? Circular Spheres are just handed the round off the back of a team execution.
Blood tribute, man. Blood for the blood gods. That's all that there is. That's the only explanation that you really need here.
Panda, given just the bag was fumbled. LFO are starting to stutter here and having no real leverage on the way how round goes. They just being unable to find any sort of conclusion for themselves. Only 1 round differential now upon us, and really it is just falling down to just absolute shambles, really, with Circular Spheres just being able to dictate this pacing so perfectly.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Absolute insanity. Absolute. Playday one. But also history still repeating itself. Picture perfect, in fact. Right now, LFO, if history is to repeat round for round, match for match, LFO win this and then close it out. Actually, no, sorry. We're off now. We're off. It was actually meant to be an LFO round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Meant to be in the LFO round, and they should have
If we were
it should
repeating,
have
yeah.
been, at their round, the way how it was initially played out. But unfortunately for them, it's just L upon L, and it's just looked so wrong in so many executions, one by one push, and by the conclusion of it, it just felt damaging to the brain. But so is the shot onto Crimstar, really, from Tesla, as the headshot finally lands from a long range as well. Oh my!
Jeepers, that is a deadly angle. We've seen it so many times, and I guarantee you, 100% that would have been a pre-fire through that window.
Probably, yeah. So the timing has been rather unfortunate for Crimstar, especially with the fact that you look at his scoreline 101. Rather unfortunate. Kinsey, though, does redeem some things, so, well, for himself more so. Japer does take an L, though.
I mean, like, we're past the super memento right now, and oh no, the frag grenade into Mackenzie's waiting arms. 2 rounds in a row now where Mackenzie has got the better of Geordie, and what a way for it to happen. Frag grenade to the door. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to be fine. Oh, who's that? He's not on my team. Damn.
Who's this gamer? But look, yeah, memes aside, a great return to form by LF4. If they do make this their match point, though, this could be rather big, but Mackenzie does go down goofed with a double. Oh my. Just having a very fierce gunfight, but yeah, by the conclusion of it all, Ornami is the only one left. Look, we know the ye-old copy-pasta. My father beats me, my mother beats me, my sister beats me. Well, a good thing that if I find myself with Ornami, he won't beat me.
That was toxic. But we are sitting on map point currently, and, well, 1 round away from another. The third. Back to back 7-4s here, Cthulhu.
If that's the case, that would be a bit cursed.
Like, the script thing is a joke. We are joking, but when we have 3 7-4s in a row, you can understand the conspiracy theorists coming together.
Ah, yeah, man. Conspiracy theory could be growing in size. So it feels like an L that Circular Spheres could be achieving sometime soon if they don't really pick back up their momentum. Because, look, we've been praising them. They've been having a good time. But with the fact that it's been mainly just Geordie making those impactful frags. Yes, Ornami has more frags in general, and Japer so does. But it felt like on a fair few of the round-winning positions, it's been mainly Geordie just introducing that chaos. I mean, you look at Crimstar. I'm sorry to be the negative Nancy, but
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
maybe some sort of a mental training needs to be done for the men, just to not get tilted from this, because this is a L of the size of a planet.
I mean, look, we've seen players bounce back from worse.
That is true, but not on a 4-6 scoreline.
Yeah, look. But, I mean, personally, we've seen players go from, scores like this to then making themselves... I mean, the prime example, and I feel like I'm dogging him here a little bit, but you look at Quiz, his introduction to the OCL in the playoffs for Fury, it was an absolute disaster. They got absolutely stomped. Now to being picked up by the Knights at the beginning of this year.
Absolutely. Well, if Rose to Ornami and he starts popping off, this round is certainly not looking like LF4 will be taking this anytime soon. Crimstar yet to acquire a frag, though, which is a meme that we probably will continue going about. At the
Oh.
moment, again, a very disfigured push by LF4, which feels rather concerning.
Oh, okay, Ornami somehow just missing the head 3 times in a row. Kinsey there, prone behind the piano. No, Kinsey! And Crimstar, he's on the board. He's found Drift. He's looking for more. He can't find it, but he's on the board nonetheless. We break the trend. No more 7-4s. Cthulhu, we are going the full regulation rounds. We are going a full 12.
Absolutely. Yeah, full send, full 12 rounds is finally upon us. We are breaking this whole stigma, I guess, which is a really, really good thing. And in saying that, well, for LFO, only one more chance to keep this to a 3-pointer. Otherwise, it is going to be a very, very unfortunate loss there, I have to say, Panda. Whereas on the side of Circular Spheres, this is promising. Promising beginning to what possibly could be looking like a very close dub.
Tech pause being called in by LFO.
For understandable reasons.
They don't want to risk going to OT. So they will slow things down just a little bit.
Do keep in
I
mind
mean,
as well,
especially
this
off the back of that last round, you got that was not a good round if you're LFO.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, getting those early picks and then snowballing into just all of those 1v1v1s, it is not a good sign for LFO, and something that they need to fix up. Something that they need to make sure that they ironing out as quickly as possible, because so far that's been kind of the main fault for them. The moment they default back to just them all going for solo plays, this is where they falter. And going into this round, they need to make sure that they're nailing it. For Circular Spheres, look, as long as Jordy and Ornami and Japa keep on doing the job, that's all there is really needed. And for AVG's side, look, I could definitely see the team of Circular Spheres really winning it out. But again, LFO need to make sure that they're nailing that first initial frag into their basket.
Well, LFO still on that point. One way or the other, we're reaching 12 rounds. Potentially even further,
10 seconds.
depending on how this round plays out. Circular Spheres need one for it to give us our first overtime of the year. But the LFO, can they bounce back? That's the main question here.
Certainly going to be the big question if the bounce back is going to appear, because something that has been quite haunting, really, Circular Spheres and LFO, as a matter of fact, is that inability to keep up the consistency in the performance. One round they are gelling extremely well, they're doing just everything so good, and the next round it's all fumbled, it's all kind of gone completely.
So down repelling the Astro window, Onami's going to spot the player just standing in the door. It is Tesla, of course, on the Lion. Just playing a bit of chicken, not wanting to give up the position just yet. And Onami plays it safe, knows that they are 1 round away from OT. Doesn't want to lose his life just yet. He's going to play it smart, backs himself, in fact, gets the hell out of Dodge entirely. Japa will open things up with a kill onto McKenzie.
That's a good opener. That's the big performer as well, and an entry, as a matter of fact, for LF4. So, with him out of the equation, it's all down to Kinsey and the rest of the team. Ornami's flank here could have been rather dangerous, but the C4, thankfully for LF4, doesn't really line up. Presence on the ground floor is rather big and something that will need to be addressed later down the line, but with 1 minute and 40 to go, they still have chances for all the rotations, but really no riddance from the ground floor placements is definitely going to be dangerous, and I say that Jordy just plays his cards perfectly.
Onami follows up. Geordie's back at it again with the nitro cells. He is a king of explosive destruction. It is down to Drifts and Kinsey to try and clutch this one up right now. Swing on through. Kinsey finds Ornami, brings it back. 4 versus 2. Looking for more. Drifts brings it to a 3 versus 2. Unfortunately, loses his teammate in the process. The big older 5.56 of Crimstar bagging his second frag of the round. Stuns being tossed. It's just a bit of a bait. It might be another one for Krim, and it is 2 in the round. He is getting himself on the board. Cthulhu's clawing his way back.
Finally, yeah, getting himself back on the play. The champ gamer himself finally getting on the board is definitely a good time. and a solid, phenomenal start for himself and the team. We are getting our first OT though, Panda, finally. Took us a moment, but here we are. Dining room and kitchen though is going to be the choice for the first one, and look, scary times. Mackenzie actually swaps over from the Ash to Iana to maybe get a little bit more of that information gathering utility to not really go in blind to some of those gunfights, which would be a rather actually good idea given some of the previous circumstances.
Well, a reset. Minimum 2, maximum of 3 rounds to be played in the remainder of this Villa matchup, Cthulhu. LFWO, they've got 2 attacks. Circular Spheres have 2 defenses, which does not bode particularly well, given that we saw 2 back-to-back 5-1 half trades.
Yeah, the 5-1 trades are certainly a big storyline. Yeah, we started off with the first map kind of talking that there's a possibility now for those 5-1 trades and the way how things are going. Seems like this time it finally came to fruition. Jordy, oh, no way he gets allowed to do that. No shot. Yeah, there we go.
If he'd found a kill there, my lord, that would have been... I don't think that would have been at the final nail in the coffin. I don't think LFO would have been able to come back from it, but no. They don't swing too wide. Oh, Krim, what are you doing? What? How does he get away with that?
He's finally found himself back into the rank star routes. Telling you, man. Those kind of swings, those don't get expected that frequently. So Krim just basically back into his element, 4-11. Still, though, an L of a KD ratio, but regardless of that, still back into the swing of things, finally able to just add a little bit more to his team rather than just the utility, and certainly it's working out rather well, but Mackenzie needs to be the one that does the playmaking here now.
Into Laundry primed on the door. First minute now elapsed in a one-for-one trade at the end. Kinsey there in support. Player is over in Art Studio. So we could see a long-range contest coming into effect in just mere moments. But Mackenzie, he's managed to get himself in. Player sprays across that double door and forces him back from the angle. Might see an aggression onto that door as well. Shotgun in hand. Looks like Goof wants to step up and get involved. Not to be. Pulls himself back. Keeps it calm and collected. Doesn't want to overstep just yet.
Not at all. With already half a round, though, completely expended. Something needs to be really coming to fruition, but finally it's Goof to keep on just doing the work. The C4 comes in and it's a double. Jeez Louise, just completely activated right now. Circular Spheres are.
The 2-for-1 combo. Kinsey finds the back of Goof, getting at least some sort of reprieve, but you can see on our screens Onami sneaking his way up. Wants to get himself in towards that position and find some traction back onto the site. Tesla is in as well. You can see Japer in the pantry. Tesla, oh no, he's aiming low, tucked into the corner. They don't know that Japer is there. So at a moment's notice, he could find himself swinging on into the site, looking for the big play. Diffuser recovered. Final 40 seconds here. This one is going to get messy.
100%, yeah, look at the very scrappy rounds. LFO just looking completely a bit lost there. Another gunfight does see confirmation on the frag. Kenzie all alone. It's not looking good. The timing, once again, just looking so dire.
Kenzie has to force the issue here. One close left. He's got to swing the other way. He gets the kill. 1 versus 1 with
Truly
15
boost.
remaining. Japer is at the bottom of the stairs, so realistically, Kinsey should be able to get this diffuser right now. He's got nano boosts in play. He's going to walk in. He's going to get the diffuser. He hasn't got time. He's got to get it down. He's got to start now. He's relocating. Japer has to run on through. He should have the time to stop this. Kinsey, he's done. He's dusted. Circular Spheres from out of nowhere. The reverse sweep to bring it back have found themselves in the lead.
There we go. Circular Spheres, the roster that we're starting to slowly but surely back out, but look, they are back into the swing of things. They're back into the play, and they looking so darn good, really, right now. Whereas Elif, whoa, started off so well at the beginning of it all.
Someone's phone fell over.
Someone's phone fell over completely. GN, bye-bye. But yeah, LFO started so good at the beginning of it all, but by the conclusion of it, just completely fumbled. That's probably the only way to really describe this. They were just on their way there, but alas, things just weren't meant to be, it seems, maybe. 7-6, only one round away for Circular Spheres to really catch a dub. They are though on the attack. Now this side hasn't really been too particularly favorable for them, albeit they were still able to score one more round, so quite possibly they could really push themselves to grab that one more round and, well, call it a day.
One round needed to either equalize or close the map off entirely. LFWO have the defense, this chance
10 seconds remaining.
to redeem themselves and push on to a final round of the map. Full 15 in our opening play day. This is going to be a tall task to say the very, very least. So, I mean, you're looking at Mackenzie right now. You're looking at him to put the shoulders to work and carry this through.
Yeah, Mackenzie will certainly need to bring in quite a titanic effort here to bring his team back from, so far, a bit of a loss streak, really. It's the only way to really describe this. It is quite curious to me to see that how much more now the defender advantage is on Villa. Before we would be saying, look, yeah, it's a bit of a 50-50, but by the conclusion of it, defense is just so much more thoroughly just in control of this map, especially in the current meta and the way how things are going. Grimstar's pick of Amaru doesn't really help as well either.
Yeah, look, I was sitting there waiting for him to repick. He did not, and now he is dead. Ornami, though, sneaking his way up red, wants to potentially find an opening or at least do a little bit of damage. Enable his team to. He's looking to. He wants to. he knows that there is someone nearby that he can catch unawares. I don't think LFO have any idea that he is in this position. Japer finds Kinsey. 4 versus 3, and look, oh, we can just see it through the wall, tucked in the corner. If they don't know that Ornami is here in the swing, it's going to be a kill. Somehow, Circular Spheres have turned this on its head. It is Drifts alone in the 1 versus 4. Ornami taking some big damage. He goes down, needs to go for another one, but no, it's Japer. Circular Spheres were down 5-1 at the half, and they close it out, dropping a single round to victory.
Gee whiz. What a comeback story, though. Phenomenal turnout from Circular Spheres, and just like that, it's, well, they're the ones to push themselves. That's their whole storyline of kind of coming back from unexpected scoreline to perform the unexpected. Look at this. I mean, 14 for Japer, 13 for Ornami, and I guess I have to take my words back. It's a bit of a dub there now for them.
My lord, what a battle back. I mean, 5-1 was the score at the half. 5-1. They then battle it back all the way to overtime and then win it out in 2. Clean deal. No chance at a 15. Circular Spheres, newly qualified to the tournament, have had the start that they were looking for. Not the full 3 points, but they have come in and made a statement.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, our first of the time as well here in Oceanic Challenger League. First time is a good way to really introduce just how both of those teams could be in close contention. A little bit of an unfortunate turnout for LFWO. The way how they've set themselves up, it was a good initial effort on the defense. Attack has been though completely and thoroughly just gutted by Circular Spheres, and from there on, it was all their show. Jordy, in particular, has been the big highlight of that roster, just reviving that dream every single time.
I mean, from a player who was benched after stage 1 with EXO, and then just sitting there biding his time, coming back, qualifying anew for the OCL back where he started at the beginning of last year, and to have a match like that. I mean, the double Nitro Cell play. In fact, just the Nitro Cell play in general, running around his Thunderbird. He is back. He's ready to gun. And, I mean, he is doing absolute bits for this team.
100%. Look, huge performer. Finally, kind of return to form, one could even say. And certainly a revived roster looking rather promising. And certainly one of those beautiful things where it's, yes, some of the returning players, but it's a whole new legacy that is being built up here, and from there on, it's, well, the sky's the limit, really.
Well, he may have been playing under a different banner closing out last year. This year, he's playing for the Circular Spheres, and he's just won his first match. Japer joining us for a bit of a chat. Going to give us the insight. Japer, congratulations. A hell of a match that you guys just played. Talk me through it. You're down 5-1 at the half, and then you go on to win, losing only a single round in the process.
Well, yeah, it was certainly quite a long match. You can see from the defense especially that I put a lot of work into it, and props to those guys. Yeah, big shout out to my team. I think we did really well considering the amount of prep that we do in comparison. But yeah, I think we did really well in the end to eventually come back when we've, I believe, 5-1 down at the half. And so yeah, huge props to those guys.
What was actually the big leverage for you guys to utilize to kind of come back, get yourself kind of, I suppose, revitalized to keep on pushing? Because you did manage to ramp up quite a lot of momentum once you got on the defense. Was it more so just attributed to the fact that Villa in general has slowly kind of became that kind of defender-sided map, or is it just a bit more of a talk about the comfort zone?
Well, on our attacks, we knew we were going to be under a bit of pressure. They had some pretty good strats, and we definitely went up to clearing them. I think coming on defense was playing really aggressive, not allowing them to play how they want to play. Just sort of, playing super aggressive, contesting the entry really helped us, and probably was the reason why we won so many of our defenses. Yeah, I also think Villa being a bit of a defender-sided map, at least in our game, sort of helped us. And as soon as we got momentum on, we were just unstoppable.
Now, there was a round in particular that I do want to discuss, Japer. So you're defending split. You have Ornami up. You've got Goofed on the ground. They've got a player up. They've got a player on the ground. Ornami executes Goofed. Did you realize at any point that they had gone for the revive? What was going on in comms in that moment?
Yeah, I did flame him for that. I don't know what he's thinking, but I guess he won the round, so what can I say? But it was a bit of a tense situation, definitely. Not ideal having your teammates shooting each other when they're definitely revivable, but it is what it is, and we're lucky that we won the round because of it, so yeah.
Hey, look, you guys pick up the second team kill of the Oceanic Challenger League 2022 season. You've got that under the belt. But look, congratulations. You picked up your first win of the year. We look forward to seeing you back next week. See if you can do it again. Cthulhu, 3 maps down and 3 very, very big ones at that. It's been an interesting night so far. We've got 1 matchup remaining. 2 teams forged a bond in blood. Sister teams, if you will. I mean, that was a long one. We go 14 rounds. We've had 2 7-4s. It's been a long day already. We've had 2 villas in a clubhouse. What are we expecting in this next matchup?
Oh man, I'm feeling like a little bit of a chalet, honestly, given the sheer turnout and the way how Kraken used to play it. Oh, I would be surprised if we don't go to something like either chalet or maybe one of the new maps. Honestly, I'm just excited for that whole matchup. It's a legacy matchup. It's one of those 2 rosters that, whilst yes, slight adjustments have been made, but the general just usually stays the same, and that is, well, both of them are quite cracked.
Well, 3 maps down. We finally buck the trend of the 7-4 victory after the third. Cthulhu have got 1 match remaining. Up after the break, Kraken Esports takes on Altered Zalios to close out Playday 1. Be back very soon. It's going to be a hell of a finisher.
that you don't wanna mess with. I've taken knocks, that's what it costs to be strong and independent. I got that money on my mind and I'm ready to go. Don't need a man to be defined, don't need you no more. I like the $100 bills, flaunt them all for show. I'm in the zone and I just hit a strike. Haters got me singing like. Haters got me singing like. Haters got me singing like. You a hater, you a hater, you a hater, hater, hater. Stay on my grind. I'm in my
One more map until the first Playday of the year is in the books, Cthulhu, and it could not be a better match to close out the evening. Altered Zelios taking on Kraken Esports, a team who had a massive glow up in the final stage. And Altered Zelios as well, you need to remember a splinter, a branch of this Kraken roster from stage 2.
Yeah, look, Altered Zelios definitely had seen some very interesting turnouts, and yeah, you are correct. The roots do come from quite a fair few of the Kraken Esports members, so with them being kind of battling it out once again, it's the battle of the two legacies almost, and with Kraken Esports being the victors of Stage 3, certainly sets up us with quite an interesting storyline. We do see our rosters here as well, and that Frankie, Tiltech, Hunter, Elements, and Pluto, a revamped Kraken roster with two new additions, one from the old Overt roster, one from the Odium roster, I believe, and then on the side of Altered Zelios, Banana, Greg, Trippin, Snip, and Rice, so Trippin and Greg being the freshest introduction.
A lot of potential in both these rosters, and Tiltech has done a bit of a rounds through the run of last year and the teams that he played for. He's now found his home, and he definitely solidified it last year in that third stage, of course. You can see on your screen, Altered Zelios. Look at him, Rice, the man at the head, stoked and ready to be back into it. Greg, one of the newest additions to this roster alongside Trippin. I mean, these guys have really made a name for themselves in this competition. Not necessarily leading the scoreboard, but they come in, they have a hell of a time, and they put on a hell of a show.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, the one thing that I do have to say, though, with an Altered Zelios, you have all of those different aliases. You have Trippin, you have Banana, Snip, Rice, and then you have Greg. Look, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he would be the one to just absolutely fiend it all out on the field. But overall, yeah, look, a team that has quite a fair few very talented players, very talented gamers. I think Rice forgot that he had the stove turned on.
Yeah, look, but it's definitely going to be... Look, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Tyrone. Tiltech, an absolute demon when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege, fronting this roster. He is someone who can absolutely tear a team apart. Hunter, the Shield King himself. You put him on anything with a ballistic shield, he is going to make you pay. If Monty or Blitz are let through, if Clash is let through, someone's going to cry. And then Elements, of course, formerly of Overt, the team that made it into the OCN. They're still in the OCN, but he departed. I mean, there is a lot of star power on this Kraken roster.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, the fragging power is rather huge here for the Kraken team, but also really, whilst all the pressure is being put on the Kraken to be the ones to perform, Altered Zelios coming into this one to kind of for a bit of a David and Goliath, almost what it feels like matchup, but again, a similar kind of almost feeling as the Circular Spheres. Not a whole lot of expectations, all the dubs to catch, really, and I think this is going to be kind of a reoccurring thing throughout at least the first half of the OCL, once we establishing all the storylines for each one of the teams, each one of the newest players, all the new blood that we've just mixed into the old pool. So in saying that, I'm definitely keen to see what could be done. I'm curious how will this Kraken roster will perform, because if before it was an absolutely death stack, now it looks even deadlier with Pluto and Elements being introduced to the roster. But again, on paper it's one thing, on the actual practice it's a completely another game. So look, I'm just keen to see where we're going.
Well, where are we going? The map vetoes for our final match of the night. 2 times Villa, 1 times Clubhouse, 1 times Cafe Dostoevsky. Yes. And wow, Skyscraper and Theme Park were our 2 other options in that final ban phase. I'm upset. I'm going to be having words with these guys.
On the stern wood with each one of the gamers. Yeah, look, Cafe is still a really solid map to really play around. It's one of those maps that actually, funnily enough, I reckon Thorn would be thriving on this map. It's one of those places where you have a lot of clutter, a lot of those different setups where you can hide those Thorn mines, and from there on you could really kind of play into a lot of synergy. So I'm in saying that trap operators galore, those hold down positions set up with the shields, and honestly, it's defenders could really have a field day here.
Cafe Dostoevsky, not necessarily one of the Holy Trinity. It's not Clubhouse, Oregon, or Villa, but it is still a staple of the competitive scene. It's been around for a while, and it's one that teams should know how to play. And we've seen some interesting matchups from both these teams on this map in particular. I'm looking at the deep roam game. I'm looking at that heavy offsite presence that we know both these teams are capable of. Hell, I'm looking at Tiltek. I want to see what he's doing today.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Tiltek is a fiend of his own kind of class at this point, and honestly, I'm just keen to see what him and the team really perform. Maybe that synergy between himself and Elements could be rather big.
Well, it's game time. We fly on through the map and we look to get things underway. Operator bands just around the corner. Cthulhu, I mean, are we expecting anything weird and wonderful? We know that there is some finger preference for Tiltek himself. Do we see that potentially banned out?
I think we could actually see a Finker banned out, really, given the fact how, again, I've mentioned this before, how well she managed to wedge herself into the meta. Look, so far the Finker presence hasn't been as dominant as it was previously, but in this saying that, Kraken decided to shoot themselves in the foot, it seems.
Oh no, what universe are we in? I think that might be targeted at Snip a little, if I remember correctly. Last year he was the one to be picking it up for the team. Altered Zelios now have the attacker banned. Do we see Flores? Do we see Jackal? Do we see Thatcher? Do we see... My condolences, Cthulhu. My condolences.
A little bit of a head scratcher. I'm gonna be real with you, Panda. Whilst Fuse, yes, he has a good overall lineup, but he's been off meta for so many years almost now. Feels that
sorry, we went to click Finker, accidentally hit Fuse.
Look, I wouldn't even comment on that one, honestly, Panda. It's just painful, feels like it, but Altered Zelius must have had some sort of a phone number from Kraken that told them just ban Fuse. Easy game, easy dubs.
Well, I mean, it is an operator that would play reasonably well on a map like Cafe. 3 levels of play. You can use it through a hatch, you can use it through soft floor, but...
And reinforced wall.
And reinforced walls. Valkyrie, the final ban. So that means we've got Flores, we've got Thatcher, we've got Jackal, Hibana in play on the attack. On the defense, you've got Wemai, you've got... I mean, there's just so much that is going to be in play here in this Cafe Dostoevsky matchup that this could get very interesting very, very quickly.
Oh, yeah. We'll 110% get down to all the dirty business straight from the get-go, I reckon. Given even just the picks, I mean, you look at this: Buck, Ying, Ace, Lion, Thatcher, just the whole of the pain train is ready to roll and ready to send it. Whereas on the side of the Kraken, look, it's a very even lineup. Tiltek back on the Aruni, though, that does make a lot of sense, and he was able to just absolutely demolish anyone now on that P10 Roni game. So curious how well this will play. Very odd to see Elements playing the mute, but again, a fragging mute could also still be a thing.
Well, Tiltek on the Aruni, that's I mean, look, quintessential. Doesn't even begin to describe it. This is like a staple for him. You also got Pluto, who last year, towards the end of the year, was one of the best anchors in the game on Odium. They played a phenomenal game, especially Pluto on this smoke, on the mute. And then you've got Elements added to the roster. He underwent a change with that EXO roster, with Overt. He shifted from a hyper-aggressive fragger role to more of an anchor-centric Maverick mute player. And that capability that he brings to the table is just accentuated.
100% well already. You're seeing quick repel in Greg, bringing in that Amaru, which feels a little bit weird. We're back on the mute gang once again. Haha. Oh, instead though, well, the G8 with the 2x scope could be rather big. Curious if
Bomb located by
some sort of
attackers.
a change in
We
pace
have
could be
4
done.
LMGs in play.
4 LMGs ready to roll. Yep.
Recovered the
Five,
This is going to
technically,
be
if you
painful.
include Frankie. Well, the utility dump, it looks like it's just going to be a straight skylight drop, and there we go, E1D, and it's an absolute murking. Tiltec for one, Frankie for the follow-up. Tiltec is just sitting, watching the skylight. That could not have gone any worse for Altered Zalios. Rice finds one. What a hell of a name. Tiltec answers back immediately with the trade. This has just been a mess and a half, Cthulhu.
Absolutely, yeah, a bit of a mess indeed, and with Snip being the last man standing, he's just having too many angles. I mean, you look at this. Three peat for Tiltec. The man is just, so clean. So fresh, so clean, and just, yeah, there he is already.
Look at him. He is one of the best in the biz outside of the OCL.
The man is just an absolute machine when it comes down to any type of gaming, whilst also just, I mean, look, he's a handsome fellow. Let's admit to that.
He is indeed.
He provides the content, he provides the frags, he provides the dubs, and on top of it, just the popular boy in the school.
He is one of the few players in this region that can talk the talk
and walk the walk.
Well, and limp the walk, but yeah,
Well,
basically
actually,
close enough.
No. He can walk the walk nowadays. He did fix the limp. So the gamer even acquired a dub in this department. No longer the limp.
Man is just overqualified.
Just Mr. Do It All and everything, really. Regardless, instead of us simping for Tiltec, let us move on to pointing out the fact that so far it's been a bit of a kerfuffle from Altered Zalios. Yes, memes galore and bringing all of the LMGs. Now they are looking to bring in a little bit more of a serious lineup. We do see the introduction of Jackal, we do see the introduction of Iana for the info gathering needs, and then all of the soft and hard breaching utility in form of Banana, Snip, and Greg as well. So way less memes, now more down to the business. I'm curious how will this lineup actually work out, given the rather flexible rotation setup from Kraken on the downstairs side.
It was all a bait and switch. It was just to try and lull Kraken into a false sense of security. Tiltec, though, he is not wasting any time. He's looking for the... Oh, good night, Snip!
Well, that happened. Our first spawn peak. Well, proper spawn peak. GM.
That wasn't. That was not a spawn peak. Snip's grandkids are going to be feeling that one.
Well, one way or the other, that one hurt. That one is a bit of a tilter. Unfortunately, though, for Kraken, this didn't go unpunished, and elements did get traded out for all the trouble, and Banana already dropping in. So we're back to a 4v4, relatively okay-ish grounds. With 2 minutes remaining, though, things will need to start moving rather rapidly because, well, the ROM has been completely eliminated, and the rest of the people have already defaulted back to the ground floor, meaning a prompt quick check with the drones should be enough to suffice, and from there on, full send for the ROM clearing and the vertical game, which will be extremely difficult to really counter. I'll have to say that.
Well,
Bomb located
right
by
now,
attackers.
things slow. They halt for the moment, despite the explosive action that kicked this round off. Altered Zalios will be allowed to get into the second floor, start that vert contest from above. They've got Banana on the buck, and I would imagine Rice also has that secondary shotgun. They've primed and ready. They want to be able to contest the site as best as possible, but there's still a lot of things between them and actually going for that plant.
Oh yeah, a lot of variables to really look at and try to figure out, given the fact that it's still a 4v4, so you don't have the player advantage anymore. You don't have those positional advantages just yet. You haven't flanked out any of the defenders, which means that you still need to clear out all the area around the site. And we still have a player in the VIP, we still have a player in the coat hanger, and plenty of setups in the actual site. So Greg pinging out already the position of the smoke. What is happening? Why? How come no push coming out? How is Pluto still yet allowed to do this, but Pluto finally gets shut down?
Man, eating the frag grenade like it was a cupcake, but Frankie, look at him, just tucked into reception. Do they know they have a nade prep? But I think that one's for Tiltec. Yeah, it is. So the second nade out means that there's limited utility in trying to flush Frankie out of this now coat check position. Tiltec shooting the floor above him, wants to try and catch out those stomping footsteps that he heard. But we're heading into the final 10 seconds now. Cthulhu Frankie spots the player in through VIP, but he can't do the damage he needs to. Tripping for a second. Hunter from long range, trying to shut down this push into the kitchen. He finds Rice. Rice takes the head out, but it's the plant from Greg. If Tiltec can find the vert, he could shut this down quickly. The ping's coming through, and the plant is going to be successful. New timer on the cards. Tiltec, unfortunately, missing the opportunity. Spots the ankles, can't hit them. This is a dire situation for Kraken. They wanted to keep the train rolling, but Hunter tagged low. Tiltec, he's going to be able to find the kill though. Greg falls. This gives the opportunity for Kraken to recombobulate themselves, but no, Trippin hits the shots. Tiltec, it's down to the 1v1 somehow. 18 seconds, so no. Unfortunately, despite the possibilities being there, Trippin, a 4K in the second round, absolutely lasers Tiltec out of the round.
Well, we've asked the thank you, Banana. We've asked the question, how would Zelius really perform once they get actually serious without all the memes? And well, there's our answer. Phenomenal actual performance from them. A revamped roster, like you pointed out, Trippin with the quad, doing some solid job with the Iana ARX, and quite genuinely caught Kraken a bit lacking, really.
Crack-a-lackin'?
Lacking crackers.
Well, reading room fireplace at a 1-1 scoreline. Banana maybe looking to do his best Hunter impersonation right now. Surprising, no clash ban, and Hunter is not even touching it. I think we might see him hold on to the key pick till later in the stage.
Oh yeah, this is definitely something to ensure that this is being well kept and safe, really, from all the public eye, at least for the time being, given just, yeah, look, Hunter has been a rather proficient shield player, albeit obviously I would imagine that the man would want to run away from that stigma of being a shield player, but in the way how he played, I don't think there's any shame either.
He tried. It always drags him back.
It always drags him back, yep, exactly. Look, no, but in all reality, something that is more so what feels like a bit of a pocket pick should 110% be kept away, at least from the first week. And if you're busting out all your juiciest strats on day one, look what's going to happen when you get to day 7 and pretty much will be counter-stratted with all of your other pocket picks. So it's understandable.
I don't know about that, Cthulhu. Is it a strat? Is it a way of life? It's hard to say. You live by the shield, you die.
By the shield?
No, shot in the back because you had your shield facing the wrong direction, but it is what it is at the end of the day.
Or better yet, the siege special shot through the shield.
Shot through the shield, blown up by a teammate's nitro cell, shot in the back of the head by a teammate who's trying to peek around your shield. Look, there's just so many ways that a shield main can die.
That is true. That is true. Quite a life hazard of being a shield main, to be honest. Hunter would be rather a big advocate for shield lives matter. But apart from that, look, Ultidelias, I gotta give it to them. They are doing a really solid job overall in just clearing out all of the positions, being rather rapid on their approach, which is something that not a whole lot of teams were able to boast within OCL in general. And having that kind of momentum-based ferocity is good, but I say that Elements just gets the better of Snip. And that is the Zofia as well.
Yeah, utility clear off the board. Unfortunately, he's going the right way to match Crimstar stat-wise.
I think that's one of the things that you would want to repeat, given that Crimstar even got to be a bit of an Agent 007, but all the memes aside, Hunter taking quite a fair bit of damage. Rice is in a bit of a pickle, really, being held down by the gas grenades, half a round to go still, and Banana gets shot down by Hunter from a phenomenal crossfire.
Next to no health available to him, and he still finds the frag and puts that deficit even deeper to the side of Altered Zelios. Elements well and truly tucked into this freezer position all the way deep into back stock. Trippin, meanwhile, says, you know what, I want absolutely none of that circumvents. It heads towards train. There are 2 players nearby, one below, feet spotted. Tiltec! How does he win that?
It's just Tiltec things. Look, we even have our own channel called Just Tiltech Things, and it seems like this is going to be piling up even further, given just the sheer fact how just nuts the man is. Greg and Rice are the last players standing against the 5-stack, but Tiltech and Hunter are tagged up to all hell. There's Smoke's identification, but does he get the frag, though? That's the big question. No, he's not.
No, not allowed. Tiltech walks up and finds a second of the round, and Element slams Greg's head into a wall. A flawless round, answering back with a vengeance after losing the second.
Well, that's one way to really go about this. Well done, Kraken, managing to get themselves back into the swing of things. Certainly looking rather promising, I have to say. But with a 1-2 scoreline, it's still maybe a little bit too early to say, given the fact that only a singular round differential could really send things spiraling in both ways without us even initially realizing. So without further ado, let's actually jump back into round number 3. The round that could really be the big deal breaker, really. If we do see Kraken continue their crusade here, look, could be a nice clean 3-1. They can solidify themselves at least a 3-3 scoreline, which is already still workable, but given that they are on the defense, this side, apart from Clubhouse, that has been one of the most dominant ones, it's could be delivering us some nice goods overall.
Back up to the 3rd floor, Cthulhu. Up top, where it all kicked off.
10 seconds left before
I just realised that Snipper's been the opening frag 3 rounds in a row. Kraken are certified bullying right now, and Tiltech is about to go and do it again.
attackers are moving.
He's gonna try. He wants to. I don't think I've seen anyone spawn that side on the western spawn in comp in the last wee while, because this tends to happen. With Tiltech on the job, with his DMR, he is going to make it hurt.
Well, Tiltech unfortunately left with no actual treat for himself, as the attempt for the peak onto the market was there. Thankfully for the Altazelius roster, though, we are going to be seeing them all safe and sound for at least a brief moment until all the actual swinging going to come about. Trippin back onto his ARX shenanigans, though, looking to try to establish at least some sort of control over the piano room, but again, more so of a question, how well can he hold those positions? Because I believe there is one in the Pixel, and, well, that would be a really solid long-range gunfight. No, actually, funnily enough, nobody's in the Pixel. Instead, it's Elements just playing a bit of a withdrawn position, what almost feels like.
Yeah, it's this aggressive bathroom setup that we've seen teams running as of late. Allows you to contest, but also gives you some security. It's that white hallway window that you need to be worried about. And that's where things can get dangerous. Somehow, he just avoids disaster, skirts himself out of danger. And he's going to be alive for the remainder, at least for the next wee while anyway. Minute 30 left on the clock here in round 4. And again, tentative steps this time. Altazelios not wanting to force the envelope just too much.
Yeah, they're full well aware how dangerous things can get. Banana does somehow line up Tiltech, so that's a great start, given the fact that, well, Tiltech has been a big playmaker and was always on the roam, so that does lock things down. But Pluto being able to refrag onto Snip once again, just not really giving the man any chances whatsoever. 3 more rounds and we're going to be seeing Agent 007 himself return back to into the swing of things.
Poor Snip, he's being bullied. It's unfortunate. Hunter and Freeze almost has the angle on the cigar shot, but Elements with a nitro cell needle thread catches out Banana in just out in the cigar lounge. It's just unfortunate. They almost had the opening onto Elements at the start of the round. He just hit the deck, hit prone, was able to get out of it, and actually just compounds the losses that are being suffered right now. Rice takes some damage, tripping, cops some shots as well, heading into the final 30. Hunter just swings around, finds the opening onto Greg, excavates that depth of loss that right now Altazelios is suffering. They just keep piling on the dirt, and it's coming apart at the seams. They shut it down. They shut it down clean, and Kraken will go up by yet another round.
Pretty sure I just saw Hunter start closing down the doors. It's time to close the doors, really, for Altazelios as well. They're being shut down thoroughly. 1-3 scoreline. That's a good place for Kraken to start off their map. Panda. This is where they show that they can thrive even despite some of the early losses, some of the early frags that don't go their way, and something that not a whole lot of teams would have been able to show so far is the ability to very promptly be able to keep up their form after losing the initial pick.
I have a theory, Cthulhu. I think maybe Kraken have brought snacks for between the rounds, and
locate and defuse as many
well,
bombs as they can.
Hunter didn't want to share, so he barricaded off the door so he could have all the snacks to himself in the freezer. Not nice, not a team player. Definitely should be a bit of a reprimand from management. But either way, it's a 3-1 lead.
Exactly. Gotta sometimes just, reallocate the resources of the snacks to the higher performer. Gotta keep up that resource management. And it seems like maybe Tiltec just didn't lodge the inquiry for more of them just yet.
He didn't fill out the appropriate
10
form.
seconds to go.
Appropriate form.
Unfortunately.
He just said, "Don't
Unfortunately,
care."
yeah.
Didn't ask. Give me the. What was
5
the
seconds left
thing on
before
Twitter?
insertion.
Bob's Burger.
Yeah, that was his vote
Attackers objective
for
is to locate a
scores.
bomb and defuse it.
Give the burger. But right now, round 5 underway. We're kicking things off back down in the kitchen, of course. Cthulhu, Frankie sitting on the Echo. I mean, look, there is one player in this lobby who has used the Echo in one of the most astonishing ways I've ever seen. A 1 versus 4 clutch without firing a single shot. It was banana. But we've seen crazy things happen on Cafe Dostoevsky with Echo.
I didn't know that Banana was a big, Modern Warfare 2 player. Task Force 141 coming into the play.
You need to stop bullying the players. They won't want to come back.
Look, it's still better than the L so far that Snip is carrying around, which was rather unfortunate. Shout out to Alter Delius, by the way, and their socials. They're all a beautiful bunch of gamers. But as it stands, a really nice, really quick, cheeky send straight through the top floor. The pings from the Jackal, I nearly said Jaeger, do come around. So maybe some quick pincer maneuver could actually be in play.
Trippin wants to pinch someone, but there's no one there to be pinched, unfortunately. All members of Kraken are hunkered down on this first floor. The bunker hold coming into play. They are waiting for Altered Zelios to come to them. They are not going to force the issue just yet. And Snip on the sledge, starting up this vert, wants to threaten some of these hard-held positions going into the second half of the round.
Oh well. The moment. Bit of a calm before the storm, really. Not a single frag yet achieved. I said that we're probably about to find some damage to be sent in. Tripping with the grenades. He's been so far very much clinical about it, but won't be finding a frag just yet. Double swing between himself and Banana coming about, but to no avail just yet. Rice, though, has a clean cutoff position. Brain just lagged itself. Position on the cutoff for the rotation, so could be big in splitting up the site.
That network reset that happens at like 1 o'clock in the morning in New Zealand. Unfortunately, it happens with our brains too at the moment. Pluto still holding this position in VIP. Shotgun. Whoa, that's a dangerous game.
Whew.
Gets the toxic canister off, but also hand Snip his first kill of the map. You
located by
don't
attackers.
swing a doorway with a frag grenade or a toxic canister or utility of any kind. Tiltec in Whiskey finds one, but it's traded back immediately. 2, 3! 3 in a row! They line up for Tilt before he falls. It is down to the 2 versus 2 with 14 remaining. Hunter, he's tucked into cooking. Greg is in. He's through freezer looking for the angle. Does he have security? Does he have the plant? Yes, he does. The Yokai
Frankie.
eliminated. No, but there's another. There's not time to do it. Frankie is about to deny.
No.
He missed. He whiffed. He hasn't denied it. Rice gets Hunter. Frankie has absolutely botched the deny. He's got to rely on gunplay to clutch this one out. He is going to be kicking himself. Cthulhu, the time reset, 30 seconds on the clock, and Rice takes it. Kraken have botched it.
Oh, the pain and the misery. Alter Delius fully realized how much of a bag fumble that was from Kraken. Look, it is definitely the worst feeling possible as well, especially for such an important play that could have really swung the thing, just the whole swing of things really in favor of Kraken. But at the conclusion of it all, well, 3-2 with 1 point differential. Oh man, Frankie would be fuming.
He had the freest denied by the vents on the roof of Kitchen. It seems that only a handful of players can get away with that. Angmo, formerly of Odium, and Banana of Altered Zelios. Not to be... Wow, Kraken, that's going to be a tilter.
Oh man. Just scary times. Scary times for Kraken, and very kind of almost scary for Altered Zelios, because if not for that Echo Drone fumble, that would have been a 4-1 scoreline. That would have been just freely taken away, but no, well, they would be, the guys at the Altered Zelios would be rather happy about the outcome of it all. Action phase is upon us. We back to our shenanigans in the bar and cocktail lounge, though curious how well Altered Zelios will approach this, because it looks like it's a very similar setup, bar the fact that Tiltek is now playing on the Cade with a 44 mag. That's a gun. That's a
if he'd
gun.
found a kill, that would have just been like, forget the tilt that Frankie has just endured for the team. Like, no, there's no coming back from a 44 Magnum spawn peak.
Yeah, that's an even bigger tilter. Yeah, absolutely. Well, moving on to the continuation of the round. Snip just doesn't really waste any time. Already another push, another swing, looking to find his opening yet again. No more. He is fragless. Did manage to find in the previous couple of rounds 2 of his frags, and being able to dedicate more and more to the team now. Rotation possibly through the train, though. That could be big if Trippin does open up and decide to go drop down. That would be able to score a nice flank, but, well, Tiltek is sitting rather pretty. C4 in, shutout midair. Phenomenal read, though.
Caught by a pre-fire through the floor, but it's Elements to find the opener. Tucked back in Freezer once again. He was holding it last time. He's holding it this time again. Hunter finds Banana. The numbers are just quickly crumbling under this resistance of defense that Kraken are bringing into the fold. Despite that last round, they are not looking to give up this half easily. Hunter for a second, looking for a third. Greg absolutely minced. This 2-player hold up on the second floor has absolutely gutted this Altered Zelios attack, and Hunty's not done yet. Waiting for the pings, waiting for the communique that there is an option to frag out. And there is a player walking through the middle of the site right now. Trippin just crouching his way on up, spots him, but unfortunately too little too late. A third in the pocket for Hunter.
Could it be a fourth, though? That is the big question. Swing comes around. No, it's Pluto instead to end the round. Flawless, though, regardless, from Kraken Esports Club. Doing still a solid job. 4-2 scoreline conclusion is not too bad at all, given... Yeah, look, could have been better, but regardless, still should be very much workable for both teams, as a matter of fact. Losing, well, 4-2 is not ideal on the attack, but it's still rather workable. 2-round deficit is very much easily achievable and surpassable, especially in the context of the so many matches that we've found so far. Just the sheer amount of comeback stories has been rather nice on the general scoreline. So going into Bar and Cocktail Lounge now. Area are looking to, well, obviously this whole lineup is a bait, and if they do stick by it, it will be rather curious, minus the fact that Monty is being brought out.
I think
as well as Tiltek is bringing out the blitz, but that's being locked in so far.
Yeah, I was going to say that the Monty would have been a bigger bait than the blitz.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Okay.
I mean, in saying that, you do remember, Cthulhu, there was a very, almost a famous match in Stage 2 on Chalet. Tiltek playing for the big dogs at the time. Did not get a single kill, but they won the match with him playing nothing but shield while he played on the kitchen table.
That is true. That is a match that I most certainly remember, and it was definitely a very interesting one. That the way how it evolved, and Tiltek, being kind of the man of many skills, were able to just absolutely be that catalyst for the push. Oh no!
Oh, Snip Revenge! Too little, too late, too early actually. But
too early, yeah.
But
a little bit of a
Cthulhu,
premature play.
We have something on the cards. A throwback to a titan of the Oceanic Challenger League 2021 season. Shotgun Pulse is in play, the MT Jack special.
Oh yeah. Yeah, MT Jax left quite a legacy in OCL for those who are just tuning in. The man was absolutely a menace when it came down to using the American semi-automatic shotgun, and was just absolutely deadly on it, whether it was prone, whether it was swinging on the attackers. He was always there ready to take on any sort of gunfight. So it is a nice tribute. Obviously Banana could do quite some work here as well, but this does only confirm that there is presence in the train, meaning, well, the moment you jump in, there will be a C4 play that will be rather problematic to deal with.
That cardiac sensor looking for info, looking for anything, but it's Tiltec to open up onto Trippin. The two Iana players for their respective teams going at it, but Tiltec, he's into Cigar Shop, wants to get the lounge as well. Unfortunately, there's an ADS close by. Hunter! With a Rotero drone kills Greg!
Hello? Greg? Bot mode? What happened? How is this allowed? Obviously, surely he's been just down, but it seems like at the moment it's just everyone going down, really. Rice finding a frag onto Tiltec as well. Frag in comes, and Frankie, clean three-pointer.
From the penalty line, a big nade. Rice tucked into picks and somehow skirts himself across the gap with a sliver of health remaining to his name. 4 players for Kraken. They are looking to ramp this up. They are not wasting any more time. They want to close this match.
Look at one being prone.
The prone drop in the middle of the site, but Hunter finds Snip. Almost the 180 into the kill, but it's Elements that walk on in and avenge Frankie. Kraken get themselves yet another round, and they keep the pain train rolling for Altitelios.
There we go.
He just knew. Yeah.
He knew. Stone cold face for this gamer. Tiltec and co just absolutely rampaging through the opposition. At the moment, look, we were initially, at the beginning of the broadcast, Panda, we were contemplating who is going to be the big contender, who's going to be the big scary team that everyone will be gunning for. So far, we got an answer. Kraken just doing a solid job, whether it's either on defense or offense, yeah, albeit with a little bit of a occasional tomfoolery.
I mean, you got to remember, this is the team that reverse swept the big dogs out of the OCL Stage 3 semi-finals. They lost the first map. It was 7-1. And they said, yeah, well, we didn't have a warm-up, so we treated the first map as a warm-up. And absolutely monstered big dogs in a reverse sweep and went on to the grand finals. Lost it, unfortunately, to Fury. But even still, that is, I mean, they're a team that can literally flick it like a switch from serious to fun mode, and when they switch back to serious mode, someone is going to feel a world of hurt.
10 seconds left.
Absolutely. Look, yeah, Kraken, the team that has been renowned for their social media presence, for the memes, for their performance during OCL, is certainly a very able roster that could do a lot of things. Especially with the renewed power. Look, I mean, everyone's on board. Pluto's sitting on minimal amount of frags purely for the fact that it's just Tiltec and Hunter and Element's been yoinking away all the frags. That's literally the only sole reason.
Well, round 8 could propel Kraken to match point. Round 9 could serve as the starting point for the fastest match we've had this season. Well, I mean, not saying much, given that we're only in Playday 1, but even still. It is a point of contention nonetheless. Hatches are open. Interestingly, the hatches were opened by Pluto while Frankie sat and watched, which is, look, it is what it is at the end of the day. The hatches are open. The job is done. They can now start to get inside.
Absolutely. Well, momentum is certainly going to be the big play here and the big expectation for Kraken to really utilize. Hunter back at it again with the shenanigans. In comes the Rotero drone. Hopefully this won't be able to grab a kill once again, because that is just, at this point, that's just embarrassment. And the sheer just mental damage that is being dealt. Mental and emotional at this point, actually, as a matter of fact. But in saying that, Tiltec looking to swing. He knows that there is presence in the cocktail. That's borderline a call-out. Jiggle Peak comes about. Doesn't really want to take this just yet. Has still quite a fair bit of utility to go about. for some reason still decides to face check it all.
Well, the Rotero is committed already going into the second half of the round. The grenade was propped and ready. Pin in hand, ready to throw, but not to be just yet. Tilt keeps... maybe it was eaten up by an AS. He's still got one remaining, whatever the case may be. A minute 10 on the clock, Cthulhu. Been a rather tentative round so far. The one kill coming thanks to that frag grenade. But right now, they will slow down. Tiltek, though, hits the afterburners, finds one. Pluto is about to get into the site. What is going on? All of a sudden, it's just from stop to go. Two players remaining, locked in by construction. Greg finds Tiltek, but it's only the one. The plant is started up now by Pluto. Banana with an angle finds elements. It's all coming apart, but it's also starting to ramp up the other way as well. Altadelios started things up with a hiss and a roar in the round, but they've fallen off just a little bit, and Altadelios have been allowed an avenue back into the site. Pluto falls as well, back down to the 3 versus 1, effectively a 2 versus 1. Frankie and Hunter with Banana just the one left on Altadelios to contest the diffuser, not in hand whatsoever. This one could come down to a time game, especially with 2 toxic canisters in play, but no, Hunter is watching the angle. They let it slip, but not far enough for them to lose it. Kraken onto match point.
Possibility for a 7-2 Panda, one of the cleanest scorelines that we could have, and Tiltag just keeps it all nice and calm and collected. Yes, look, there's the cheeky smile creeping through, but again, look, it is good to see that Kraken are coming into this very well collected, fully acknowledging that, look, each and every team could be dangerous, and it could be something that it's well worth mentioning that Altadelios could still bring in a lot of swinging potential, a lot of that unpredicted playstyle that a lot of teams so far managed to really adapt for themselves. We've seen that throughout the majority of this Playday. So Kraken stably being able to acquire points both on the defense and on the offense is a good sign of a well-rounded roster that has the chemistry sorted, that has the communication and all their roles sorted in just the right position.
Well, this could either be the last round of the evening or the start of the comeback for Altadelios. They're only 4 down.
Only
doable,
4, yeah.
Possible.
It's just a flesh wound.
Yeah, well, a flesh wound that has taken both your arm and your leg. But either way, 10 seconds in the prep phase remaining. Altadelios are going to have to dig deep if they want to bring this one back. Tiltek, there you go. Off the Monty, onto the Iana, and Hunter, he's bringing it. The Monty is in play.
Gotta give the final blow to
Gotta give the fans what they want.
Gotta give the fans what they want, exactly, yeah. Look, the rest of the attacking team looking to do some other damage, but it seems like it's Banana that will be just going down finally. Read like a book, played like a fiddle. Greg looking to deal some more damage, though. Frankie down.
I see. No, they were trying to use the Evil Eye camera to provide their head security, deny the headshot. Unfortunately, Banana died immediately. They get Frankie back at least. But, yeah, look. A kill is a kill. They take one. Honestly, I think it works out better for Altadelios losing the sledge.
I mean, ideally, it would be that nobody really is being lost in the sauce and all that.
Ideally, Banana wouldn't have whiffed.
Yeah, ideally Banana wouldn't have whiffed. Ideally, Frankie wouldn't have been out in the open and caught with his pants down. So a lot of things ideally wouldn't have gone down. But Tiltek, regardless, still is able to frag out. That's a problem.
Check your corners. That's all I can say. All of a sudden, it's just an absolute flurry. Tiltek getting caught out there by Snip, tucked into a corner. Both Pluto and Hunter are tagged, though, which gives Rice and Greg a pretty prime opportunity to clutch this one up. No explosive utility, so they are going to have to try and deal with Pluto first. They spot Hunter heading towards Fireplace. Pluto is there trying to cover the rotate. If Pluto can find an angle under someone walking up to try and deal with the shield, spotted on the cam, so we'll relocate. They wanted to play this one as a duo. You need to be playing behind that shield. Use the tools you have. Pluto finds Rice. It's a triple for him in the round. The 1 versus 2. Greg has a tall task ahead of him. Pluto is just on the hunt. He is absolutely beelining, trying to catch out Greg. Honestly, the players wait for the plant to start and then go and contest. But with Hunter on the door, Cthulhu, this is going to be a clincher.
A bit of a problematic play, yeah, really. Not a whole lot of chances for Greg, but it's still rather workable. If he can get rid of Pluto against Hunter, he still has theoretically the advantage. Positional positionally there, well, Hunter has to just block the position. Tiltek calling the GGs early on. This could be, the karma could be a pain to deal with.
Pluto is just tucked into the corner. I don't think Greg has any idea that he is there. 19 seconds in play. He's got to deal with the shield. Pluto just tucked into the corner. Greg, does he have any idea? No, he doesn't. He falls. The GGs are wrapped. Kraken do it in record time.
There we go. 7-2, Panda. What we initially thought would be one of the closer games, it just concluded just like that. A quick, cheeky win. Kraken looking rather strong in all of this, and look, I gotta say, return of the king.
Kraken coming back. Elements playing in the OCL once again. Kraken Esports, they are a team that proved themselves at the Crucible of Stage 3. They proved themselves not only in the game department, but in the banter department. They take it 7-2, the fastest match of the evening.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, a very dominant performance from them, where before we would be seeing a lot of teams to have problems either on defense or offense. Kraken can do both and with absolute style, and that is something that is, well, within at least OCN, or rather not OCN, pardon me, OCL, it is rather difficult to achieve.
Well, I mean, you say OCL for now, at the end of the stage, there's that chance for promotion. Kraken could be the ones to jump on up into the Oceanic Nationals, but for right now, they set the standard. They are locked in at top of the table. On round differential, yes, but top of the table nonetheless.
Absolutely, yeah, look. With the round differential win over everyone, they, setting themselves up really, really well. And look, despite the fact that they got to start in the latest hour as well, it didn't faze them. They all chilled, they got to watch their opponents, they got to prepare, they got to scrim. I hope they got to scrim, and it wasn't just a kind of, they just going in without any prep, like they usually try to do. But overall, yeah, look, a clean deal.
It's not a stranger to them, though, Cthulhu. You got to remember, Stage 3, Kraken were riding the first place seed for the first, I think it was, 5 weeks of play in Stage 3? Yeah. So they are no strangers to top seed. In fact, they're going to be looking to hold on to it throughout the entire run of Stage 1, I would imagine. But, I mean, what a way to do it. They take it, and there were a couple of hiccup moments, but when they clap back damn hard.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Look, they're a team that is extremely versatile, very strong, has a great set of players for no matter what role, really, given the fact that we initially were a little bit skeptical when the initial roster announcements came through with Elements and Pluto joining, but they managed to find their own kind of stride here. They managed to solidify their position in the roster really, really well, and overall managed to play into that whole synergy perfectly.
Well, he may not be perfect, but he's a hell of a character. We have our interview here with Tiltek joining us in the interview booth. A man of the people. Look, he's back at it again. He's snoozing. He wasn't fussed whatsoever. Tiltek, my friend, welcome back to the interview booth. It's been a while since you've been here. Another amazing win for the Kraken Esports crew. What's it like playing with your two newbies?
Oh, it feels great, mate. Oh, I love them. I actually love them. It's grouse. It's grouse.
Look, we've seen already quite a fair few of the big matchups that occurred today before you guys got to play. Apart from, well, how you demolished the Alta Delius, any concerns about other teams, or just what teams?
Who?
Who?
No,
exactly.
no.
Okay, gotcha.
Jokes aside, I'm not really fussed or worried. I got to watch a few rounds here and there, and I can say I was genuinely confused. I was scratching my head a lot.
Well, with the changes to format, Tilt, with the opportunity to promote at the end of the stage, are we going to be expecting anything less than first seed out of the Kraken crew?
Alright, how about this? Alright? Mm-hmm. If we come first again, and we make it into OCN, I'll buy someone out of my followers, what is it? The 3,600 R6 credits? And that I'll keep to my word.
Oh, yeah, alright.
Yeah. That's the only thing I can really say. Like, there's nothing else.
Setting the stakes high, man's booking his spot into OCN 2022 Stage 2. Tilt, look, it's great to have you back here. It's great to see you playing again. Before we let you head off, anyone you want to shout out?
Gonna shout out, the organization, Kraken Esports, bloody great organization. Gotta shout out the team. Gonna shout out the family and friends that are watching. Shout out to the casters and ESL themselves.
Well, look, man, not so humble, but a hell of a talent tilt. We'll let you go off and celebrate with the gang. Cthulhu, that rounds out our evening, of course. 4 matches done. Look at him. Look at him. What a character. 4 matches done. Fort dusted. We have 2 teams that are, well, looking to gun for that first place spot. 2 teams that are sitting, well, middle of the board. Unfortunately, they didn't quite take it around differential. And then, of course, you've got Kraken Esports at the top, looking pretty tasty, looking pretty spicy. Until, look, he's put money down on the table.
Hey, look, we were talking about the man being able to walk the walk and talk the talk. Now he's putting the money where his mouth is, and look, exactly that. Wouldn't expect anything else from the absolute chat gamer that he is, but overall, yeah, Kraken certainly looking to book that first spot and first seed early on into the season, and at this point, it's more so now going to be storylines of who will be that kind of, I guess, the Kingslayer.
Well, last year it was a pretty tough total to take to try and knock them out of that first seed, and it was only Fury just edging them out towards the end of the round robin. Right now, look, the prospects, there's no Fury, there's no Exto, no Overt, nothing like that, so teams will have a slightly harder time of it. And I mean, look, Playday 1 in the books. Cthulhu, some great matches to kick things off. None of the new maps, none of the interesting stuff. We went boring, we went vanilla. No real spice of life stuff, but there's always next week.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, despite us being a little bit blind on the map picks, it still was a prime time siege action. Honestly, we got to see some of the newer faces to be introduced. We got to see some of the big comebacks. We got to see full overtime, all done in a singular week. So, honestly, from here on out, I think we're going to be only ramping up the action.
Oh, look, I would expect nothing less from a competition like this. We had some great matches. We had some matches that, look, we were on our edge of our seat. We had no idea which way it was going to land, heads or tails, but we got there in the end. Next week, though, I mean, are we expecting teams to establish themselves as front runners? Are we expecting teams to keep that gap widening, or do we reckon the matches next week will be, again, a little bit closer?
Oh yeah, I definitely think that the matches will get a whole lot closer. Obviously, from coming in from the conclusion of week number 1, there's a lot of learning material, especially for teams like Dynasty, even teams like Warriors as well, to just set themselves up. For Warriors, they would obviously want to keep contesting for that top spot. For Dynasty, they want to return back to form if they do obviously want to completely grind it out and push it to the absolute limit. And honestly, for teams like LFO, look, a lot of things to really brush up upon, a lot of things to keep them in check, and from there on out, yeah, I definitely think that teams will keep on improving, and we'll see a very gradual increase in that performance. Where we saw the 7-4s, it will end up going to 8-7s.
Well, let's take a look at how things land at the end of Playday 1 here in the 2022 Oceanic Challenger League season. 8 teams duking it out tonight. 1 in first place. It's going to be Kraken. We haven't quite got the round differential calculated into it, but there you go. 3 teams picking up wins in regulation. 1620 Kings, Kraken, and Warriors bagging those wins for themselves. Circular Spheres get it in overtime, so LFO are allowed some points, and with Dynasty, Altered Zelios, and Antic waiting to pick up their first wins, they unfortunately will have to wait until next week. But, I mean, is this sort of where you expected things to land, Cthulhu?
Honestly, I didn't expect this much of a kind of a cookie cutter kind of spread between the 3 teams to be down bad down in the bottom, and then having kind of the 2 teams being the, I suppose, the middle ground teams. But overall, yeah, look, Kraken being on top, not surprised at all. Warriors definitely took me a little bit by surprise. 1620 Kings definitely bringing in that fresh new revamped roster, certainly poising to be part of the top 3 club easily. So overall, I'm keeping my eyes out on Dynasty and Antic, as well as Circular Spheres. These 3 teams, I definitely want to see a little bit more juiciness coming out of them. There's definitely plenty of opportunities, plenty of talent in those rosters. So first map, first jitters kind of definitely seem to have kind of taken the better of them.
Well, that does obviously bring things to an end tonight. That's where they stand as of the moment, but there are more matches to be played, of course. Cthulhu, we are not done for the season. It's not a one and done type deal. We've got more matches up next week. We will have those up on your screen in just a moment, but I mean,
I believe no schedule.
In terms of, you know, how things are and as they stand, do we expect that comeback story? Is there one team in particular that you think could have that comeback arc story?
Comeback story arc. Look, I bet my money on probably either LFWO or maybe even Dynasty. Two teams that have quite a lot of promise. On the side of Dynasty, look, it's more so just the rust to come off and for the actual kind of synergy to finally kick in. For the side of LFWO, they need to make sure that they just getting the drone game done right. They need to make sure that they are calculating where exactly do they need to push and really forcing their way in without really fumbling around, because that was kind of the main issue for them on the Villa tonight.
Well, it does bring Oceanic Challenger League Stage 1, Playday 1 for 2022 to an end, Cthulhu, but that's not the end of all the Oceanic madness that is kicking off this week. On Friday, the Oceanic Nationals is back as well, so make sure you're back then to check that one out. But for us, we look forward to next week. We hope you're back with us again next week. But until then, Cthulhu and I, we're signing off. See you later.